Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Stand by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Anastasia Watley. 1. Cal. Jesus Christ, what a crush of people. It was 9 p.m. on Saturday at Hammy's Bar in Lupin, and already the place was jumping. The space was lined wall to wall with a mass of humanity so thick you could hardly believe that many people would fit in a bar that size. There were students from the local college, townies, and just normal folks. It was so loud in there you could barely fucking hear yourself think. Normally this wasn't my scene, and on any other occasion I probably wouldn't be anywhere near Hammy's on a weekend night. But tonight I was here at the request of my sister, Seton. Our best friend, Andy Wagner, was playing a big gig here with her band, the Nopes. I'd been to Hammy's a handful of times in the past, but usually I was on club business when I did show up. Like a lot of local businesses in town, Hammy's was under the protection of the motorcycle club I belonged to, the Stone Kings MC. The need for such protection was a fact that most people in town probably didn't know anything about. Hell, I didn't know it myself until I started out as a prospect with the Stone Kings a couple of years ago. One of my first duties early on as a prospect had been to run errands and shit connected with the protection of some of these places. Not long after I'd started with the Stone Kings, we'd had to run a street gang out of the community. The gang, called the Ravagers, was a bunch of punk asses out of Denver. Apparently a guy who was originally from here in Lupin went up there, joined the Ravagers, and then brought their bullshit back here a few years later, along with a drug trade that was mostly targeted at college students. Ever since, any business around here that catered to young people with money to spend was a target for exploitation from the gang. The Stone Kings, always conscious of keeping our reputation as upholders of law and order intact, not to mention keeping the locals looking the other way from our own shadier activities, had generously begun providing muscle for local businesses in exchange for financial or other remuneration. And as a result, for the last year or so, the Ravagers had been pretty much a non-issue in Lupin. As I checked out the crowd, I noticed the bar owner, Angus North, from across the room. His prematurely bald pate was just barely visible in the sea of heads. Angus gave me a slight nod and a wave. I lifted my chin at him in greeting and scanned the room for my sister. Finally, I spied Seton sitting at one of the few tables over to one side of the stage. It was such a prime spot that had been reserved for her by Andy and the band. I pushed through the crush of people and made my way over just as the stage lights went on and a warm-up act walked out. "Hey, C," I greeted my sister, putting an arm around her in a brief hug. "How's it going?"
"Good,"
she yelled above the din.
"Crazy crowd, huh?"
"Yeah, looks like they packed him in tonight." Seton was sitting in on one side of the table with two other girls, Carly, who used to be her roommate, and Cherish, who was the old lady of Levi Wolf, our sergeant-at-arms. I nodded at the two of them, and they waved and smiled back. Seton herself was married to the president of our club, Gray Stone. It had been a little weird for me when they first got together, and they had kept it pretty well hidden for a while until they were sure it was serious between them. But now, seeing the two of them together seemed as natural as anything. It was pretty fucking weird having the president of my club be my brother-in-law, though. Seated across the table from Seton was Trigg, the Stone King's VP, and his woman, Eva. Trigg briefly nodded toward me in greeting, then went back to murmuring things in Eva's ear that made her blush and laugh. The two of them were still in that fucking disgusting honeymoon phase, and they couldn't keep their hands off each other. Trigg had been the most notorious womanizer in the club before he'd met Eva. And it was still amazing to me that he'd found a woman who made him want to settle down. I caught Trigg's eye and shook my head in mock disbelief at the display. He frowned for a moment, then shrugged and laughed it off. Turning to my sister, I tried to distract myself from the scene of PDA in front of me. "Hey, is Gray showing up?" I asked her as I slid into an empty seat next to her.
"I don't know,"
Seton said. She took a sip of her beverage, which I was assuming was a Coke. After over a year of trying, Seton was pregnant, with twins no less, and she and Gray were over the goddamn moon about it.
"He said he'd try to show up later."
I nodded. I knew Gray had gone out of town on club business to meet with a chapter of the Stone Kings out in Las Cruces. He was supposed to be back today, but I hadn't seen him at the club when I left there. Just then, someone clapped me hard on the back. I turned around to find Levi standing there, giving me a rare, wide grin. "Hey, brother," he shouted above the din. "Didn't know you were showing up for this." "Seaton made me promise," I replied. "I figured she'd have my balls if I didn't come support Andy." Seaton's powers of persuasion were well known in the club. Even when the two of us were little kids, she could have sold ice cubes to freaking Eskimos. It was a running joke among the brothers of the Stone Kings that if the Prez's old lady asked you to do something, you were going to do it, no matter how hard you tried to resist. Levi threw back his head and laughed at my remark. "No shit, brother." He was in a good mood. I'd hardly ever seen Levi laugh like that. Never, in fact, until he'd met his old lady, Cherish. Levi had always been the solemn, quiet type. When he spoke, you listened, because he hardly ever opened his mouth unless there was something really important to say. But since Cherish had come into his life, he had begun to change. He was still the same tough-as-nails motherfucker I'd known since I'd started hanging around the club, hoping to prospect. But there was an ease and comfort with himself in him now that I hadn't seen back then. I watched Levi make his way over to the other side of the table to where Cherish was sitting. As he wrapped his arms around her and murmured something in her ear, the look of devotion she gave him back was so intense I had to look away for a second. The two of them had grown up in the same small, fundamentalist LDS community across the border in Arizona. Both of them had left at different times, eventually meeting here in Lupin when Cherish escaped the community and fled here for protection. Levi and Cherish connected on a deep, almost cellular level. It was obvious to anyone who spent more than a few minutes in their presence. I figured that might have something to do with the common experience of what they had both endured when they were younger. Whatever it was, though, I had never seen anything quite like it. It made me almost jealous, looking at them now. But mostly, I was just fucking happy as hell for him. Mostly. As the others greeted Levi, and Seaton filled them all in on when Andy's band would take the stage, I found myself turning away from our group to stare out at the crowd. Lately, I'd caught myself feeling a little restless at odd moments, like something was sort of missing from my life. It didn't quite make sense. All I'd really ever wanted to do since forever was to ride, fuck, and generally have a good time. I wasn't quite sure what it was, but being here with all this evidence of happy couples now, that vague feeling of frustration I'd been trying to push away came over me again. Frowning, I decided to take a quick breather to clear my head. "I'm going to go grab a beer," I said to Seaton, and moved away from the table toward the bar at the back of the room. On my way there, I took another scan of the crowd, noting that there was an exceptionally large number of young, scantily clad co-eds here tonight. Almost automatically, I started appraising them as a few glanced over my way, cocking their heads invitingly or biting their lips as they saw me checking them out. No one really stood out yet, but, hell, the night was young. Eventually, I'd settle on one or maybe two to take back to my place. I knew from experience that college girls were generally more than willing to take a walk on the wild side with a dangerous biker. Normally, the thought would have been enough to make me satisfied that the night was going to end well. But tonight, the idea seemed almost tedious. Still, I told myself, pussy was pussy. Once I had one of these girls on her knees with my cock in her mouth, I was pretty sure I'd managed to be interested in the outcome. I'd finally made my way through the sea of humanity to the bar when I happened to run into Andy herself, all dressed and ready to jump on stage for her set. She was a bartender here at Hammy's a few nights a week when she wasn't doing gigs with the band she fronted. She'd known Seaton for a few years, since they used to work together at the Cactus, another watering hole in town, and I'd known Andy almost as long as Seaton had, since I used to go to the Cactus from time to see my sister. As I strode up to Andy, she was just emerging from behind the bar. She was dressed in a pair of tight leather pants and a black tank top that left not one thing to my already overactive imagination. Her short, platinum blonde hair was falling into her eyes in an effortlessly sexy look, and her plump, pouty lips were painted a cherry red that made them almost impossible not to stare at against her pale, creamy skin. A few artful tattoos in strategic places around her body drew the eye to her perfect curves, practically daring you to touch. She was fucking gorgeous. She was also my sister's best friend. "Hey, doll," I greeted her above the noise of the warm-up band, who had just started another song. It was a nickname I'd always called her, part of an ongoing flirtation between us.
Hey, Romeo,
she drawled, eyeing me saucily.
You take time out of your busy schedule just to come see me?
Wouldn't miss a chance to see you flaunting your stuff up there. I flashed her my best cheesy grin and wiggled my eyebrows. Rocker chicks are hot.
You think everything in a skirt is hot, she tossed back.
You're not wearing a skirt, I pointed out. Andy cocked her head at me and grinned.
So, you wouldn't miss the show, eh? Like you haven't missed every other show the Nopes have ever done?
She had me there. Okay, you're right, I admitted. Seton invited me. She said it was a big night for your band. Damn, she was looking good tonight. It was fucking distracting. Andy shook her head and gave me a quirk of those luscious red lips that made me want to grab her in my arms and kiss the smirk right off of them.
Invited you, eh?
She teased.
You sure you don't mean held a gun to your head?
I grinned. You know C doesn't need weapons to convince people to do her bidding.
I didn't think you were the kind of guy who took orders from anybody, Cal Greenlee.
I'd take orders from you, doll, if they were the right kind. Her liquid blue eyes stared up at me, so dark they looked almost violet. As my gaze locked on hers, I felt, rather than saw, her breathing speed up just a tiny bit, her lips parting in a sharp inhale. My cock hardened in response. Shit, I needed to change the subject. The more she mocked and teased me, the more I found myself wanting to push her against a wall and shove my cock inside her. I often thought I sensed this almost electric buzz whenever I was around Andy. Usually the flirting was a decent enough escape valve to keep it at bay, but tonight there was an undercurrent of sexual tension surrounding us that seemed to be growing by the second. Then again, usually my sister was around when I saw Andy, which meant that usually whatever our flirting was hiding stayed mostly under the surface. Now, standing in this pulsing crowd with Andy not 2 feet away from me, it felt almost like we were alone. It felt dangerous, like something could happen in a heartbeat that we wouldn't be able to take back. I shifted from one leg to the other, resisting the urge to reach down and adjust my throbbing cock. So, are you still tending bar here full-time? I asked, just to push the conversation in another direction. Any other direction.
Less and less,
she replied, a flicker of something like disappointment crossing her features. She took a careful step back.
We're getting more gigs to play around the area, and we just landed a standing gig in Denver on Saturday night starting in a few weeks. So this is the last Saturday we'll play here at Hammy's.
She glanced around us.
I think that's why the crowd is so big tonight.
That's great, I nodded. As torturous as this conversation had gotten, I was suddenly kind of glad I was there to see Andy's band. She was right that I'd never bothered to go see them before. I was just sort of assuming it wasn't my kind of music, since I was pretty much a classic rock kind of guy. But I was happy to hear that Andy was having success with her music, and it felt sort of good to come out and support her. After all, above and beyond the fact that Andy was hot as hell and had the best rack I'd ever seen, she was also pretty awesome. She had always been a loyal friend to C, sticking up for her and protecting her like a sister. Plus, she was sexy as fuck without being overly girly, with a tough girl attitude that drove me crazy in a good way. I wasn't kidding when I said I was going to enjoy an hour or so of watching her up there on stage in tight clothing. I knew she was off limits, but that didn't mean I couldn't look and enjoy, and file away the mental video for some later date when I needed something to fantasize about while I jacked off. Hey, there was no law saying you couldn't, right? After all, if Andy wasn't my sister's best friend, I would have happily hit that a long time ago. And right at this moment, with my cock uncomfortably straining against my zipper, I was regretting that she was my sister's best friend quite a damn bit.
Well,
Andy said, tilting her head toward the stage,
I'd better get back. This is the warm-up band's last song, so we'll be going on in a few minutes.
I nodded. Good luck up there. Or am I supposed to tell you to break a leg? She laughed.
I'm pretty sure that's just for actors.
She gave me a dazzling smile.
Thanks, though, in all seriousness.
Her clear blue eyes flicked away from me for a second, then back.
I didn't know you were coming tonight. It was nice of you.
No worries. Good luck, I repeated.
You already said that,
she teased me, biting her lower lip softly with her teeth.
But thanks again.
Then I watched Andy Wagner's sweet ass sashay away from me in those tight leather pants and allowed myself the luxury of fantasizing about peeling them off her as I waited for the bartender to grab me a beer. By the time I'd made my way back to our table, the warm-up band had finished their set, and we only had a few more minutes to wait until the Nopes came on. Levi, Trigg, and I shot the shit while the women talked among themselves, and eventually the house lights went back down. Raucous applause greeted Andy and her bandmates as they walked out on stage. A few people called their names and whistled, some holding up their hands to wave. The band was obviously a big local favorite. Andy stepped up to the mic, a bass guitar strapped around her. She looked back and nodded at the drummer who raised his sticks and launched them into a song I recognized after a moment as a grunge-inspired cover of a Prince tune. It was pretty good, actually. Their sound was not like anything I could remember hearing before, which kind of impressed me. Andy swayed in time with the music as she sang, her voice a sultry alto that rose above the other instruments. I looked around at the crowd as they danced and moved along with the beat, clearly loving the sound. When the song ended, their reaction was almost deafening. As Andy launched the band into the next one, the energy level cranked up palpably, the room starting to feel electric. The song was one I didn't recognize. When I leaned over to C to ask her about it, she told me it was an original, written by Andy a couple of years ago. It was a little quieter than the first tune, not a ballad, but the lyrics were raw and emotional. As she sang, Andy's voice became almost haunting. The instruments receded, leaving a sparser, more bare sound that let her soulful delivery shine through. I wasn't really in the habit of paying a lot of attention to music, except for songs that were good for driving or fucking. But before I knew it, I was practically hanging on every word that Andy sang. It was a song about loss, about pain, and about not letting emotions that well up inside you take control. It was about fighting, about survival. My stomach started to clench as I listened, feeling the anguish she was letting flow through her through the lyrics. It felt almost like I was staring straight into her soul as she sang, and what I saw there was at once beautiful and uncomfortable. I vaguely remembered Seton saying once that Andy had been through some rough shit in her life, and hearing her now, I could believe it. No one sang like that without knowing some real pain. It was impossible to fake something like that. I looked around at how other people were reacting and saw that Andy had the entire crowd in the palm of her fucking hand. All eyes, all heads were turned to her with a similar expression of mesmerized longing, like a bunch of sunflowers turned toward the sun. I realized that she was the reason people were here, not the band. Her. She had a talent that was practically radiating from her, the spotlight shining off her blonde hair almost like a halo. As I scanned the crowd, for some reason a guy standing off alone to one side happened to catch my attention. He was about 20 feet away from our table, leaning against a cement pillar, hidden behind a slightly taller guy. He looked to be about 5'10", kind of ferrety, with a long, thin nose and shaggy brown hair. I don't know why I noticed him, except there was something about his expression as he watched Andy sing that was different from the others in the crowd. The guy was watching her so intently it was as though he was practically recording her every move in his mind. But his face was as neutral as if he was staring at a blank piece of paper. Even so, his eyes never left her, even when someone would jostle him or try to get by. Something in me, maybe long instinct from my time as a Stone King, told me to keep an eye on him. After a few minutes and 3 or 4 more songs, I saw him sink back behind the pillar and into the crowd. I set my drink down on the table and slid off the stool, making my way through the crowd. By the time I pushed my way through the people to where he had been standing, he was nowhere to be seen. I followed the most likely path for him to have taken, past the bar toward the bathrooms, and then checked the front entrance for good measure. But he was gone. Frowning, I told myself he was probably just some frustrated basement dweller with a harmless crush on Andy. But all the same, I tucked the memory of his face away for future reference, just in case.
2. Andy. It was one of the best performances we'd ever done. Something about the energy of the crowd, my hometown crowd with my people, just felt so right, and the band was on fire. Every number we played had gone off without a hitch. It had been the perfect show to finish up our final show at Hammy's before we moved on to a regular Saturday night gig at the Oasis in Denver. As we packed up our shit after the last song, my band members were practically buzzing with energy. Jesus, we were fucking on, Kai, our drummer, enthused. Your vocals on Burn the House were smoking, Andy. No shit, agreed our lead guitarist, Ash. I can't believe we haven't done a recording of that song yet. Yeah, we'll have to do that soon, Emmy said. How about we offer that as an exclusive single to our tribe? Emmy was our keyboardist, and she also tended to be the one who dealt with our social media presence. Even a demo, maybe. I like the raw feel of when we do it live better than I probably would with an overly mixed studio version. You might be right about that, I replied. But maybe with a little flute lick that Carter put in that one time when we were fucking around, I really like the way it responds to the melody. So unexpected. We continued to talk about next steps as we got everything together and brought it out back to Carter's van. We loaded everything up, and Carter said he'd just take it all back and leave the van in his garage until practice Monday night. The 5 of us hugged and high-fived, and then Emmy, Kai, Ash, and I headed back into the bar. Carter headed home to his girlfriend and their new baby. Back inside Hammy's, I went immediately to the table where Seton and her group were waiting for me. My stomach did a little flip in spite of myself when I saw that Cal, Seton's brother, was still there with them. I knew he was only there because Seton had asked him to be, but I figured he'd take off as soon as he could manage it. I was flattered that he'd bothered to stick around for the whole set, and I allowed myself just a moment to fantasize that it had been me that he had come to see. "Hey!" Seton cried as I walked up to them. "Congratulations. Oh my God, you guys were amazing." "Thanks, C." I grinned as she hugged me. Coming from her, the compliment was genuine. She had been to a ton of our shows in the past, and I had always made her promise to tell me how she thought things went afterward. Seton was one of the few people in the world I felt I could really trust to tell me the honest truth. Friends like that are pretty damn rare, or in my personal experience, almost non-existent, except for her. The others at the table raised their glasses to congratulate me too. Our friend Carly had come down from Denver for the weekend, and she told me she was excited to come see me play at our new gig at the Oasis. Seton's husband, Gray, wasn't there, but a couple of the other guys from the Stone Kings had come with their girlfriends. Cherish was there with her tall, brooding man, Levi, and Eva, whom I was just getting to know, was there with Trig. All of them seemed to genuinely like the show, even the guys, which was pretty cool, considering it probably wasn't exactly their kind of music. But the one person whose opinion I really wanted to know was the one I was most nervous about asking. "So," I said, turning to Cal casually when the conversation had moved on to something else, "hope our set wasn't too boring for you." I found myself using the default teasing tone I used when I was in his presence. It was the tone I always used to mask the fact that I found my best friend's brother distractingly, scorchingly hot. I expected Cal to reply in the same bantering tone that he usually used back with me, but he surprised me this time. Leaning in slightly to be heard over the crowd, he lowered his voice to a husky murmur that unexpectedly sent a shiver down my spine. "It was fucking amazing, Andy. You were amazing." Nothing had prepared me for this moment of sincerity from him. I'd known Cal Greenlee for at least 4 years, and in all that time, we had never had a serious conversation. Every word between the two of us had always been completely superficial, artificially playful. It was just how we were together. For my part, I knew it was a defense mechanism. I didn't know what it was for him. But it was the only way we had ever communicated the whole time I'd known him. It was stupid, yes, but it was also so predictable that I could almost do it in my sleep, which meant that I was able to think about Cal as an actual person as little as possible. But this moment of sincerity, murmured close to my ear in a voice meant only for me, did something completely unexpected to me before I had a chance to put up my defenses against it. The slightest caress of his breath had brushed against my skin as Cal spoke, and all of a sudden it was as though a 4-alarm fire had erupted just beneath my skin. My traitorous nipples hardened underneath the fabric of my bra. A flash of warmth sparked between my legs, followed by the beginnings of a dull ache. I risked a glance toward him as my skin flushed pink, noticing the distractingly soft, sensual curve to his mouth. Before I could stop myself, my own lips parted at the thought of what it would feel like if he kissed me. Shit, I needed to get myself together. "Thanks," I managed to choke out. I took a quick step back and smiled at him teasingly. "I know it's not your type of music. I hope you weren't worried your balls would fall off listening to it." I flinched at my stupid reference to his, package. I had meant to be flippant, but now the image of his male anatomy was in my mind. Damn. The words I had just spoken hung in the air between us awkwardly for a moment as Cal's eyes bored into mine, unreadable. Then, ever so slightly, one side of his mouth curled up. "I'm pretty sure my balls are just fine," he said in the same low voice. Jesus. Fuck, okay. The ache between my legs grew more urgent. I had to get this conversation back on more comfortable ground, stat. Okay, great, good for you. It seemed that I had literally forgotten most of the words in the English language. I couldn't figure out how Cal had managed to completely unhinge me so quickly, in the middle of a crowd of a few hundred people. He bent back down to my ear. "So your next gig is in Denver, then?" he asked. His voice was the same low, sensual cadence as before, but at least the subject had changed, and I was thankful for the lifeline. "Yeah," I stammered, clearing my throat. Good God, it was hot in here all of a sudden. "We don't play live for a few weeks until our first Saturday gig at the Oasis in a month. That should give us some time to work on a few new songs and tighten up our show." He nodded. "Maybe I'll come see you up there sometime," he said casually. I was sure he was just saying it to be nice, but the mere thought that he might actually show up to one of our Denver shows because he wanted to made me feel a little dizzy. "That'd be, great," I said brightly. My face was flaming red, I was sure, and I resisted the urge to fan myself. "Let me know and I can get you on the list." "Sure." He lifted his chin. "Well, doll, I'm gonna hit the road. You take care." He stood up from his chair. I watched him with a mixture of breathless relief and disappointment as he announced to the others he was taking off. Levi said he'd come with him since they were both on their bikes, and kissed Cherish goodbye, telling her to be careful driving home. Cal shot me a final glance and a wink as he turned and headed out of the bar. I flashed him a too-wide smile that I was sure made me look like a maniac. When he had completely disappeared, I suppressed a deep sigh of relief and took a long swallow of my club soda. Holy hell. Talk about awkward. What the hell was wrong with me? I cut a quick glance at Seton to see if she'd noticed anything, but she seemed completely normal. The rest of us stayed at the bar chatting for about another half hour and then said our goodbyes. Seton hugged me and congratulated me again as we split up by our cars, and I headed home, my head buzzing with all sorts of emotions. I was pretty sure I was going to have a hell of a time sleeping tonight. A few minutes later, I pulled my trashed blue Kia up to the apartment complex where I lived and got out of the car. Raising my hands above my head, I gave myself a long stretch and breathed in deeply, then exhaled. What a night. I slammed the door, not bothering to lock it, and headed up the walk toward my building, trying and failing to get Seaton's wild child younger brother out of my traitorous head. I had known Cal for almost as long as I'd known Seaton, and he had always been sexy as hell, but completely irresponsible. If I remembered correctly, Cal was 2 years younger than I was, which would make him 22 now. Not that you'd be able to tell he was that young. Given his height, his muscular frame, and the scruff of perpetual 5 o'clock shadow on his jaw, he was all man, any trace of boyhood left behind long ago. I remembered only too well how Seaton had despaired of him ever pulling his shit together for the longest time, and how upset she was when he decided to prospect with the Stone Kings. But ironically, C had eventually been forced to admit that Cal had become a lot more responsible in recent years, precisely because of the club. Seaton had told me that, in a strange way, being part of a brotherhood of men who needed to know they always had one another's backs had made Cal a better man. And as a consequence, it had made him a better brother as well. Cal and Seaton's relationship had never been better than it was right now. I knew she was incredibly happy to have her brother back in her life on a more regular basis. And I was happy for her, because like her, I knew what it was like not to have a lot of family around to rely on. But the funniest thing was, in spite of all her original complaining about the MC, Seaton had gone and fallen in head over heels in love with the president of the Stone Kings, Grayson Stone. The fact that she was now the old lady of the president of a club she used to hate was something I never tired of pointing out to her. But all kidding aside, I knew that C was happier than she had ever been in her life, and that Gray Stone was the best thing that had ever happened to her. All you needed to do was spend a few minutes in their company to know that Gray and C just fit. No one who ever saw the way they were together would have any doubts that their relationship was the real deal. And now, after months of trying to get pregnant, C was going to have Gray's babies in a few months. Twins, a boy and a girl. I knew those little ones would be loved and pampered by both of their parents. And I was sort of hoping to be a surrogate auntie. It was about as close as I was likely to get to having a family of my own. I unlocked my door with a wistful sigh and tried to push away the maudlin thought that had crept unbidden into my head, but it was no use. As much as I worked to project the image to the outside world that Andy Wagner didn't need anyone or anything, the truth was that sometimes it was really tough to be alone. My own family, what little there was of it, wasn't in the picture. I did have a mom and a younger half-sister out there somewhere. I even had an aunt here in town that I saw every once in a while when she invited me over for dinner. And a stepdad. My gut twisted at the thought. No, I wouldn't think about any of that now. I pushed the thought angrily away as I had done so many times in the past. I wasn't going to let myself fall down that rabbit hole, especially after what a good night I'd had. The only time I allowed myself to go to that dark place was when I was up on stage, singing songs I had written that only I knew the stories behind. The music helped me to keep the demons at bay, to compartmentalize feelings and traumas that threatened to pull me down into the abyss if I let them. The rest of the time, I kept the black thoughts locked up in a mental strongbox, the key buried deep inside me. It was okay, though. I was used to it. I was strong. I had to be. My mind went back to my best friend and the life she had made with Gray Stone. I knew she had had her own share of tough times in the past, and I was so happy that she had found peace and contentment. Sometimes I felt just the smallest hint of jealousy creeping into my heart through my happiness, and I would quickly stop myself from going down that road. Because even though I had managed to make a pretty decent life for myself, part of me wished that I had what Seaton had. I wasn't too sure about the baby's part, true. But the rest of it? Deep down inside, I wished I could believe that there was someone out there for me that I'd be able to commit to forever. Someone I just knew in my heart, in my soul, was the man for me. Like Seton did with Gray. I'd listened to her talk about him enough times to see that sparkle in her eye, the adoring tone in her voice when she described something he'd said or done. Seton was all in for Gray. And judging from the way he looked at her whenever I saw them together, he was even crazier about her than she was about him. God, I wanted someone to feel that way about me. The problem was, I knew damn well I would never let anyone get that close to me. I had too much to hide, too many secrets that I'd never be able to trust a man, any man, to keep. So instead, I kept mostly to myself and hooked up with guys I didn't care about when my vibrator wasn't enough to keep my hormones at bay. And right now, the 14-month dry spell I'd been in was making me wish I had a friend with benefits I could call up to celebrate my successful last show at Hammy's with a good roll in the hay. Unfortunately for me, Cal Greenlee was not a good candidate for the position. Light flooded my tiny little apartment as soon as I flipped the switch and threw my bag on the small table next to the door. It was just a studio, less than 600 square feet with hardly enough room to move around in. But it was the first space I'd ever had all to myself, and it was mine, and that was enough for me. Since the apartment was so small, I kept the place meticulously clean, in sharp contrast to the persona of the carefree, live-in-the-moment rocker girl I projected in public. In truth, I was something of a homebody, and this space was my haven, my refuge away from the world. Which was why, when I saw the small, unassuming scrap of paper lying on my otherwise bare kitchen table, the hair on the nape of my neck instantly lifted in alarm. For a moment, I stared at it, uncomprehending. Then, once my eyes registered what was written on it, I let out a sharp cry of shock as I realized what it was. To anyone else, the stub might not have registered immediately as anything important, but that was exactly why it was so frightening. That one small piece of paper sent a clear and unmistakable message to me. It told me that all of the little things I'd been noticing as out of place in my studio over the last few weeks hadn't been my imagination. That, in fact, someone had been in my apartment in my absence tonight, and probably many times in recent weeks. With a trembling hand, I reached down to pick up the scrap, staring at the logo I knew only too well. It was the Hammy's logo, the one they printed on all the tickets to the shows they charged an entrance fee for. Below the logo, I read the words printed on the ripped stub of the ticket, a pit of dread opening in my stomach. Hammy's Bar presents The Nopes, with special guests, the Creepers. Whoever had been in my apartment had also been at the Nopes show at Hammy's tonight. They had been watching me as I performed with my band on that stage, and they wanted me to know it.
3. Cal. Gray had gotten back late Saturday night from his trip to Las Cruces to meet with the president of their chapter. I got word from Trigg that the Prez was calling a special meeting of church the next day in the afternoon. I spent Sunday morning doing some shit around my place and working on my bike, then headed out to the clubhouse in time to throw back a beer or two and hang with the brothers before it was time for business. I was curious to hear what Gray had to say and what his meet-up with Slayer, the president of the Las Cruces chapter, had been about. As we filed into the chapel and took our places around the table, I noticed he didn't look particularly out of sorts. I took it as a good sign, but Gray was one notoriously tough-to-read motherfucker, so it was sometimes hard to get a beat on his mood. The gavel banged and the meeting was called to order. There was the usual discussion of nuts and bolts of the club, finances, reports on different ongoing business ventures we had, etc. When all that was finished, Gray took the floor and spoke. "Wanted to give you an update on my meet-up with Slayer," he began. "He called me up because he's seen a spike in outside drug dealing in Las Cruces, similar to what we've been seeing in Lupin the last couple of months. His sources and mine agree it's not the Ravagers in either case." Gray looked around the room as we digested this. Though the information that Las Cruces was dealing with an increase in drug was new to us, the club already knew about Lupin's similar spike. The local chief of police, Track Atkins, had come to us a few weeks ago to discuss the problem. The chief had an understanding with Gray and with the Stone Kings in general, born out of mutual benefit. The chief's operating budget didn't allow him to hire enough officers to police the town adequately. So, in exchange for him looking the other way at some of our more suspicious activity, we kept our illegal shit outside the city limits and also provided a certain amount of enforcement of a kind that the Lupin PD couldn't engage in without risking investigation if they were found out. After a moment, Gray continued. Profile of how this is going in both places seems pretty similar. They started to see the uptick around the same time we did. The primary targets seem to be younger kids, some as young as middle school. Christ almighty, swore Trigg. Who the fuck targets little kids? Pieces of shit who want easy pickings, Levi growled, his jaw tensing. Pieces of shit with a goddamn death wish, Trigg corrected him. A loud chorus of agreement echoed him. The Stone Kings weren't exactly angels, true. We'd done our share of running drugs north of the border and guns toward the south. But one thing we did not do was shit where we lived, and we'd be damned if we let anyone else shit where we lived either. Well, these dickbags can't be that hard to catch, Repo remarked. Anyone who goes after kids has got to be a little more than a goddamn coward. You'd think, Gray agreed. Except from what I'm gathering from Slayer, they're doing a pretty good job of covering their tracks. They use kids they recruit to go into schools to sell. The kids are paid just enough to keep them loyal, and they get them to start using too. So they're not going to stop or their supply will get cut off. But the kids don't know anything about who they're dealing with. Their suppliers don't give them any names. Use different burner phones to text them a code word. The kids can't even identify them physically that well because they meet up in places where it's usually too dark to see them. Moose, our enforcer, swore. Can't they do a setup? A sting? Send the kid in with some backup to sweep in later and grab the suppliers? He cracked his knuckles. I'm pretty sure we could get him to talk. Gray shrugged. Seems like so far, whoever it is has enough eyes on the kids to avoid that. Apparently the cops have picked up a couple of kids who were dealing in Las Cruces, but their contact or contacts went silent as soon as they did. Like our club here in Lupin, the chapter in Las Cruces had a mostly decent hands-off relationship with their local police chief. God damn, Pig muttered angrily. Fucking middle school. I got a kid that age. We can't afford to let shit get any worse than Lupin. Gotta nip it in the bud, Gray announced. The PD ain't gonna do jack shit about it. They don't have the manpower, and most of them aren't good for much more than writing a goddamn speeding ticket anyway. So, he looked around the table. Keep your eyes open and beat the trees for any intel you can get on whoever these cocksuckers are and where they're from. A murmur of assent went around the table, and the meeting ended. After church, I followed Gray over to his place on my bike. The two of us had been doing some work building a deck on the back of the house that he and Seaton had bought recently. He was doing the deck mostly for C, to give her a nice place to sit and relax as her pregnancy progressed. We pulled up to their place, and my sister came out of the house just as we were parking the bikes.
Hey, boys,
she greeted us as she walked down the driveway to us. At 6 months pregnant, Seaton was just now really starting to show. The farther along she got, the more I had to admit she had this crazy radiance about her. I always thought that was bullshit, what they said about pregnant women glowing. But at least in her case, it was totally true. Maybe it was just happiness, I don't know. But she just looked serene, calm, settled in a way I never remember her looking before. It was weird, but also pretty cool. It did my heart good to see my sister so happy. Gray and I went out back and started work where we had left off a couple days before, and Seaton came out periodically to chat with us and bring us water and beer so we didn't overheat. It was the kind of work I really liked to do. Physical, but not too complicated, and with pretty immediate results. It was satisfying. A few hours and beers later, the deck was finished except for staining it. C had a doctor's appointment the next day, and Gray was planning to go with her, so I told them I'd come back and put the first coat on while they were out. C invited me to stay for dinner, but I was pretty damn grimy from all the work and didn't want to track it into her house, so I took a rain check and she walked around the house with me to see me off.
Thanks again for all the help, Cal,
she said as we strolled toward the bike. Her arm went around my waist and I gave her a one-arm hug, being careful not to get her too dirty. No problem, I replied, and I meant it. Couple of coats of stain and she'll be ready to go. She smiled at me.
It's nice to have you around more, Cal. It's nice to have a brother again.
Seton and I didn't have much in the way of family ties. Our dad was dead, killed in a drunken altercation when we were kids. Our mom had remarried and lived out in Scottsdale with her dentist husband, Darryl. Ma seemed to prefer to pretend like she didn't have kids most of the time, so she was mostly out of the picture. We had an older brother, too, Reed, but neither Seton or I had seen or heard from him in years. Until pretty recently, the two of us hadn't been particularly close either. That was mostly my fault, since I had been more interested in chasing pussy and raising hell to pay much attention to much else. But I was trying to make up for my old selfish ways, especially now that she was going to be a mom. And on days like today, it was worth it to see the happiness on Seton's face as she watched Gray and me work together. We had reached my bike, and I hopped on and started it up. Make sure to leave the garage unlocked tomorrow so I can access the stain and brushes, I called out over the engine.
Will do. I'll leave the key to the house under the back mat, too.
Seton leaned over and kissed me on the cheek.
Thanks, Uncle Cal.
She smiled at me, placing a protective hand over her stomach. I gave her a finger wave as I pulled out of the driveway and headed the bike toward home. Huh, Uncle Cal. I hadn't really thought about it like that before. The next day, I was back at it over at Seton and Gray's house, staining the deck with no company but a crappy old boombox I found in the garage. It was a beautiful fucking day for it. Just hot enough for the sun to feel good on your skin. I had removed my shirt to take advantage of the rays and was working in just a pair of old jeans and some busted-up flip-flops. I found an old classic rock station that was belting out Stones and Zeppelin and shit like that, and turned up the volume just loud enough that it was probably pissing off the neighbors a little. It was the perfect music to listen to while doing this kind of work. I was making so much progress I thought I was pretty sure I'd managed to get the whole thing done before C and Gray got back. In fact, at first I thought the noise I heard behind me when I was on my back staining underneath the deck was C herself. "Hey, you're back early," I said to the pair of female legs that approached. A shriek of surprise greeted me as the legs jumped backward.
"Holy shit!"
A voice that was definitely not Seton's said.
"You scared the hell out of me, Gray."
"I'm not Gray," I grunted. I set down the paintbrush and slid out from under the deck. "And apparently you're not C." Looking down at me, her eyes still wide with the scare I'd given her, was Andy, in a pair of cut-off shorts that made her look like she had legs that went all the way to her neck. My dick thickened in my pants, and I fought like hell to tear my eyes away from looking at them. "Hey," I repeated.
"Hey yourself," she said in a shaky voice. "What the hell are you doing down there?"
"Lying in wait to scare unsuspecting women." I flashed her a cocky grin and hauled myself to my feet, wiping my hands on my jeans. "And staining the deck while I wait."
"Oh."
Her eyes flicked over at the structure, examining it.
"That's right. Seton mentioned you and Gray were building one. It looks good."
"Thanks." Even though I was trying not to let my dick do my thinking for me, I took advantage of her moment of distraction to look her over. Besides the shorts that showed off her tanned, shapely legs, Andy was wearing a simple light pink t-shirt and a pair of dark pink flip-flops that showed off freshly painted red toenails. Her only adornment was an intricate pattern of tattoos on both biceps. Andy always dressed pretty simply, with a minimum of jewelry and other shit like that. The end result was there was nothing to draw your eyes away from how fucking hot she was. My dick started to respond favorably again to the sight, and I forced my eyes back away from her before it became obvious I was getting hard for her. Grabbing the t-shirt I had thrown off onto a lawn chair, I used it to wipe the sweat from my face and upper body. Andy turned back to me, her eyes following the t-shirt and coming to rest for a moment on my bare chest. She reddened and quickly looked away.
So, where are Seaton and Gray?
She asked, studying the deck again. They're at a dock appointment, I explained. Sorry if you rang the doorbell. I can't hear anything out here. The radio was still blaring, and I reached over and turned it off.
Oh.
Andy looked more crestfallen than I would have expected, and for the first time I noticed that she seemed kind of agitated.
I see.
You okay? I asked. Is there anything I can help you out with? Andy opened her mouth and then shut it. Then she did it again.
No,
she said finally in a small voice. I frowned. Are you sure? I took a step closer. She half flinched and crossed her arms.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But her voice didn't sound sure at all. I should have just let it go, I guess. After all, she hadn't come to see me. But there was just something in her tone and in the lost expression on her face that kind of made my gut twist. Her normal brassy bravado was absent, and she seemed really upset about something. I wanted to help her, even though I knew I probably couldn't. But I wanted the chance to. Somehow I wished she would feel comfortable telling me what was wrong, so I could at least try to make it better somehow. It was a strange feeling, and pretty damn new for me. Most of the time I just let people live their own lives, and I lived mine. No attachments, no obligations, except for the club. And more recently, my sister. I felt awkward as shit, but I couldn't stop myself from at least trying to get her to tell me what was eating her. Andy, I said softly. My voice almost didn't even sound like mine. What's wrong? Without even deciding to, I reached forward and took hold of her arm. You look, I searched for the word, stricken.
What?
She said dully.
No, I'm okay, really.
She pulled back from me, gently detaching her arm from my grasp.
Do you know when Seaton and Gray will be back?
I grabbed my phone from the lawn chair where it sat next to my t-shirt and glanced at the time. I don't know. Maybe not for a little while yet. I can't remember what time C said her appointment was. She nodded and looked away almost like she was in a trance.
Okay,
she murmured.
I guess I'd better go. Tell them I stopped by.
Okay.
Sure,
I said doubtfully. I didn't want her to go, but I didn't want to keep her there either if she didn't want to stay. And judging from the expression on her face, she really didn't want to stay. Andy turned to go as I watched helplessly, trying to figure out anything I could say to get her to talk to me. But I couldn't think of a damn thing.
Andy,
I called after her.
What?
Her eyes rose to meet mine, beautiful and sad. There were a million things running through my head, but nothing that wouldn't sound like I was being anything other than the insincere, flirty asshole she knew me to be from long years of experience. Shit.
Take care.
She answered me with a small nod.
Thanks.
And she turned away and was gone.
4. Andy. I stumbled back to my car so discombobulated I barely knew what I was doing. So many emotions were running through my head right now that the adrenaline rush felt like it was going to kill me. I barely made it out of the driveway and out of sight of Seaton and Gray's house before I had to pull over and throw my car into park to wait for my hands to stop shaking. Shit, I muttered to myself as I stared fixedly at the steering wheel. It felt like I was losing it. I had gone over to Seaton's on the off chance that Gray would be there to ask him a favor, but running into Cal, shirtless and sweaty, had sent me into a tailspin of almost irrepressible lust that had left me trembling and dizzy, on top of the fear and worry I was already fighting since I'd found the ticket stub in my apartment 2 nights ago. For some reason, I hadn't bothered to call or text Seaton to check if she was home before deciding to show up at her doorstep on my way home from the hardware store. Maybe it was because I just wanted to see a friendly face so badly, to not feel alone for a few minutes. Maybe I had wanted to confess to someone I trusted what I had found upon coming home Saturday night. But whatever the reason, As I drove past their neighborhood, the idea suddenly occurred to me that maybe Gray would be willing to help me install the new lock I'd bought for my door, and I found myself turning onto their street before I could change my mind. What I'd found instead was sexy, cocky Cal Greenlee. Of course he didn't have a shirt on. Of course he'd scared the life out of me and made me immediately lose all pretense of cool that I usually tried to project around him. He was the worst possible person for me to see at the worst possible time, and it had been all I could do to turn around and flee before I made an even bigger fool of myself. And even more mortifying, he had clearly seen there was something upsetting me and actually tried to get me to tell him what was wrong. And for a moment, I'd even considered it. But the last thing I needed right now, the thing that would make me feel even more crazy and unhinged, was to make the mistake of baring my soul to a guy that made me want to do nasty, sweaty, mind-bending things with him in a darkened room. It wasn't that I was afraid he wouldn't listen if I told him. I knew he probably would, and he'd probably be more or less sympathetic. And it wasn't that I was afraid he'd turn me down if I suggested a stress-relieving romp in the sack. Hell, I had a hard time believing that Cal would ever turn down a chance to get naked with a woman. And that was exactly the problem. I knew, my body knew, that I could end my 14-month dry spell with Cal in a heartbeat if I just said the word. And most of the time I could just about resist him with a big dose of bravado and superficial flirtatiousness. But I wasn't that strong today, and I was definitely in need of comfort. That was a dangerous combination for me where Cal Greenlee was concerned. I didn't do relationships. In some ways, I could hardly judge Cal for being a man-whore, given my own sexual history of casual hookups and one-night stands. But there was a difference. I didn't get involved with men out of a strong sense of self-protection that was learned from bitter experience. Andy Wagner didn't open her heart up to anyone. It was too risky. So I chose men to sleep with that were hot as hell, but who didn't interest me in the slightest, and stayed away from the male persuasion entirely whenever I could feel any sort of emotional funk coming on. It was a strategy that had served me well over the years. It wasn't that Cal was an asshole. Actually, even though he was clearly full of himself and knew exactly the kind of effect he had on women, he was still basically a nice guy. But Cal was a world-class player. In a lot of ways, he would have been a perfect fuck buddy. He was sexy as hell and had a body that made you almost itch with a desire to run your hands over his hard, muscular form. And judging from the effect he had on the women who flocked around him when he entered a room, he seemed to know what he was doing in bed. But the exact qualifications that would make him a perfect hookup were exactly why I needed to stay away from him. He was almost too hot to resist, and my defenses were lower than usual. Not to mention, he was my best friend's brother. Plus, even if I had wanted more than just a quick stress-relieving screw, Cal wasn't someone I could feel safe trusting with the parts of me that were tender or vulnerable. And right now, I was feeling more vulnerable than I had felt in a long time. I sure as hell didn't want to put myself in the position of actually breaking down and confiding in him. Far from making me feel better, I knew telling him why I had been so upset would only make me feel more vulnerable, even though part of me had wanted to. I had gotten away from Cal Greenlee in the nick of time. By now, I had started to calm down a little bit, and my hands were shaking less. I took in a deep breath, then let it out as slowly as I could. Then I did it again. I glanced over at the passenger seat where 2 plastic bags filled with my day's purchases sat. The first order of business when I got home was in the larger bag, which sported the logo of our local hardware store. "Okay, Andy," I lectured myself crossly. "Don't be such a girl. You can do this yourself." And with that, I turned the key in the ignition and drove home to figure out how to change the lock on my door by myself. A couple of hours and YouTube videos later, I dug a screwdriver out of my junk drawer and set out to tackle the project. Changing out a lock turned out not to be as hard as I thought it would be, which was gratifying and even a little empowering. As I worked, I murmured all sorts of girl-powery things to myself about how I was a badass and could handle anything life handed to me. I didn't really believe it, but it made me feel a little better anyway. By the time I was finished and satisfied that everything was working as it should, my stomach was rumbling and I realized it was dinner time. I made myself a comfort food meal of a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup, which I forced myself to eat at the kitchen table like a civilized person. After dinner, I cracked a bottle of white wine and started to pour myself a glass, then thought better of it and put it in the fridge for later. Right now, it was time to deal with what was in the second plastic bag. Putting my dishes in the sink to be washed later, I walked out into the main room where the little bag was sitting on my small couch. I grabbed it and took it over to my bed, where I sat down and opened up my small nightstand near the window. Reaching into the drawer, I pulled out the Browning Buckmark Camper handgun I kept there and checked that the safety was on. I set the gun on the bed, then picked up the plastic bag and opened up the box of cartridges I'd bought that afternoon at one of the local gun shops. I picked up the gun again and slid down the magazine button with my thumb, then inserted the cartridges with my other hand. Sliding the loaded magazine back into the pistol, I turned the safety off, then pulled the slide back and released it. I heard a click as the gun fed the first cartridge into the chamber. Holding my breath, I put the safety back on and slid the gun back inside the drawer, closing it softly. Then after a moment, I opened the drawer again, took out the gun, crossed the room, and slid it into my purse instead.
5. Cal. The next day I was still kind of worried about Andy, even though I kept telling myself that whatever had been bothering her was none of my business. After Andy had left C and Gray's house the day before, I had finished the coat of stain on the deck and they still weren't home. So I left a note on their kitchen counter before I left, saying I'd come back later to do the second coat and that Andy had stopped by to talk. I didn't say anything more about her visit because, hell, I didn't know anything anyway. And I didn't want to intrude on Andy's privacy. That didn't mean I stopped thinking about her. The image of Andy's pale, drawn face stuck in my mind throughout the rest of the day and came right back to me the next morning. A dozen times I thought about trying to track her down and make her talk to me, but I was not the kind of guy people usually came to for advice. Hell, most people would probably look at the way I've lived my life as an example of exactly what not to do with theirs. And Andy, as long as I had known her, only thought of me as Seaton's wild, irresponsible brother. I was hardly the person she was going to open up to about her problems. About the only thing I could think to do next was text Seaton and ask her if she'd managed to speak with Andy since she'd stopped by that afternoon. She texted me back and said they'd talked for a few minutes on the phone that night, and that Andy had said she'd just come over to get advice from Gray about changing out a lock on a door. Normally, a piece of information like that would have just passed right on over my head without me giving it a second thought. But given how agitated Andy had been when I'd seen her last, I found myself wondering whether her wanting to change out a lock had anything to do with the reason she'd seemed so upset. The thought kept turning around and around in my mind, and I couldn't put it aside. Pretty soon, I found myself trying to figure out some excuse to go check up on Andy, just to make sure she was okay. I figured out a possible way to do just that the following day, in the form of paying a visit to Angus North, the owner of Hammy's. Since he'd gotten used to me coming to the bar periodically to check up on things as part of the Stone King's protection, it seemed sort of natural for me to go talk to him about the recent drug spike and potential drug problem coming to Lupin that Gray had asked us to keep an eye on. It was the perfect way to see whether Andy happened to be there tending bar. I rode over to Hammy's in the early afternoon during the lull between lunch rush and happy hour. I found Angus hanging out at the bar, nursing a club soda, watching a ball game and chatting with a tall, skinny bartender named Pete. "Hey, Cal," he greeted me with a wave. "Good to see you. You by yourself today?" Often when I was doing business for the club, I stopped by with Frank or Trigg. "Yeah, just me today," I replied. I pulled out a bar stool next to him and took a seat. "How's it been going?" Not bad, he shrugged. "You want a drink?" "Sure, I'd take a beer." Angus nodded at Pete, who pulled me a draft. "You here on business?" Angus asked. Pete set the glass before me and I took a swig. Yeah, more or less. Just wanted to check in and let you know about a potential issue for you to keep your eye out for. I filled him in on what the club knew about the news coming out of Las Cruces, and that he might see a resulting uptick in drug problems among his typical clientele at the bar. If you notice anything unusual, the club would appreciate it if you'd let us know what you see. I'll do that. Shit, that sucks. He blew out a sigh. World's fucked up, man. You got that right. The two of us sat for a moment, contemplating the fucked upness of a world where people sold drugs to kids. Casually, I changed the subject. Hey, great show Saturday. You really packed it in with the bands you booked, I remarked. Yeah, Andy's band killed it. Of course, they always do. Andy said they're going up to Denver on Saturday starting next month, I commented. Are they still going to book gigs here? For the time being. Probably only once a month or so. But she said as long as she's still tending bar here, she's going to make sure they got room for us in their schedule. It's going to suck when they get too big to play gigs here, though. Angus drained his club soda and started chewing on the ice. Their shows are solid moneymakers. She working today? I asked nonchalantly. Yeah, she's coming in. I can't remember when. Hey, Pete, when's Andy coming in today? He called. 4 to close. Pete called back from down the bar. 4, Angus repeated to me. I laughed. I got that. I may stop by later. I have something I want to ask her. Oh, yeah? Angus threw me a look, but didn't say more. Yeah, it's no big deal. Don't bother telling her I stopped by, in case I don't make it back. I drained my glass and set it down. Well, I better get going, I said, standing up. I didn't bother to ask Angus how much I owed him. Stone Kings always drank for free at Hammy's. There wasn't much going on at the clubhouse when I got back, so I decided to ride around and check on a couple of the other businesses in town that we gave protection to, and ask them to keep their eyes out for drug activity from local kids or outsiders. A little before 5 o'clock, I headed back to Hammy's, noting as I pulled into the parking lot that Andy's beater Kia was parked out back. I parked my bike next to her car and wandered in through the side door. Andy was busy mixing some drinks when I walked in, so she didn't notice me at first. She had on a black Ramones tank top and a pair of faded, worn jeans that cupped her ass and looked almost as soft as I imagined her skin would be. In spite of myself, my dick strained in my pants as I imagined running my hands over her hips, pulling her tight against me. I wondered what she'd sound like, the noises she'd make when I pressed against her hot core and made her squirm. Fuck. Okay, Cal, focus. I slid onto the same bar stool I'd occupied earlier, quickly adjusting myself in my jeans, and waited for her to notice me. She was finishing up 2 drinks that looked like gin and tonics, adding a spritz of something and a lime wedge into each one. Moving down to the other end of the bar, she put out 2 napkins in front of a pair of customers, then set the drinks on top of them. With a brief smile and nod at the 2 of them, she lifted her head and scanned down the bar for new arrivals, her eyes finally coming to a rest on me. With a barely perceptible start, Andy blinked once, her lips parting slightly in surprise. Then, almost instantly, her face transformed into a mask of cool nonchalance. Hey, Romeo, she greeted me, her throaty voice causing a familiar twitch in my already half-hard cock. To what do we owe the pleasure? Just came in for a beer, I said easily. Long day. This makes twice in 1 week you've been in here, she remarked. 1 more time and you'll be a regular. I like the scenery, I grinned, sliding my eyes lazily down her body. It was the sort of meaningless banter Andy and I had engaged in countless times in the past. But somehow, given the strange encounters we'd had in the last few days, something felt different about it. Andy reddened slightly, her eyes flickering. Then the mask was back. What are you having? She asked coolly. Whiskey and a beer chaser. I watched in silence as she set out the shot glass, poured the shot, and then pulled a draft and set it down next to the whiskey. Thanks, doll, I said, and threw back the shot. Another? She smirked, cocking her head. Nah, I'm good. Well then, don't forget to tip the scenery, her lips quirked. I knew I had to keep her talking or she'd move off down the bar to other customers. Hey, the deck's finally done at C and Gray's place. Looks pretty good if I do say so myself. Nice.
I'm sure they appreciate it.
She smiled vaguely, her eyes flicking down the bar. I let Seaton know you stopped by that day. My tone was casual. She mentioned you were wanting help from Gray installing a new lock.
Yeah, she shrugged. But no worries. I managed to do it myself, thanks to YouTube.
She gave me another smirk and flexed her arm in a Rosie the Riveter pose.
I should have just done that right off the bat instead of expecting a guy to do it for me.
Any particular reason you need your lock changed? I asked.
No.
She glanced away from me, seeming suddenly nervous.
I mean, not really. You can't be too careful, you know? Especially as a woman living alone.
Something was up. I could see it in her eyes and in the way she was beginning to fidget. She crossed one arm in front of her chest and grabbed onto the other bicep in a clearly self-protective reflex. It was clear as day. Something was making her feel unsafe in her apartment. My jaw tensed in anger. I wasn't sure whether she had any legitimate reason to be afraid, but it made me feel sick that she would have to worry about her safety. I knew from offhand stuff Seaton had said over the years that Andy didn't really have any family to rely on in the area. If she was afraid of something enough to want to change her locks, she must be feeling even more alone than usual. Yeah, true. Can't be too careful, I murmured, and took a swig of my beer.
You know,
I continued, as if the idea had just occurred to me.
If you want, I could stop by sometime and help you make sure all your doors and windows are secure.
Andy glanced at me sharply.
Yeah, right.
What? I spread out my hands. I'm serious.
What possible reason would you have to do that?
She retorted, then rolled her eyes.
Unless you're just using this as an excuse to try to get into my pants.
Any other time I would have taken that as an open invitation to wind Andy up. Not this time. This time I needed her to know I was sincere. I knew she didn't trust me, knew she thought I was more or less incapable of being anything but selfish and irresponsible. Suddenly, even though there was no reason for her to trust me, I wanted her to see me differently. I wanted her to feel like I was someone she could come to for help. I'm serious, Andy, I said again, my voice growing quiet. I know it must be tough sometimes living by yourself, and I know a fair amount about how to secure a building. My eyes locked on hers. Just come on. What do you say? Why don't you let me stop by and take a look? It'd be my pleasure, really. I was sure she was going to turn me down with some flippant joke and then head back down the bar to end the conversation. But her response convinced me beyond a shadow of a doubt that Andy wasn't just being routinely cautious. She was scared of something, scared enough to take me up on my offer. For a moment she said nothing, her jaw tense. Then she sighed softly.
Okay,
she nodded.
Okay.
6. Andy. If I had been trying to hide from myself how spooked I really was since that ticket stub had shown up on my kitchen table, the fact that I had actually consented to having Cal come over to my place tomorrow and check all the windows and doors was all the proof I needed that I was not dealing well with the situation. Immediately after I told him he could stop by and take a look, I almost changed my mind. But something stopped me. After all, maybe he would figure out something that would make my apartment more secure, and I could use all the help I could get to feel safer and less anxious. I was sure Cal probably did know a fair amount about stuff like that, like he'd said, given whatever it was the MC did to make its money. Seaton had told me that some of the stuff the Stone Kings did in town amounted to being protection muscle and security for hire, since the cops in Lupin weren't all that known for their ability to maintain law and order. Whatever that meant exactly, it was a sure bet that Cal knew more about breaking and entering than I did, which meant he probably knew a lot more about how to stop someone from doing so. Maybe, too, there was something sort of comforting about the idea of someone else being in my space with me. A friend, or at least something like it. The apartment I had always loved and thought of as a haven had started to feel a little like a prison cell in the last couple of days. I constantly felt like I was being watched, even when all the doors and windows were locked and I knew I was completely alone. For the first time since I'd rented the place over a year ago, I found myself putting off going back to my apartment after work, preferring to go for a walk aimlessly around downtown instead. A few times I'd just driven around town until I couldn't figure out anywhere else to drive to, and eventually just turned the car toward home in defeat. I hadn't been sleeping much either, and that wasn't helping to make me any less tense. At night, it took me forever to calm down enough to drift off, and once I finally was asleep, it seemed like every little sound set me bolting upright as if from a bad dream. In fact, that was the very reason why I was sitting on my couch right now at 3 a.m., creeping on people's Facebook pages instead of going to bed after my shift at Hammy's. I'd pulled on the tank top and boxers I normally slept in, but I just couldn't bring myself to get into my bed and turn out the light. I didn't have a Facebook account myself. Well, not one under my real name, anyway. But I had created a dummy account with a fake name and picture so I could look at other people's walls. Mostly 2 people's, actually. The first one was my mom's. The second one, the one I was looking at right now, was Alyssa Conley's, my half-sister. Neither of whom I had seen or talked to in over 6 years. Unlike a lot of girls Alyssa's age, my sister kept her profile pretty wide open, instead of changing most of her settings to private. I knew this because I'd been creeping on her Facebook profile ever since I'd stumbled upon it a couple of years ago. Part of me was alarmed by how open all her stuff was to the world, and that part of me wished she would be more careful. After all, a beautiful girl like her was just the kind of target that someone with bad intentions might choose to prey on. But selfishly, I was glad she hadn't locked down her profile, because her Facebook page was the only way I was able to see anything about her life. It was the only means I had to watch my baby sister grow up. And sometimes I wondered if that was exactly why she did it. I hadn't looked up Alyssa's profile in a while. I didn't let myself do it too often, because it just made me sad and sometimes would throw me into a dark funk for days. But right now, alone in my studio while the rest of the town slept, I was feeling lonely and alone in the world, and I couldn't help myself. Alyssa had posted a photo album a couple of days ago of a recent trip to Turks and Caicos. It looked like she and my mom had gone there together, and my mom was tagged in all the pictures of the 2 of them. As I clicked through the album, the screen filled with selfies of the 2 of them on the beach, by a pool, or sipping drinks with tiny umbrellas in them. There were shots of my sister floating on her back in water so clear that her shadow was clearly reflected in the sand below. There were a few shots of her posing on the sand in a white bikini, her tanned, lithe body looking even darker by comparison to the fabric. She was beautiful, fresh, and lovely as she gave the camera a dazzling smile and tossed her hair back like a model. It was hard to believe she was only 14. There was one person who was conspicuously missing from the photos, but that didn't necessarily mean he wasn't there, I knew. He never let anyone take his picture. My stepfather, Anthony Conley. He was the reason I hadn't seen my mother or sister in all this time. I don't really remember my actual father, John Wagner. For years after his death, it was just my mom and me. My dad had been a carpenter, though not a very successful one, and money had always been tight for them. My mom was working as a waitress when they married, and when I was born, she quit her job to stay home with me. When my dad was killed by a drunk driver one night when I was 2 years old, there wasn't any savings or any life insurance to fall back on. My mom hadn't been to college, and she didn't really have any marketable skills. So after my dad's death, she started cleaning houses for people, which was the only thing she could think of to do that would give her enough flexibility in her schedule to juggle her job and caring for a small child. For years, that was our life. Just Mom and me in a dingy one-bedroom apartment. I was too young to really know the difference at the time, but I knew from my mom that we were poor. Really poor. Poor enough that she would have done almost anything to get us out of our situation. Somehow, I never did quite learn how, my mom met Anthony Conley. She hadn't dated much since my dad died, but soon she was leaving me with sitters a few nights a week and dressing up to go out on the town with him. Then, a few months into their relationship, She asked me if I'd like to move into a big house and have a nice room all my own with all new furniture and a swimming pool. Of course I did. Who wouldn't? My room, at the time, was a single mattress in a closet off the kitchen. I didn't ask any questions about why or how it would happen. I just packed up my few possessions into a ratty backpack like my mom told me to. A few days later, we were living in Anthony's large gated compound, and a few weeks after that, my mom became Mrs. Anthony Conley. I was young enough at the time that it never would have occurred to me to ask how my new stepfather made his money. And to be honest, I'm not sure how much my mom asked about it either. She was too happy to have gotten us out of the life of stress and want to ask any questions that she might not have liked the answer to. As it was, she took to her newfound wealth like a duck to water, and soon she was filling her walk-in closet with shoes and clothes like shopping was her full-time job. My mom spent a lot of time and money decorating my new room, too. When she was finished, it looked like a pink palace suited for a fairy princess, complete with a king-sized canopy bed with floaty white curtains that I could pull shut all around me and pretend I was in a magical cave. Piles and piles of stuffed animals languished in the corners, more than I could possibly play with, and my own closet almost rivaled my mother's in clothes. At first, it felt like I was Cinderella, swept up from a miserable life and plopped down in a castle. It was fun, but it was almost like I was play acting. It didn't feel real. I didn't feel real. And a king-sized bed is pretty darn lonely when you're a 6-year-old girl with no siblings to play make-believe with, even when you fill it with all the stuffed animals you own. Eventually, when the excitement of our new life began to wear off, I found myself spending lots of time alone, playing in my room or wandering through the house looking for something to do. The only company I had most days was one of a series of housekeepers who would grudgingly watch me while my mom was out shopping or to lunch with her new rich lady friends. Starting kindergarten that fall was a huge relief for me, since I finally started to have other friends my age to play with, although my mother would never let them come to the house. Another huge relief was learning how to read. I had been on the verge of deciphering the mysterious code of letters as they arranged themselves on the printed page, and by Christmas of that year, I was reading anything I could get my hands on. I quickly realized that my mother would buy me almost anything I asked for, so I started asking for books to occupy my time. Soon I had a new bookshelf filled to bursting with them. That's how I remember the first few years of my mother's remarriage. My mother was happy, I was mostly left to myself, and a string of housekeepers filed by namelessly in my memory. My stepfather, Anthony, was mostly gone during the day those first couple of years, and I barely ever had any conversations with him anyway. Sometimes at dinner he would ask me how school had been. It was a perfunctory question, and he barely listened to the answers I gave him. It was as though he thought this was what stepfathers did, so he was doing it. Once I had answered him, he'd usually just go back to eating and ignoring me. If only he'd kept ignoring me, maybe everything would have turned out fine in the end. As the years passed, the relationship between my mom and Anthony grew more volatile. Whatever business he was involved in was making him impatient and easy to anger, and he would pick fights with my mom over things like him not liking a dress she was wearing or not making sure that the kind of gin he liked was stocked in the bar. My mother, probably not wanting to rock the boat and risk her marriage, would do her best to placate him. After one of his tirades, she would speak to him in soft, soothing tones, and sometimes they would disappear into their bedroom for a while. When they came out, Anthony would be calmer again, and then he would go to the bar and mix himself a cocktail in silence while my mom asked him what he wanted for dinner. Then, the summer I turned 11, my mom got pregnant. As the months went by and her belly started to swell, my stepfather began to grow even more surly and out of sorts. I was learning to avoid him when he was in his increasingly frequent moods, and tried to spend most of my time in my room when he was at home. But a strange thing started to happen. For the first time I could remember, Anthony began to seek me out. One day, a knock came on my bedroom door, startling me from a book I was reading. Before I could say anything, he opened it and strode inside. I couldn't remember him ever coming into my room before. I was sitting on the bed, the canopy curtains pulled closed around me. I even remember the book I was reading. It was A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, one of the first grown-up books I ever read. I remember I was the same age as Francie in the story. As I sat in my bed, I was pretending to be Francie on the fire escape of her tenement apartment in New York, surrounded by a canopy of leaves from the tree in front of her building. I even had a bowl of peppermint candies next to me, like the ones she had in the book. My stepfather pushed the curtains aside and sat down on the bed next to me. As I stared at him wide-eyed, he started making small talk. I was confused, but answered all of his questions, wishing he would go away so I could continue reading. Then he put his hand on my leg. At first, the things he did were just inappropriate, but not so much that I completely understood what was happening. He would lightly caress my arm or reach over and finger my long blonde hair as he talked to me. Even though I didn't understand what he was doing, I hated it when he touched me like that. One day, I screwed up my courage and went to talk to my mom about it. I told her that he would come into my room, that he would take off his shoes and lie next to me on the bed, that his hand would lightly graze the skin on my bare leg or arm. But there was one thing I couldn't bear to say out loud, even to her, that I noticed his thing would get hard when he touched me. My mother brushed the accusations away. "Honey, he's just more affectionate than you're used to," she told me, shaking her head indulgently. "You're just not used to being around men. You're misinterpreting." "But Mom," I protested, my voice lowering to a near whisper, "his hand went up my leg, almost to my—" I stopped, unable to continue without words to explain what I instinctively knew was wrong, the jolt of fear I had felt. "Baby," she interrupted, her voice a warning. "Don't be ridiculous. Anthony is your father. He would never do anything to hurt you. You are imagining things." She frowned. "It's all those books you read. You're turning into a little drama queen." "I'm not," I protested. But my mom had convinced herself. She leaned back in her chaise lounge by the pool, her hands moving protectively around her very pregnant tummy. "Andrea, do not do this. Do not ruin this for us, honey." Her voice had grown sharp, almost angry. She shut her eyes, and the conversation was over. Although I knew deep down inside that what Anthony was doing was wrong, my mother's words had planted a seed of doubt in my mind. After all, I was young, and like she had said, I didn't really know what it was like to have a father. Maybe I was just misinterpreting after all. But when Anthony came to my room the next time and I tried to push him away, he got angry and clamped his hand around my wrist. "Don't you push me away," he said angrily, his voice a low growl. He shoved me back on the bed and I shrieked loudly in surprise and fear. Alarmed, Anthony let go of my wrist and strode quickly out of the room. I thought I'd managed to make him stop, until that night when he brought me a cup of hot cocoa and insisted that I drink it. What happened next is still hazy in my memory. I know I was too confused to struggle much. It wasn't until later that I realized he'd drugged me that night. All I really remember clearly is that when it was over, he leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Don't you tell anyone. Not now, not ever. I will know if you do." I didn't even know the words to use to tell about it at first. And even if I did, I was afraid my mother wouldn't believe me. My mother, who loved her rich life so much. My mother, who looked the other way at so many other things that my stepfather did. As I had gotten older, I started to realize that whatever Anthony did to earn his money couldn't have been legal. Sometimes men, rough-looking men, would show up at the compound, and Anthony would take them out by the pool to talk business. Occasional snippets of conversation I would catch by walking past open windows would tell me that he was involved in selling something illegal, probably drugs, and that he had people operating for him around the state. If I could learn this from eavesdropping, I was sure my mother must have known, or at least suspected. But she never said anything, never questioned anything. When I finally did have the words to tell her what Anthony was doing, I was afraid she wouldn't believe me. Or worse, that she would, but she wouldn't do anything about it. It went on like that for 5 years. Every 6 months or so, Anthony would have a little too much to drink, and he would come into my room, threatening me with vague but terrifying punishment if I told anyone. Sometimes I was able to run out of the room and avoid him until he passed out from the alcohol. Sometimes I wasn't. Eventually, when I was 16 years old, I screwed up my courage one night at dinner and asked for a lock on my bedroom door. My mother asked why I would need such a thing, and I could feel my stepfather's eyes burning into me. I turned and locked eyes with him as I said I wanted privacy. I dared him silently to say no. I got the lock, but Anthony kept a key. So the next day, I drove my car, a 16th birthday present, to the hardware store. I bought tools and installed a chain on the inside of my door. That night, I sat on my bed, half frozen in fear as he turned the key in the lock. The door pushed open, then caught as the chain grew taut. I was half afraid he would smash the door open, causing the door to splinter as the screws pulled out of the wood, but that would have made too much noise in the still, quiet house. After a moment, the door closed again. That was the last time Anthony tried to get into my room. 2 years later, the day after my 18th birthday, I packed up without telling anyone where I was going and left my house in the mountains outside of Denver. I drove to Lupin, where my mother's only sister lived. My Aunt Lori had always hated my stepfather, so much so that she and my mother had been estranged since before their marriage. I knew Aunt Lori wouldn't tell my mother where I was, and once I'd confessed, in terms that revealed as little as possible, why I had left, she agreed to let me stay with her and finish out high school in Lupin. I'd been here ever since. I wondered sometimes if my mother had ever tried to find me. I knew from the pictures of her and my half-sister on Facebook that she had to still be with Anthony. There was no way they could afford their lifestyle otherwise. As I looked at their smiling faces on my laptop screen now, I felt lonelier than I could remember feeling since I was a little girl, like I'd been forgotten. But I hadn't been forgotten by Anthony. I was almost sure of it. He used to tell me that I was his little girl and that no one else would ever love me like he did. "I will always know where you are, do you hear me?" he used to murmur as he fingered my long blonde hair. "You'll always be mine. I will always know where you are." It was why I'd waited until I was 18 to leave, until I was old enough that he couldn't make me come back. I was too afraid of what he might do to me if he could force me to return. As soon as I was set free, I cut my hair short. It's been short ever since. After 6 years in Lupin, I had finally started to think that maybe Anthony Conley had forgotten about me after all. Now I knew I was wrong. I couldn't think of who else would have broken into my apartment for the express purpose of leaving evidence to show me I was being watched. Probably it wasn't Anthony himself, but one of his men. Either way, I couldn't imagine he would be satisfied with just scaring me. Something was coming, and I had to be prepared for it.
7. Cal. I showed up to Andy's apartment the next day with a drill, some other tools, and a bunch of shit I'd picked up at the hardware store. The building she lived in required a key to get in through the front entry, which was good. I called Andy on the number she'd given me so she could come down and let me in. She came to the door wearing a pair of black yoga pants and a dark blue tank top, her short platinum hair messily covering one eye. I resisted the urge to reach out and push it back away from her face. As I tried not to stare at her, I realized it was the first time I'd ever seen her without makeup. Goddamn, she was fucking gorgeous. Her skin was pale and flawless, her lips a light, pouty pink that I wanted to taste. Without mascara, her eyes were startlingly blue like bright desert flowers. It was actually kind of distracting to look at them, They were almost hypnotizing. Andy was one of those women who was even more beautiful and sexy without makeup, and I knew it was going to be tough to keep my mind on the job at hand instead of trying to think of ways to get under her clothes. But today especially, Andy was off limits. Today, I told myself, I wanted her to think of me as someone who'd helped her, with no expectations of payback. Just someone she could count on. Andy greeted me a little sheepishly and let me in. Her usual brassy flirtatiousness was nowhere to be seen.
Thanks for doing this, Cal. It's really nice of you to take time out of your day to help me.
No worries, I murmured. Like I said, I'm happy to help. I followed her down a long hallway, taking advantage of the situation to stare at her perfect ass and throw out a silent thank you to the universe for yoga pants. She stopped at a door toward the end of the hall and motioned for me to go through. Inside, I found a minuscule studio apartment, tiny and organized almost to a fault. There were hardly any of the normal knickknacks and shit women seemed to love to put all over their places. The few pictures on the wall were arty black and white photos in clean lines and simple frames. The place was cozy, though, and felt comfortable even though it was small. Most of the furniture and stuff fit the space perfectly, and everything was all done up in warm colors, deep reds and dark oranges. She had obviously taken great care to make it feel comfortable and warm. An acoustic guitar sat on a stand in one corner, I noticed, and a second stand with an electric bass stood next to it. Nice place, I remarked. She shrugged.
It's not much, but it's mine.
I set down the large duffel bag I was carrying. Can I take a quick look around?
Quick is the only way to look at a place this size, she smirked. Can I get you anything to drink?
She motioned toward a small kitchenette off to one side. Nah, I'm good. Andy seemed nervous about having me in her personal space. Her eyes were darting around to everything except me. I needed to figure out how to put her at ease. Actually, I began, how about we look around together? I can check stuff out and then tell you what I see. We started at the door, and I looked at the job she'd done replacing the lock. It seemed pretty solid, though she could use some longer screws to make it harder to bust open. There was no deadbolt, which I'd have to remedy. She did have a peephole on the door already, which was good. I talked to her as I checked things out, sort of running monologues so she could feel in the loop, but wouldn't have to talk unless she wanted to. Next, I checked out the windows, which I was happy to see were the kind that could easily be fitted with some vinyl locks and window alarms. We were on the second floor, which made it slightly harder to break in from the outside, so I figured the alarms and extra locks should be enough to secure those possible points of entry. All in all, it looked like I had bought everything I needed from the hardware store and then some. I'd be able to return the shit I didn't use when I was done installing everything. My running monologue seemed to be loosening Andy up a little bit. She started asking for details on a few of the things I'd mentioned, so I went back to the duffel bag in the center of the room and knelt down to zip it open. See, I said, showing her the installations I'd been talking about. I've got everything I need right here. Even the spade bit for drilling into the door for the deadbolt. Her eyes widened.
Oh, wow. How much do I owe you for all this?
Don't worry about it. Most of the stuff in here I found at the clubhouse, I lied. The rest of it didn't cost hardly anything. I had Andy help me out with taking the door off its hinges, then set to work drilling the hole for the deadbolts. Is your landlord going to make any noise about me modifying your door? I asked her as I worked. She laughed.
I doubt it. He's not the most observant guy in the world. I'd be surprised if he even noticed.
Once the hole was drilled through, I grabbed the other tools and began working on installing the deadbolt. Eventually, Andy sat down a few feet away from me and started chatting about this and that. She seemed like she was finally starting to get comfortable with having me there, so I was careful to avoid asking her anything about why I was securing her apartment. We talked about her band, their upcoming gigs in Denver, Seaton's pregnancy, and what being an MC was like.
So, why did you decide to join the MC in the first place? She asked me.
Connection, mostly, I murmured as I worked. I almost stopped there, but something told me that maybe if I told her more about myself, she'd open up a little. Being patched into the MC was a chance to be part of something bigger than me, to belong. I didn't have a dad growing up. Well, you know that. I grabbed the deadbolt and fit it inside the hole. I guess most of my life I just felt like I was drifting, like I had no anchor. The MC gave me a purpose, I guess.
Huh,
she said in a teasing voice.
I just thought it was for the nonstop parade of women who'd do anything to spend a night with a bad boy biker.
I looked over at her and grinned. Any reports of the number of my female conquests have been greatly exaggerated. That wasn't strictly true, but I had a reputation to live down with Andy. I knew she thought of me as a player, as trouble, like someone who only looked to women for one thing. And she wasn't wrong. But Andy was different from the others. She didn't fear me like a lot of women did. She was feisty, not afraid to go toe-to-toe with me verbally. And as much as she liked to joke with me and call me Romeo, I could tell there was something between us. A spark of something deeply primal. A spark that could quickly erupt into a flame if we let it. I shouldn't have wanted that. The world was full of women who wouldn't hesitate to hop in the sack with me. I should have been able to resist this one. But damned if right now I didn't want to peel off that tank top, strip off those yoga pants, and bury my face between her thighs. I wanted to make Andy come. I wanted to make her ride my tongue until she was screaming my name.
Can I ask you a question?
She said suddenly, pulling me from my thoughts. Sure. Shoot. Fuck. Get a grip on yourself, Greenlee.
Does it ever get, boring?
I frowned. Does what ever get boring?
Just the nonstop partying and women.
She shrugged. There was a look on her face I couldn't quite read. It's not nonstop partying and women, I retorted. Well, actually, it kind of was. And strangely, Andy had kind of hit a nerve there. It wasn't that the MC life was ever boring. Hell, there was a shitload more excitement to daily life in an outlaw motorcycle club than most people would be able to tolerate. But as much as I hated to admit it, the women did all kind of run together after a while. Maybe it was being here with Andy now, but when I thought back to the last couple dozen of them, I could barely remember a single one of their names or faces. Normally that wouldn't bother me at all. But as Andy looked at me, her brow cocked at me skeptically, I realized she probably thought of me as pretty goddamn shallow. And that wasn't a feeling I liked very much. I thought about the restless moods I'd been having at odd moments for the past few months, and how Andy, who hardly knew me at all, had just hit on something that had been bothering me for a while now. Something I hadn't told anyone. Hell, she probably had no idea she'd hit a nerve at all.
Okay, she shrugged. It's not nonstop partying and women.
Her slightly mocking tone told me she didn't believe me. Suddenly, I'd had enough of having her think I was just some stupid player. Yeah, okay. Sometimes it gets boring. The nonstop parade of women. I sighed in irritation. Mindless fucking's great and all, but there's not always that much to differentiate them. I looked over at her with an angry frown. You happy now? God damn it, Greenlee. Way to overshare. Andy was quiet for a moment.
I'm sorry,
she said softly.
I didn't mean to. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm being kind of a jerk. Especially because you're being nice enough to help me with all this.
She spread her hands wide to take in the room.
I guess I didn't think saying that would really offend you.
It's no big deal, I retorted, my voice flat. Jesus, why was I acting like such a sensitive fucking flower? Andy and I sparred back and forth. It was how we interacted, and always had been. She was just doing what we always did. I just didn't want her to think of me as some asshole. Frustrated, I shook my head as if to clear it. I didn't want to be having this conversation anymore. So, time for me to ask you a question, I challenged. I stood up with the door and motioned to her to help me maneuver it back on its hinges. Why, specifically, am I here securing your doors and windows for you? I looked at her closely. What exactly are you worried about? And don't say nothing. I'm not buying it. Andy wouldn't meet my eyes. She bit her lower lip in confusion, drawing my eyes to the full, pouty plumpness of it.
Like I said,
she began airily.
You can never be too careful.
I waited for her to continue, my eyes boring into hers now. And after a moment she flicked her eyes to me, then looked down and away, her face flushing.
It's just... I heard about someone else in the building who got broken into recently, she said. I guess the previous tenant never turned in all the keys. So, I thought I should change my locks just in case.
It was pure bullshit. I could hear it in her tone, but I didn't press it. Standing so close to her, I could hear her breathing speed up slightly. Her actions had become jerky again, nervous. I knew damn well something had happened to make her feel unsafe in her own place. But whatever it was, she didn't want me to know, and I wasn't going to get it out of her today. If I tried to press it now, she'd just retreat further back into her shell. I got the door back on the hinges, tested the deadbolt, and drilled some deeper screws for the lock she'd installed. I took out the wireless door alarm I'd picked up and asked Andy to program in a 4-digit code that she would use to disarm it. Within a few minutes, I had it set up and tested. Then I unwrapped the window alarms and locks and installed them, showing her how to arm and disarm everything. She listened attentively but didn't say much, and I could tell she was hoping I wouldn't ask her anything more about why she felt unsafe here. I was standing close to her as I explained how everything worked, my bicep just inches from her full breasts. The scent of her hair, something like jasmine, floated toward me as I bent toward her and demonstrated how to open and close the final window lock. Without thinking, I grabbed her hand, closing it inside mine as I moved it toward the lock and showed her how to undo it. The sudden contact of my skin against hers made her draw in a sharp breath, and she froze instantly. Her hand was small and soft in my larger one. I stared down at them, half mesmerized by the sight. Barely knowing what I was doing, I slid my thumb softly over her knuckles, not wanting to let go. I straightened, her hand still enveloped in mine. My cock hardened and thickened in my jeans as I thought about how easy it would be to bring my mouth down on hers. That's pretty much it, I said, my voice husky with barely concealed lust. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory. But if you have any other questions, or if you want me to come back and show you anything again, let me know. Andy's eyes were huge and dark as she looked up at me.
Okay,
she said unsteadily. Her hand detached from mine and she reached up, trembling slightly to push her bangs away from her face.
Thank you for helping me.
The movement of her arm had made the fabric of her tank top brush lightly against her nipple, and I realized as I saw it grow taut from the friction that she wasn't wearing a bra. Holy hell. I was instantly hard as a rock. Sure you don't need anything else? I said thickly. Andy looked up at me then, her lower lip going between her teeth again.
I'm sure,
she said slowly, her voice nearly a whisper.
I think.
Suddenly the words that were coming out of our mouths had nothing to do with what we were saying to each other. Our mouths were only inches away now, so close that it barely took any movement at all for me to lower mine onto hers, hard enough to back her against the wall next to the window. Before I knew what I was doing, my hand slid around the back of her neck, tipping her head up so that her lips opened to my probing tongue. With a small sound in her throat, so small I almost didn't hear it, her lips moved against mine. Then she was kissing me so desperately, so hungrily that it felt like I was drinking liquid fire. I lowered one hand to her waist, pulling her closer to my aching shaft, and was rewarded with a low whimper as Andy pressed against me, My other hand left her neck and cupped her breast, my thumb going automatically to the hardened nipple I had glimpsed through her shirt. Andy gasped at the contact, her tongue winding around mine even more needily as I began to tease and pinch the hard nub. She moaned into my mouth and the sound went straight to my throbbing cock. "Jesus, Andy," I groaned, my lips leaving hers to find the sensitive skin on her neck. She shuddered as my lips closed around her earlobe and began to suckle. "You have no idea what you do to me." "Oh, God," she moaned, her hips thrust desperately against my shaft. "Oh, Cal, holy shit, that feels so good." My hand left her breast and moved downward, pushing inside the waistband of her yoga pants. She wasn't wearing underwear, and my fingers slid down easily until I found her soaking wet pussy. A growl of satisfaction rumbled from my throat as I inserted one finger, then two inside her, then grazed my thumb softly over her clit. She gasped again and moaned, bucking against my hand. She was wet as hell and getting wetter with every stroke. "Cal," she panted. "Oh my God." I didn't give her a chance to come to her senses, to push me away. Her body was moving with a mind all its own, thrusting and straining toward my fingers. I traced lazy, slippery circles around the slick nub, almost laughing with happiness as she responded with increasingly wanton noises, her hands gripping my arms desperately. "Cal," she whispered, her voice changing to an urgent moan halfway through saying my name. "Oh, Cal, I'm going to come if you keep doing that." "That's the idea, doll." I growled against her throat, nipping against her collarbone. I slowed my pace and lightened my touch, chuckling in satisfaction as she mewed in response and strained toward me. She was getting close now, and soon she would be coming on my hand, her juices running down my fingers, coating them. It was then that I made a decision that surprised even me. I wasn't going to fuck her. Not today. Sure, I wanted to come. Needed to come so fucking bad right now that it was going to practically kill me not to do it. It was all I could do to not carry her to that bed in the corner of the room and plunge my cock balls deep inside her. But I didn't want this to be a one-time thing, I realized. I wanted Andy right goddamn now, but I wanted her again too. And if I fucked her now, I was afraid it would just be a one-afternoon stand. And for the first time in my life, I wanted more than that with a woman. "Come for me, Andy," I urged her, my teeth nipping at the soft skin of her neck. She gripped my arms harder in response and threw her head back. Suddenly she froze, then let out a long, half-crazed moan that ended in a sharp cry. Around my fingers, her pussy contracted as she exploded against my hand. Her hips thrust and bucked, her body shuddered, and I held her close to me with my other arm as her legs grew weak and buckled under her. When her breathing began to slow, Andy opened her eyes and looked up at me shyly. I'd never seen her look shy before. "Jesus," she whispered. I bent down and kissed her. Her tongue met mine hungrily. Andy reached down then and palmed my hard shaft, caressing the length of it. I drew in my breath sharply and tried not to just come in my fucking pants. "Holy shit, Cal," she whispered. "You're big." She opened her eyes and fixed me with a wanton stare. "Fuck me." I groaned. Goddamn, this girl was going to ruin the first real moment of resolve I'd ever had in my life. But I couldn't let myself. I needed her to know I wasn't just there to get off. "Next time," I rumbled into her ear. "Who says there's going to be a next time?" she panted, a trace of her saucy attitude returning. "This does," I replied, bringing my soaking fingers to my mouth. My eyes locked on hers as I sucked her juices from them.
8. Andy. Watching Cal lick my juices off his fingers might just have been the hottest and most embarrassing moment of my life. Almost more embarrassing, though, was what happened next. Nothing. Somehow, after Cal had made me come harder than I'd ever come in my entire life, he just packed up the duffel bag, made sure I had his number in my phone, and told me he'd talk to me soon to see how the locks and alarms were working. Now, as I sat bewildered on my couch, I tried to make any sense at all out of what had just happened. Well, one thing was sure, I told myself wryly. It had been one hell of a stress release. I felt looser and more relaxed than I had in days. It had also been a big mistake. I felt my skin flush hot as I clapped my hands over my face, remembering the last 15 minutes. At the same time, a warm rush of heat began building in my core at the memory, accompanied by a dull ache. Seriously? You just came. But as amazing as the orgasm Cal had given me had been, and it was amazing, my body wanted more. It craved to be filled, taken, fucked. And I couldn't figure out why it hadn't happened. I knew Cal had wanted it. Hell, all I had to do was check out what was going on underneath his jeans to know that he was hard as steel and huge. My core pulsed almost painfully at the thought of it. He had wanted me. If I hadn't known from his massive erection, the unconcealed look of lust in his eyes as he had sucked my juices off his fingers would have told me everything I needed to know. So why hadn't he fucked me? I had even asked him to, I thought, reddening, and he'd turned me down. I didn't get it. Maybe he had a hell of a lot more self-control than I had given him credit for. Maybe he had remembered that his sister was my goddamn best friend and grown a conscience, unlike me. But no. Next time, he'd said. Would there be a next time? The ache between my legs increased to a throb. God help me, I hoped so. I had plans to go to my Aunt Laurie's house for an early dinner, then band practice after that, so I hauled myself up off the couch and went to take a shower. I tried not to think about Cal's hands and how they would feel on my naked body as the warm water slid over my skin. I tried and failed not to think about how Cal's solid, hard length would feel in my hand, how his velvety skin would feel on my tongue. What sound he would make when he lost control and came in my mouth. Usually, showers relax me, but I emerged even more jittery than I was and hurriedly got dressed before I could talk myself into having an emergency session with my favorite vibrator. I grabbed my bass and threw it into its case, checked my new window alarm and locks to make sure they were all secure, and took off for my aunt's, making sure to grab the key for the new deadbolt that Cal had left on my coffee table. I threw the bass into the back of my Kia and headed over to the house where I had spent the last 6 months of my high school career. Aunt Laurie greeted me at the door in an apron that said, "Last time I cooked, hardly anyone got sick." Her short, dirty blonde hair had been cut recently, the style making her look more severe than she actually was. "Come on in," she said. "BJ is in the kitchen." BJ was my Aunt Laurie's girlfriend. I thought her name was Barbara Jean or Bobby Jean or something similar, but I couldn't remember because no one ever called her anything but BJ. She was a fit, attractive woman in her late 40s and had flashing blue eyes and short dark hair with streaks of gray that she didn't bother to cover up. The two of them had been together for a little over 3 years now, but they didn't live together because BJ had a huge bull mastiff and Aunt Laurie didn't like dogs. I followed Laurie into the kitchen to find BJ seated on one of the high stools at the center island, a glass of red wine in her hand. She stood and gave me a quick hug, which I returned, breathing in her familiar, clean, soapy scent. "How are you doing, kid?" she asked me. "Fine," I answered, slipping onto the stool next to her. "You?" "Good. Getting ready for school to start again." BJ taught 7th grade science at the local middle school. She picked up her glass and lifted it toward me. "Laurie's keeping me fed and liquored up." I laughed. Laurie grabbed a glass from the corner cupboard and set it down in front of me. "BJ, make yourself useful and pour Andy some wine," she said in mock irritation. BJ did as she was told and handed me a half-filled glass of Merlot. Laurie pushed a bowl of green beans toward us. "Here, snap these," she commanded. We settled down to work as Laurie cooked, catching up on what each of us had been up to in the 6 weeks or so since I'd seen them. I filled them in on the Nope standing gig in Denver, and Lori raised her glass in a good luck toast to the band. I lifted my glass and drank, feeling content and almost normal. When I asked Aunt Lori what was new with her, she seemed to hesitate for a moment. "Oh, you know," she said casually. "Same old, same old." Lori had her own business in town, a local branch of a national insurance company. She liked to say that in her business, boring was the best you could hope for. "That sounds like good news," I grinned. "Yeah." Her voice trailed off. "There was one thing that happened this week, though." Lori shot me a quick look. "Your mom called." I froze. As far as I knew, the two of them hadn't talked since long after I'd left home. "Oh?" My voice was brittle. "What did she have to say?" "Not much." Lori frowned. "She said she just wanted to touch base, make sure I was still at the same number. Asked if I was still living in Lupin." She shook her head. Not sure what prompted her call. I let out the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I knew from what my aunt had told me several years ago that my mother had called Lori a day or so after I'd taken off. At my request, Aunt Lori had told her that she didn't know where I was, but that I'd called earlier that day and told her I was safe. When Lori told my mother I'd left because of my stepfather, my mom grew quiet, then said I was inventing stories and hung up the phone. Mom hadn't called Lori since. Until last week, apparently. A roil of emotions churned through me, making me feel sick and a little dizzy. "Did she say how Alyssa is?" I asked. My voice sounded far away in my ears. "She said everything was fine and that Alyssa's doing well." I forced myself to ask the question. "Did she ask about me?" Lori seemed to wince. "No, honey, she didn't." I nodded. Somehow I'd known she wouldn't. "It's okay," I said, my voice cracking a little. BJ poured the last drops from the bottle into my glass. "I'll open another one," she said quietly and went to the pantry. The rest of the meal passed uneventfully. Lori made pork chops on the grill, and we carefully avoided any other subjects that would bring our moods down. I helped the two of them clean up, then told them I had to head off to band practice. On the way out, Lori gave me a long hug. "I'm sorry, honey," she said to me in a sorrowful voice. "I thought about not telling you, but I didn't think that was quite fair." "No, it's okay," I protested. I'm used to it by now." I gave her a weak smile. "At least I know Alyssa's okay. That they're both okay, I mean." "See you next month?" she asked. "Yep," I promised. "I'll bring a main dish next time if we can schedule it on a day I don't have practice." Despite the news about my mother's strange phone call to my aunt, I was in a pretty good mood overall as I drove over to the strip mall that housed the empty storefront we rented as a practice space. I was well fed, I had spent time with the only real family I still had, and for the next couple of hours I would be singing and playing music I loved. I liked practices almost better than performing sometimes. There was something about talking techniques and different ways to play certain passages with people who were as passionate about music as I was. It fed a part of my soul that was intellectually engaged with the music as well as spiritually. As we moved through the set we had planned for our next performance, Kai, Emmy, and the others seemed to be enjoying the rehearsal as much as I was. By the time we were finished and I was packing up my bass, my troubles seemed far away, and I was feeling light and optimistic about our upcoming Denver gig at the Oasis. I wandered out to my car, checked under the car to make sure no one was lurking outside it, then opened the rear door and set the bass case in the back seat. Since my Kia was old and crappy, I never bothered locking it, mostly because I didn't want to have to pay for a broken window that would probably cost more than the car was even worth. Carter called goodbye to me from his van, and I waved back at him as he turned out of the parking lot and headed toward home. I pulled open the front door of my car and climbed in, noticing that something crunched under me as I sat down on the seat. I reached under my butt and pulled out a now crinkled square of paper. Keeping the door open so I could see what it was by the overhead light, I peered at it. and dropped it like it was on fire when I realized what it was.
9. Cal. I barely made it inside my place before my pants were at my knees and I was stroking myself to completion in the front entryway. I leaned against the wall, my cock as hard as a wooden bat, remembering every last hot detail of making Andy come under my hand. Her soft moans, the sharp cry as she climaxed, the taste of her on my fingers. I thrust forward, my hand gripping my shaft tightly as it throbbed in my fist. Before I even knew how close I was, I gasped, and then I was coming, harder than I've come in years, making a huge fucking mess of the wood floor in front of me. I shut my eyes as the shudder moved through me, and I had to lean against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Holy fuck. It was a miracle I even made it home. Still breathing hard, I peeled off my shirt and threw it on the floor, moving it around with my foot to mop up the mess I'd made. I'd clean it up better later, but a wave of exhaustion fell over me from coming so damn hard, and I just wanted to take a nap. I stepped out of my jeans and grabbed my clothes and walked naked to my bedroom. I dumped my jeans on a chair, tossed the shirt in the laundry basket, and sat down on the bed. Not bothering to pull back the covers, I fell back and shut my eyes. Before I knew it, I was sleeping like the dead. When I finally woke up, it was almost 3 hours later and my stomach was rumbling. I pulled on my jeans and trudged to the kitchen to make myself a sandwich. As I sat down at the kitchen table to eat it, I found my thoughts drifting back to Andy again. Jesus, when had any woman set up permanent camp in my mind like this? Probably never, I realized. My dick stiffened in my pants as I remembered again with satisfaction how the normally so cool and in control Andy had thrown back her head and surrendered to her shaking climax under my hand. Good God, it was the sexiest fucking thing I'd ever seen. When I'd finished my sandwich, I headed to the shower and turning on the water as hot as I could take it. As I soaped up, I imagined what I would do to Andy if I had her in there with me. I thought about running my hands over her water-slick breasts, tonguing the nipples to hardness as she moaned at my touch. I'd spread her legs and lift her up, pushing her back against the wall. Then I'd thrust myself deep inside her. My balls ached at the thought. I'd fuck her hard, pushing myself inside her over and over until she was crying my name, her pussy pulsing around me as she climaxed. My hand slid up and down my shaft as I pictured each delicious thrust. I gripped myself tightly and went faster, faster, as in my mind I thrust deeper inside her. With a loud shout, I emptied myself, coming so hard I heard it hit the wall. Holy hell. In a daze, I finished soaping up and shampooed my hair, then turned the temperature down and stood under the water for a few minutes, just enjoying the coolness on my skin. After I'd shut off the water and toweled myself dry, I decided to head over to the clubhouse and see what the brothers were up to. Half an hour later, I was shooting the shit with Trig and Moose and watching them try to beat each other at pool, a cold bottle of beer sweating in my hand. I bet this piece of shit $50 he couldn't best me, Trig bragged, and so far it looked like he was right. Moose was behind by 2 balls, and it looked like Trig's next shot would be an easy one. After he sank that one, all that would be left was the 8-ball. I gotta let him win, Moose joked. He loses $50, Evil will have his nuts in a vice. Trig laughed. Whatever you need to tell yourself to preserve your sensitive manhood, brother. Trig had been the biggest pussy hound in the club until recently, and the fact that he had finally met his match and settled down was a huge source of amusement for the men who were still single. Luckily, Trig wasn't at all bothered by the ribbing. He was so damn happy with Eva that nothing riled him anymore. Trig had been like an older brother to me since I was a prospect, which I had needed early on. My own brother, Reed, had been AWOL for years, and my father was dead, so I had been running pretty wild with only a mom who couldn't control me and a sister who seemed to exist only to try to break my balls. Trig took me under his wing, but more importantly, he treated me like an equal. I respected the hell out of him. It was great to see him so content now. And Eva, I had to admit, was pretty great. Not to mention hot as hell. "Hey," Moose said to me as he lined up his next shot. "You hear about the kid they caught dealing eights at the high school?" Heroin. Shit. No. Jesus fuck. Yeah. Moose took his shot, which glanced off another ball and didn't make it in. "Motherfucker," he spat in disgust. "It's some kid from the trailer park on the other side of town. 15 fucking years old. Cops picked him up after one of the other kids narked on him. I guess he's cooperating, but, like we thought, he doesn't know anything much about the guys above him. Only knows 2 guys. Doesn't know their names. Meets them in different places. Doesn't have a phone number. He can't contact them. They just text him a code word from a different number every time." Trigg swore. "Hope that fucking kid hasn't got himself addicted. He just bought himself a trip to juvie at the very least." I felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Hell, as wild as I'd been at that age, it could have easily been me. I tossed out a silent wish to the universe that whoever this kid was would get his shit together before he made a mistake that bought him a conviction as an adult offender. I was one of the few in our club that hadn't done any time in prison, which was a minor miracle considering some of the shit I'd done back in the day. The thought of being locked away behind bars made me feel claustrophobic as hell. "We gotta make some headway on finding out who these fuckers are," I scowled, but I knew it wouldn't be easy. "Any of the brothers have a kid in high school who could tell us who their classmates are that are dealing?" Moose frowned. "I don't know how old Pig's daughter Jenny is," he said. "Maybe 13? That's probably too young. We need high school kids." "Church is tomorrow," I pointed out. "Let's take it to everyone. Get a plan for ending this." "Yeah," Trigg said gloomily. "Let's stop talking about this shit, though. It's fucking depressing. We keep it up, I won't be able to fully enjoy kicking Moose's ass." True to his word, Trigg sank the 8-ball on its next turn and didn't waste any time rubbing Moose's nose in it. Moose, apparently a glutton for punishment, immediately challenged Trigg to another game, and I went off to find some other entertainment. I had just sat down at the bar and struck up a conversation with Johnny, the bartender, when I felt a soft touch on my arm. I turned to find Claudia, one of the club whores.
"Hey there, handsome," she cooed. "You lonely?"
She turned up the corners of her mouth in a cherry-colored smirk and cocked her head at me, her deep auburn hair falling over one shoulder. Leaning it a little closer, she pressed her perfect tits against my arm, then half closed her eyes and parted her lips seductively. My dick got half hard at the knowledge of what Claudia could do. She and I had shared more than one fine moment in the past, and she gave one hell of a good blowjob. Normally, I wouldn't have thought twice about taking her up on her offer in one of the apartments upstairs. But today, the memory of how Andy's deep blue eyes had fluttered closed just as she exploded into her orgasm pushed from my mind the thought of any other woman. I wanted Andy more than I'd ever wanted any woman in my life. And until I'd had her, no other woman would do. "Sorry, darling," I drawled, shooting her a lopsided grin. "I'll have to take a rain check on that tempting offer." Claudia pouted her lips at me.
"You're no fun,"
she sulked. "Sorry about that. I got important club business on my mind." Hey, it was half true anyway. Unfortunately, Claudia's expert ministrations would have been a great way to kill time and alleviate the restlessness I was feeling, if I'd been so inclined. As it was, I kept thinking back to Andy, wondering where she was and what she was doing. I thought she'd mentioned something about band practice tonight. Her gig in Denver was starting in a week or so, if I remembered right. Maybe I'd make the trip up to the city to see it and surprise her. I wondered what her reaction would be if I did. I had Johnny at the bar set me up with a shot glass and a bottle and wandered over to a group of brothers drinking and shooting the shit, preparing to join them. Just as I'd sat down, I felt the phone in my back pocket buzz, and I took it out to check who was texting me.
"I don't know."
Take a break from the words, not the journey. This gentle tune is here to guide your mind towards stillness. Thank you for your time.
if you're busy, but if not, I could use someone to talk to.
It was Andy. Where are you? I pressed send and waited.
I'm at home.
I was already standing up and walking to the door. Be there in 10. When I got to Andy's apartment complex, she was standing outside of the parking lot, next to her car. Her arms were crossed, hugging her chest. She looked cold. I pulled up in the space next to her and cut the engine. What are you doing out here? I asked her. For a moment she was silent.
I'm afraid to go inside,
she said finally. What? Why? I slung my leg over the bike and stood up. Your place is locked up as tight as a drum, Andy. You will know in a second if anyone has broken in. In a small voice she murmured,
I'm afraid there might be someone waiting in the hallway.
Jesus, something really had her spooked. I'd never seen her like this before. Okay, I nodded.
Come on.
I picked up the guitar case that was sitting on the ground next to her. Then, without thinking, I took her hand in mine and led her toward the front entrance, noting that her fingers twined into mine without a moment's hesitation. When we reached the front door, she reached into her bag and took out her keys with her other hand, not letting go of me as she did so. She unlocked the door and I went in first. In silence, we walked up the stairs to the second floor. I scanned the area as we went, not knowing what or who I was looking for, but in any case, no one was around. We reached her door and she finally dropped my hand, searching through the keychain and finally sticking one of the keys in the new deadbolt I'd installed. She turned the key in the lock as I watched. I reached in front of her and turned the knob, then took her hand again. The door alarm began to beep its 30-second warning. Pushing the door open wide, I let the light of the street lamp show me there was nothing immediately in front of me, then stuck my head in just a little to look around. As I had known would be the case, there was no one inside. I reached around the corner for the switch and turned on the lights. Stepping through the doorway, I pulled gently on Andy's hand and felt her come in behind me. She went to the alarm and typed in her code to disable it. Then I led her to the windows and let her see that the locks were still in place and the alarms were still set. Andy's body visibly relaxed when we'd finished checking everything.
Okay,
she said, shaking her head.
I feel like an idiot now.
Don't feel like an idiot, I told her. It's always better to be cautious in a situation you think might be dangerous.
I know,
she sighed.
But I shouldn't have asked you to come all the way over here to protect me like I'm some child. I should be able to take care of myself.
She hugged her bag to her chest like a shield. Andy, I said, stop. I put my hands on her shoulders. She looked up at me with those fucking gorgeous deep blue eyes. I don't mind. I'm happy to help you out. I'm glad you felt like you could call me.
Okay,
she said in a half whisper.
I don't know how to thank you.
I do, I murmured. I know exactly how you can thank me. Andy's eyes widened. A pink flush of color bloomed on her cheeks as her lips parted in something I almost read as shock, but then realized it was something else. Anticipation. Andy thought I was asking her for sex, and she wanted me to. Unfortunately, as badly as I wanted to take advantage of this unexpected development, I had something else in mind, and it couldn't wait. I grabbed her hand in mine again, my eyes not leaving hers. You're going to tell me what the fuck is going on?
10. Andy. Once Cal and I were in my apartment and he'd made sure no one was inside waiting for me, I felt like the biggest fool in the world for asking him to come to my rescue like a knight in shining armor for some silly princess. If I'd had any guts at all, I would have just taken out the gun I'd been keeping in my purse for the past week and gone into the building myself. I knew how to use the Browning, at least in theory. I'd taken some gun safety classes when I'd first bought the thing a year ago, but since then I hadn't so much as touched it until last week. In fact, I'd almost forgotten I had it until the night I pulled it out of the drawer of my nightstand and realized I'd never even bought bullets for it. But knowing how to use a gun in theory and being faced with the possibility of flipping off the safety and walking into a situation where you might have to use it were two completely different things. The fact was I'd chickened out, too afraid I'd panic and do something horrible like shoot an innocent stranger. So I'd called Cal, because he was literally the only person I'd told about feeling unsafe recently. Cal knew basically nothing about why I was so afraid, and yet when I'd texted him, he had immediately come running to help me, no questions asked. Now, though, he was demanding answers. And as much as I wanted to pretend I was just being flighty and silly, I realized that I owed him some. Wordlessly, I reached into my back pocket and took out the smallish folded piece of paper. I handed it to Cal, waiting as he unfolded and examined it. It was a picture of me, my bass guitar around my neck, singing into a microphone. In the frame with me, off to the side, were Kai and Emmy. I watched Cal as he peered at it and then cocked his head at me, uncomprehending. "That was taken tonight," I whispered. It was sitting on the front seat of my car when I got out of practice. Cal looked down at the red t-shirt and jeans I was wearing, then back to the grainy picture. He nodded once, then reached out and took hold of my hand and led me to the couch. "Okay, you need to tell me what the hell this is about. You're telling me some fucking stranger took this picture of you tonight without your knowledge and put it inside your car for you to find?" "Looks that way," I said miserably. His eyes bored into mine. "This isn't the first time something like this has happened, is it?" he demanded. I shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. Cal's jaw tensed. "Jesus, Andy, how could you not tell me about this?" "It's just..." My voice cracked and I cleared my throat and started again. I don't know, not your problem, not anyone's problem, really, except mine." "Andy, God damn it, stop it." His voice rose as he bit out the words. "Stop it right now." Cal's eyes glittered with anger, but whether toward me or my stalker, I couldn't tell. "You have got to let someone help you. This is serious shit." His hands found mine, gripping them tightly. "You hear me? You have to let someone help you." His voice softened just a bit. "Let me help you." My eyes were flooding with unshed tears, and I detached one hand from his to brush them away. Cal, I started, trying to think of the right words to refuse his help. But the fact was, I was so scared and so alone. The thought of having someone else to talk to, someone else to help me, someone to protect me. No, I couldn't expect Cal to protect me. But maybe, just maybe, I could have him help me figure out what to do. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. "Okay." Cal spoke to me in low, soft tones for a few minutes, until I was calm enough that we could start actually talking about the photo and what it meant. "It's too grainy to have been taken from inside the building you were in," he was saying, frowning down at the paper. "Had to be taken through a window or something." He looked up at me. "Where do you practice?" "It's in a vacant space in a strip mall," I explained. "You know, the one on Cascade Avenue west of town. The one with the Mongolian grill restaurant that closed a while back." His brow furrowed. "Okay." I watched the gears working in his head. "And what time did your practice start?" "We got going around 7:30, I replied. Practiced for about 2 hours. I got out to my car about 9:45. "And you texted me not long after that," he mused, taking out his phone to check the time. "Yeah." I shivered involuntarily as I remembered the feeling of terror and dread when I picked up the photo from the front seat. "I texted you a couple of minutes after I saw that." I nodded toward it. "So," he recapped, "someone was there, watching you through a window as you guys practiced, around the time the sun started going down, if the light's any indication." Cal put the photo on the cushion and fixed me with eyes that were dark and serious. "Andy, do you have any idea who this is?" "Oh, God." I bit my lip and looked away, sudden panic beginning to seize me. I had never spoken about this to anyone, least of all someone I'd been intimate with. My whole adult life I'd kept my sexual relationships casual, preferring the emotional safety of a hookup to having to spread the traumas of my personal life out in front of another person. Whatever had happened between Cal and me, it sure as hell wasn't anything approaching a relationship, and we haven't even had sex, technically. But all the same, this was a personal boundary that I was deeply uncomfortable crossing with a sexual partner. Still, as much as I hated it, I had to admit that Cal might be the only person I knew who could even come close to helping me deal with this. I closed my eyes tight for a moment, wishing this would all just go away, that I would open my eyes and everything would just vanish. From this apartment to Cal to that damn photograph sitting on the cushion between us. I opened them again slowly, only to find him staring at me with an expression of worry. "Andy," he said gently, "you do know who this is, don't you?" I took in a deep, shaky breath and blew it out as slowly as I could. I nodded. "I think so." I told him as little as I could. I told him about growing up poor, just my mom and me. I told him about her marrying Anthony and how at first it was like living in someone else's fairy tale life. I stumbled over the next part, not sure how I could explain Anthony's obsession with me without revealing more than I could bear to. Eventually, I told Cal that I knew Anthony was involved with illegal shit and probably always had been. What kinds, I didn't know. That I was pretty sure he was a higher-up in whatever food chain he was part of, and that my mom had made it a habit to look the other way, because she liked her life full of pretty things and pretty people too much to risk losing it. "So," he said, puzzled, "you left home at 18 and you haven't been back since? You haven't talked to your mom or your sister since?" He ran his hand across his chin as he took this in, the scruff of his whiskers making a soft scratching sound. "Your aunt never told them you were with her?" "No." Heat rushed to my cheeks. "My aunt doesn't like my stepfather. At all. She wanted to protect me." "And your mom never tried to find you?" Cal looked skeptical. "Once, I think," I admitted. "She did call my aunt soon after I left, but my aunt said she didn't know where I was. I knew my mother could have found me pretty easily in this day and age if she'd tried hard enough. The fact that she apparently hadn't was both a relief and a source of sadness to me." "So," Cal shook his head, "something's not adding up here, Andy. If you've been gone all that time and up until now no one's tried to track you down, why now all of a sudden would your stepdad be doing this?" "I don't know," I said miserably. My hands balled into fists, the fingernails biting into my palms. I pressed tighter, welcoming the pain. A lump formed in my throat as I choked back tears. "How can you know it's your stepfather, Andy? What makes you think he'd do this?" My hand went absently to my hair. I fingered my short locks, remembering with a shudder how he used to touch my hair. "Because," I whispered, "he told me he'd always know where I was, that he'd always find me, no matter what." I'd reached the limit of what I could stand to say out loud. The fingernails of my left hand were still digging painfully into my palms. I held myself rigid, my eyes locked on a tiny stain on my couch. I wasn't sure if I'd managed to tell Cal enough to make him believe that it was Anthony or his men who were stalking me. When I finally forced myself to take my eyes off the stain and look up at him, the expression in his eyes had changed. His normally clear green eyes were dark, stormy with something I couldn't quite describe, but what looked like barely contained fury. He knew, I realized. Somehow, from what I'd told him, he'd figured it out. "Andy." His voice was low, cold and hard as steel. "I will never, ever let him hurt you." He leaned forward, his eyes locked on mine. "Ever. Do you believe that?" My face grew hot with shame and horror. I wanted to die. I wanted to be invisible. I wanted to run far away. Anything so that I didn't have to face the fact that another human being knew what my stepfather had done to me. A low sob escaped my throat. I tore my eyes away from his. I couldn't look at him. I couldn't stand it. "Andy, look at me." His voice was soft. "Please." I closed my eyes tight, then opened them again and forced myself to do what he asked. "Thank you for telling me." He reached up and softly touched my cheek with his thumb. I shivered at his touch, almost pulling away. I felt sick to my stomach. My eyes flicked away from his down to my hands. "You're welcome." Cal turned the conversation to other things then, saying that we could talk more about what to do tomorrow. It was a relief to not have him wanting to know anything else about my stepfather. He asked me a few questions about how practices were going and when our first gig was in Denver, and I relaxed a little bit and tried to put the events of the past couple of hours out of my mind. Eventually, Cal glanced over at the window, out at the night. "It's getting late," he murmured. "Look, do you want me to stay here tonight? I can sleep on the couch." His eyes were gentle as they returned to look at me. "It might make you feel better to have someone around." "No," I protested, wiping at my eyes and sniffling. "That's ridiculous. Like you said, this place is sealed tight as a drum. I know it's safe." I tried to smile at him. I was just being silly. "God, Andy, you're not being silly. Stop that." He shook his head. "Look, I know you don't want to put me out, but I'd really like to stay. It would make me feel better to know you're not sitting in here by yourself worrying." The smallest hint of his sexy smile appeared in one corner of his mouth. "Come on, say yes." I didn't know what to do, because the fact was I wanted him to stay. Even though I was feeling just a little bit better, I was scared and exhausted, and I knew instinctively that Cal would protect me if someone tried to break in. But I felt so exposed to him, now that he'd guessed what had happened with my stepfather all those years ago. Still, at this point, I was too tired and emotionally drained to feel much of anything besides numb. It was what it was. Cal knew my secret. There was no going back now. "Okay," I said tiredly. "Thank you, Cal." I went to the closet and got him a pillow and blankets, and helped him make up the couch into some sort of semi-comfortable place to sleep. Cal was clearly too tall to stretch out all the way on it, but he told me he'd be fine. "I've slept in way worse places, Andy." He grinned at me. "Don't worry about me." I wandered over to the bathroom to brush my teeth and splash cold water on my red, puffy face, then came back out to find Cal had pulled off his black t-shirt. I tried, and failed, not to stare at his broad-muscled chest. A pattern of tattoos covered his left pec and arm from the shoulder to the elbow. My lips parted in surprise and longing as my gaze moved downward toward his chiseled abdomen and the muscles that disappeared into the waistband of his jeans. My mouth went dry. Then I realized Cal had been looking at me the whole time. "You see something you like?" He winked. "Shit. Sorry," I mumbled. His face broke into a sexy smirk. "Don't be. There's not a straight male in the world who wouldn't want to catch you looking at him like that." I blushed furiously as heat erupted in my core and began to spread through me. The memory of what he'd done to me the last time we were together took hold in my mind and wouldn't let go, and my body began to respond as though he was about to repeat the performance. I stammered. "I should go to bed. Are you sure you're going to be okay on the couch?" "I'll be fine, Andy. Though," he continued, his eyes running down my body lazily, "I wouldn't turn down an invitation to sleep somewhere else." His gaze flicked to my bed in the corner of the room. It was insane the way the mood had shifted between us in just a few seconds. My traitorous body was fairly screaming at me to take a step toward him and do what I suddenly wanted very badly to do. My mind was trying to make sense of the fact that a man who had just learned about my abuse at the hands of my stepfather could still find me sexy and desirable. Not to mention that he was going to be sleeping just a few feet away from me all night, without even a door between us. And most mind-bending of all was realizing that Cal had just put the ball firmly in my court. If I wanted anything to happen between us, I knew it would have to be me who made the first move, which I had no intention of doing. Right? Well, good night, I muttered, and fled back to the bathroom to change into a pair of sweats and a large formless shirt. When I came back again, Cal was lying on the couch, a blanket flung over him, bare chest still exposed. I forced my eyes away from the sight and shut off the lights. After I climbed into bed, the apartment grew still. The only sounds, those of Cal occasionally shifting his position under the blanket. I lay there and listened to his breathing, hearing it slow and deepen as he drifted off to sleep. I, on the other hand, was suddenly wide awake. The fear and dread that had overwhelmed me earlier in the evening had been replaced by my body's acute awareness of Cal's sleeping form not 15 feet from me. With every breath that I heard him take, I remembered the feel of his lips on my neck, the warmth of his skin against mine, the feathery touch of his thumb as he caressed my need-slickened clit. My own breathing became shallow, ragged, as the heat between my legs grew to an ache, then a throb. I wouldn't turn down an invitation to sleep somewhere else. It didn't have to mean anything, I told myself. I knew from experience I could separate sex from feelings. Hell, maybe if we just did it, got it out of our systems, then I could stop feeling so tortured by how fucking ridiculously sexy he was. No one would have to know. It could just be one night, one time we gave in and just did what our bodies wanted us to. I could feel my face flame hot as I slid out of bed and padded quietly over to the couch. "Cal," I whispered as softly as I could. "I thought you'd never come," he said. His mouth found mine in the darkness. My lips opened, letting his tongue slide against mine as I tried and failed to stifle a moan. I reached up and let my hands caress the smooth skin and hard muscle of his chest. Holy hell, I thought dizzily as a hot spike of need shot through me. I'd barely even touched him, and I was already so close. Cal bent down and picked me up, swinging me in his arms as though I barely weighed anything. He carried me to the bed and set me down, then stood. I watched him by the pale moonlight streaming through the window as he undid the button on his jeans. He let go of them and they pooled around his ankles, his erection springing free. I remembered how large he had felt that night under my hand, but nothing had prepared me for this. His cock was massive, thick and hard. Gorgeous was not a word I'd ever used to describe a man's penis before, but this one was. My hand remembered how it had felt under his jeans, and it flexed now slightly as I imagined touching it, feeling his hot skin over the pulsing root. Cal reached for me and silently motioned for me to pull off my shirt. I did as he wanted, letting it drop onto the floor next to the bed. He leaned over, reached for my ankles, and grabbed the hems of my sweats, tugging at them. I lifted my hips so he could slide them off. He stood at the foot of the bed for a moment, gazing down at me with unconcealed lust. "Jesus, Andy, you're even more fucking gorgeous than I thought you'd be." His eyes raked over my breasts, down my body to my throbbing core. My skin reacted instantly, almost as though he was touching me. I resisted the urge to cover myself as wetness pooled between my legs. "You have no idea how many times I've thought about doing this," he growled. He knelt before me on the bed between my legs. His eyes locked on me. He gripped the hard shaft and began to stroke it slowly. Once, twice. I was mesmerized, nearly consumed by lust as I watched his hand as it moved up and down the massive shaft. "Do you see what you do to me?" he murmured, pre-cum beaded on his head. Yes, I whispered, so quietly I wasn't sure he could hear me. He moved forward slightly and slid the head against my slick folds. I moaned at the velvety heat of it. I'm going to make you beg, Andy. I'm almost at the point of begging right now, I thought, but I didn't say it. He leaned over and kissed me, then moved toward my ear, sucking the sensitive lobe between his full, sensual lips. I'm going to fuck you, he murmured. But first, I'm going to put my tongue between your legs and lick your pussy until you scream my name. I shivered lightly as his breath tickled my skin. God, what was he saying? It was so filthy. I'd never had a guy talk to me like that before. Honestly, I'd never really understood what the appeal of dirty talk was during sex. Until now. Listening to Cal tell me what he was going to do to me was hot, like really hot. Having him say such crude, raw things, it made my skin practically crave him. I forced myself to look him in the eyes. My lower lip went between my teeth as I imagined how he would taste if I leaned down and took his throbbing shaft into my mouth. You look like pure sex, Cal chuckled. A sexy half-snarl twisted one side of his mouth. Get ready, doll, he rasped. You're going to remember this. His hand left his erection as he grazed his lips down my skin from my neck to my breasts. I held my breath. His lips closed over my nipple. I gasped as his tongue began to swirl, hardening the bud. He suckled me. I cried out. My back arched, pressing my breasts toward him as he flicked the tip of his tongue against it. My breath began to come in ragged gasps as he moved to the other breast, giving it the same punishing, delicious attention. My legs fell wider, my hips thrusting as I pulsed with need, and Cal met the thrusts with his own, pressing his hard length against my core. Oh, God, I whispered as I moaned and writhed underneath him. Cal! His hands went to my biceps and pinned me to the bed as his lips began to travel lower. He licked my skin under the curve of my breasts, and I mewled and strained toward him, wanting his tongue back on my nipples. He moved lower, teasing me with his tongue and lips as he kissed toward my stomach, then lower, lower. I was throbbing almost painfully now between my legs, barely able to stop myself from begging him to plunge his tongue inside me, to make me come now, before I lost my mind. He moved his hands down from my arms to my hips, holding them fast. Then, so slowly, he positioned himself and lowered his mouth to just above my core, so close I could feel his hot breath on my desperate sex. My hips tried to arch to meet his mouth, but he held me down, taking total control. A low whine emerged from deep in my throat as my head thrashed from side to side. I couldn't bear it. I needed his mouth on me, couldn't stand to have him this close without giving me what I longed for. I can't wait to know what you taste like, he murmured as I struggled. I can't wait to have my tongue deep inside this pussy. Then his mouth descended to claim me. The first stroke of his tongue against my clit made me cry out, a sound that was half between agony and euphoria. He began to slowly lap at me, his tongue dragging slowly and lightly against my slit. I desperately wanted to move my hips toward his mouth, to soothe the deep ache he'd caused inside me, but he was in no hurry to give me relief. He plunged his tongue deep inside me, licking, sucking, enjoying me, then back out, swirling his tongue in lazy circles that drove me half mad. Oh, God, I moaned. Cal, please, please let me come. He chuckled. I told you I was going to make you beg. The vibrations of his voice against my pussy just made me more desperate. Please, Cal, I urged. I was beyond feeling embarrassed for pleading with him. I can't stand anymore. I need it. I need you. With a growl, his mouth descended on me again. He sucked my clit between his lips, then slid the length of his tongue against my slick nub. My orgasm ripped through me violently as his tongue delivered me, and I cried out his name over and over, bucking and writhing as the waves coursed through my entire body.
11. Cal. The hottest goddamn thing I'd ever seen in my entire life was Andy Wagner coming on my tongue. So hot that my dick was pulsing painfully as she writhed under my mouth. I continued to lap and suckle at her until she finally pressed my head away, gasping and exhausted, and too sensitive to take any more. I raised myself up between her legs and knelt between them, lowering my head to murmur into her ear. "You are fucking delicious, Andy. I loved licking your juices, sliding my tongue over you, tasting you, devouring you, making you beg. And now I'm going to fuck the life out of you." She gazed up at me, her eyes wide and dark with passion. Her lips were plump and swollen from my earlier assault on them. She watched me wordlessly, breathing hard as I reached over the bed, grabbed for my jeans, and found a condom in my wallet. Ripping the foil open, I positioned it against the head of my cock, almost moaning at the friction as I rolled it on. As desperate as I was to fuck Andy, I wasn't sure I was going to last all that long. I placed my cock at her soaking entrance and dragged it slowly along her slit. She gasped, her eyes half closing as her head fell back.
"Jesus, Cal,"
she whispered. "Get used to saying my name, doll," I growled. "Get used to screaming it." I pushed inside her, slightly, just the head of my cock, and she whimpered, her hips arching to meet me. Gritting my teeth and praying for self-control, I pulled out and thrust in again, deeper this time. She moaned. Fuck, I couldn't take it anymore. I plunged deep inside now, gripping Andy's hips as I buried myself in her. Her eyes flew open and locked onto mine as a strangled cry ripped from her throat.
"Cal,"
she rasped.
"Oh, God, yes."
Every time she called my name, something built inside me. This time, with my cock enveloped in her hot, wet channel, whatever it was exploded, and I passed from just lust to something more feral, wilder. I gripped her hips more tightly as I began to thrust, harder and harder, and she cried out again and clutched desperately at the sheets, meeting my thrusts with her own. Fuck. It was starting. I was passing the point of no return. Andy's pussy began to clench against me, and I could tell she was getting close again, too. She arched and tensed, and as I felt my cock start to expand, I let go of her hip with one of my hands and drew my thumb against her soaking clit. "Come for me, Andy," I urged, my voice thick. "Come with me." She cried out and shuddered just as I felt myself go over the edge, emptying myself inside her with a loud groan. I thrust again as jet after jet ripped from me. I couldn't ever remember coming this hard. It felt like something I'd been waiting for years. Andy. I'd fucked Andy within an inch of both of our lives, and I knew it wouldn't be nearly enough to get her out of my system.
"Can I ask you something?"
she panted as we lay back on the bed. "Shoot," I replied.
"How did you know there'd be a next time?"
"Are you kidding me?" I chuckled. "Do you remember when I made you come on my hand?" I turned to look at her. "Face it, Wagner. It didn't take a genius to figure out you wanted me."
"What? I wanted you," she snorted. "Do you remember what happened about 30 seconds ago? I don't think that was just charity on your part."
I shrugged and cast a wicked glance in her direction. Yeah, I guess I didn't mind it too much.
"Oh, my God, you are so—"
She shook her head. "What?" I widened my eyes.
"Infuriating, arrogant, cocky."
I grinned. "You said cock." She burst into disbelieving laughter.
"Idiot."
"Oh, come on," I teased her. "You laughed." I pulled her to me and nestled her in the crook of my arm. For a moment she resisted, and then I felt her settle in and relax next to me, her head on my shoulder. "So, I murmured. Since I'm already here, can I sleep in the bed? No offense, but that is one shitty couch. She giggled softly.
Well, I guess there's no point in sending you back there, since we've already done what keeping you on the couch was supposed to prevent.
Logical, I nodded. I like that in a girl. We fell asleep sometime later, and when I woke again around 3 a.m., she was curled up against me as I spooned around her. When I tried to move one of my arms that had fallen asleep, she woke up, and eventually I lay her on her stomach and took her from behind, more slowly this time. I caressed her nipples, and she stroked her clit as she moved against me. And when she shattered, I pushed inside her one final time and let myself go, murmuring against her ear that she was fucking gorgeous and the sexiest damn woman I'd ever laid eyes on. We drifted off to sleep again, with me trying to ignore the warning bells that I was dangerously close to becoming addicted to Andy Wagner. When we woke again, the light outside had changed.
Oh, I'm starving,
she yawned.
What time is it?
I was closer to her night table where her cell phone sat, so I reached for it and glanced at the screen. Just before 6:30, I said.
Ugh, I don't have any food in the house, and the stores aren't even open yet.
I thought for a moment. Hey, I know a diner that's open at this hour. Want to go get breakfast?
Where?
Maisie's. It's over in Foxbluff. Wouldn't take 15 minutes to get there on the bike. She blinked a couple of times.
Yeah, that actually sounds good.
She looked up at me with a shy half smile and detached herself from my arms.
Just give me a couple of minutes to jump in the shower.
You want some company? I grinned at her. Andy stood up from the bed, giving me a perfect view of her fantastic heart-shaped ass. She looked back at me and smirked.
I wouldn't turn it down. Now I'm really starving,
Andy panted as she leaned against the wall of the shower.
Holy hell, that was amazing, though.
I leaned down and kissed her deeply, our tongues twining. That's an understatement. Licking Andy to orgasm as she stood under the shower and then fucking her was something I was going to keep in the spank bank for years to come. Let's get you some breakfast, though. I don't want you dying of malnutrition on my account. We stepped out of the shower and I went into the main room to put my clothes back on. A couple of minutes later, she emerged in a white bra and panties, towel drying her hair. I watched in appreciation as she went to her dresser and pulled out a pair of jeans and a white camisole top.
Are you seriously going to just sit there and watch me while I dress?
She teased. You got a better idea, I smirked. Shit, my dick was twitching a little to see her like that, half naked, still damp from the shower. I couldn't believe it had the energy after the last 8 hours. She shrugged.
Suit yourself,
she said, but she was smiling. We closed up her place, Andy setting the alarm behind us, and walked down to the parking lot. Luckily, I had a helmet with me, so I had her put it on, waiting as she adjusted it. Ever been on a motorcycle before? I asked. She nodded.
A few times, but it's been a while.
She watched as I got on and climbed on behind me, putting her feet on the pegs. I fired up the engine and she wrapped her arms around me. It felt good having her on the bike with me. We drove through the early morning streets and out onto the highway. It was looking like a fucking beautiful day, sunny and cloudless, and for now it was still cool enough for the air to be just a little chilly on our skin. Andy snuggled closer to me for warmth, and I felt her breathe in deeply and let it out. She seemed like she was in a good mood today, better than I'd seen her be in a while. I was pretty sure the sex was part of it, but I hoped that telling me about that shit with her stepfather had helped too. Jesus, her stepfather. I tried to put it out of my mind so I could help her do the same, but now as I drove along, I felt my hands tightening in anger around the grips of my handlebars. I didn't know who this fucker was, but if I ever got the chance to get in the same room with him, I would fucking kill him with my bare hands. The thought of Andy as a young kid, with no one to protect her from that sick piece of shit, it made my blood pound in my head with a depth of rage I didn't ever remember feeling before in my life. I would protect Andy from him or from whoever he was sending to do his dirty work. I swore it to myself as we sped down the highway. No one would hurt her as long as I was around. No one. We pulled into Maisie's about 10 minutes later, and I strode up to the front door and held it open for Andy.
"Who knew motorcycle club guys were such gentlemen?" she teased me.
"We are a bunch of classy motherfuckers," I informed her. The two of us were ravenous from all the horizontal aerobics we'd engaged in since the night before, and I watched in amazement and satisfaction as Andy ordered the deluxe breakfast special with pancakes, hash browns, and bacon, and proceeded to inhale almost all of it.
"Oh, my God,"
she moaned as her eyes rolled back in her head.
"This is the best meal I've ever had. Holy God, I was hungry."
I chuckled. "I got to keep you fueled up if we're going to keep up the pace we've set for ourselves." She eyed me saucily.
"Who says we are?"
she retorted. I smirked. "Oh, doll, your mouth may not want to admit it, but your body says it loud and clear." I leaned forward and lowered my voice. "Then again, the way you were moaning my name when I took you in the shower just now says your mouth agrees with your body whether you like it or not." Andy looked down at her plate and blushed.
"Just now. People will hear you."
"Who's going to hear us?" I nodded my head toward the rest of the diner. Only 3 other customers were here at this hour. A couple of old guys at a table by the window and a younger dude sitting at the counter. No one's within earshot. Besides, what do you care what other people hear? Andy had opened her mouth to fire back some smart remark, but just then Maisie, the owner, came up to our booth.
"Well, well then. I hardly recognized you, Cal, up this early."
She shifted her eyes toward Andy.
"This ain't a Stone King."
I laughed. "Oh, Maisie, I'd like you to meet Andy Wagner. She's," I almost said, "my sister's best friend." But that felt weird as hell to say. "She's a friend of mine," I concluded. Maisie was short and wiry with dark red hair that clearly came out of a bottle, done up in a wispy cotton candy style that didn't do a whole lot for her already thin features. She was somewhere around 60 years old or so, and she was what I remember my dad calling rode hard and put away wet. Life had clearly been hard on Maisie, though I had no idea exactly how. Still, she was a firecracker, always ready with a comeback or a joke, and she was a good friend to the MC. We'd come here for breakfast at least a couple times a month, usually after a night of hard drinking had produced a mighty hangover. It was true I'd never been here nearly this early. I'd also never been here with a woman. Maisie looked over at Andy, her frank brown eyes clearly studying her.
"Nice to meet you, darling," she finally said, sticking out her hand. "This boy here treating you right?"
I rolled my eyes. "Maisie, come on." But Andy was amused.
"So far. But don't worry about me."
She grinned up at Maisie.
"I can hold my own."
Maisie chuckled.
"I bet you can."
She nodded toward the food.
"You two enjoying your breakfast?" "Oh, God, yes," Andy enthused. "I was just telling Cal it was the best breakfast I'd ever had."
"Actually," I corrected her, "you said it was the best meal you'd ever had."
"Oh, come now,"
Maisie scoffed, but there was a twinkle in her eye.
"I mean it," Andy said. "I mean, I'll allow I was really hungry, but I'm serious. These hash browns are amazing. How do you get them so crisp on the outside without being burnt?" "Well, now, if I told you that, you wouldn't come back for more now, would you?"
Maisie teased.
"Oh, yes, I would," Andy laughed. "I can barely boil water." "Well, then, you'll just have to keep coming back, and maybe someday I'll tell you."
Maisie turned to me with her characteristic half-smirk.
"You two let me know if you need anything. And Cal, you better treat this girl right. She's better than you deserve."
As we watched Maisie saunter away, Andy murmured,
"Why do I feel like I was just being interviewed?"
"You were," I replied. "The good news is you passed. She's usually not nearly that nice to anyone unless they've come in at least 3 or 4 times. Her eyes widened.
"Wow, I feel honored."
"You should." I took a gulp of my coffee and hesitated. Andy seemed a lot more relaxed this morning than she had last night, and I hated to risk wrecking that. But there were a few things I wanted to talk to her about, and I figured now, with a belly full of good food, might be the best time I'd managed to find. "So," I said slowly, "Andy, about last night, and the photo you found in your car." She groaned.
Do we have to talk about that now? Can't we just enjoy our food in peace?"
"Look," I sat back and waited for her to meet my eyes.
I'm sorry to bring it up, but I want to help you, okay? So can we just talk about a couple things and then I'll let it go for now? She blew her bangs away from her face, making an exasperated noise. Fine, go ahead. Okay. I sat for a moment, trying to think of what to say. Well, first of all, I can't believe that I'm actually going to say this, but why haven't you gone to the police about this before now? I'm curious. I was no fan of the cops, but it seemed like the sort of thing most people would do if they were scared for their safety. Andy sighed. Because of my mom and my sister. She shook her head sadly. I don't want them to get hurt. I know that's fucked up, but my mom, she made it clear she didn't want to hear about it. Her voice cracked and she cleared her throat before continuing. She made it clear by not trying that hard to find me when I left that she chose him. She swallowed painfully. That she chose her life of luxury over protecting me. As for my sister, she continued, fingering the handle of her coffee mug, I know she's safe. She's his blood, his real daughter. I know he'd never do that to her. What he did to me. Andy stopped talking and I didn't push it. I could tell from the hitches in her breathing that she was fighting back tears. Eventually, she resumed. I thought that when I left, it would all be over, and it seemed like it was. Until the last few weeks, I thought he'd forgotten about me. I thought... She took in a shaky breath and let it out. I thought it was all behind me, but I should have known better. I leaned forward. What changed, Andy? Can you think of anything that's happened? Anything that's been different the past few weeks that might have made him decide to show you he's watching? She frowned, lost in thought. Not really, she said finally. Unless what? Well, it doesn't seem really related, but it's just been in the last month or two that the band has started playing more in Denver. Where they live is not far from there, up in the mountains outside of Denver. I hadn't gone into the city since I left home, until Ash started pushing to get us gigs there. She looks at me. Do you think that could have something to do with it? It might, I said, considering. If he didn't know where you were before and happened to see you when you were in the city, he could have had you followed back here. Maybe, she said dubiously. But God, I feel like he would have been able to find me anytime, if he'd wanted to. I mean, he's powerful, and he has money and connections. It seems weird that it would have taken him 6 years to find me. Well, maybe he did know where you were all along, I began, stopping as I saw her flinch at the thought. I'm sorry, Andy. I reached over the table and took her hand. Her fingers were cold in mine, and I brushed my thumb against her palm soothingly. I know this is hard and scary for you. She shook her head. No, it's okay. I know you're trying to help me. I started again, trying to keep my tone as gentle as possible. It's possible he did already know where you are. But if that's the case, then something must have happened to make him decide to show you that he knows. But you have no idea what that might be? No, she whispered. No idea at all. Okay, that's okay. I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile. We'll figure it out. When we finished our breakfasts, I paid the bill over Andy's protests and we said goodbye to Maisie, then went back outside. As we stood next to my bike, I reached down and wrapped Andy in my arms. Look, don't worry, I murmured as I looked down at her. We'll figure this out, okay? Raising my hand to her face, I brushed my thumb across her cheek. And I'll keep you safe. You just need to keep me in the loop. She nodded. I'm scared, Cal, she murmured. Shh. My thumb went to her lower lip and I dragged the pad across it. Her eyes fluttered as the heat between us went up a notch. I know you're scared, baby, but you've got me. I lowered my face to hers, catching that bee-stung lower lip between my teeth and sucking on it. She drew her breath in sharply and pressed her body against me, moaning.
My cock expanded, hardening instantly, and our tongues found each other, searching, needing. Holy shit, doll, if you're not careful, I'm going to bend you over the seat of this bike and have my way with you before you know what's happening. She whimpered against my mouth.
If you're not careful, I'll let you.
Jesus. I reached down and cupped her ass, pulling her even more tightly against me. She moaned more loudly and rocked her hips against my hardness. I need to be inside that pussy, Andy. I'm going to take you back home now, and we're going to finish what we just started here. I didn't wait for an answer. I hopped on the bike and we were out of the parking lot not 2 seconds after she'd gotten on behind me. It was too early for the cops to be out, so I made it back to her apartment 12 minutes later, and 3 minutes after that she was on her back with my face between her thighs.
12. Andy. My hips arched up to meet Cal's mouth. On the way home on the bike, I had gone from wet to soaking to flash flood in anticipation of this moment. I'd been embarrassed for him to see just how ready I was for him until he pulled off my panties and spread my legs wide. So fucking wet, Cal murmured as his tongue dipped into my waiting pussy. You're so wet for me, Andy. Do you know how hot that is? I writhed and tried not to scream. He'd already taken me 3 times in the last 12 hours, and I still couldn't get enough of him. My body craved Cal greenly like he was oxygen. As I moaned and strained toward him, he tasted me, licking and lapping at my juices. Cal was attuned to every movement and change in my body. I felt my nub grow hard under his touch and tried not to beg, knowing it was useless. Cal already seemed to know my body better than I knew it myself. He knew exactly how close I was. He'd let me come when he wanted me to, and not a moment sooner. Cal spread my legs wider, rearing back for a moment to admire me. God, your pussy is so gorgeous. I could do this all day long. He moved an arm toward me and inserted a finger into my sopping entrance. I drew in a sharp breath. I want you, I breathed. You want me to what? He urged, and took a lap of me with his tongue. I want to taste you, I whimpered. I want you in my mouth. He groaned. You'll get your wish if that's what you want, but first things first, doll. He inserted a second finger, pushing inside me and beginning to caress my inner wall. His fingers stopped at one spot and began to press and prod gently. Oh, I gasped. A pressure began to build in me, almost overwhelming. I'd never felt anything like it before. A low chuckle rumbled deep in his throat. Bingo. I felt my channel begin to clench around his fingers, and I closed my eyes, imagining that it was his beautiful, thick cock inside me. I wanted to taste him first, though. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to stop myself from making him come in my mouth. I wanted it so badly. Cal's lips suckled at my clit and pressed the spot inside me a little harder. Oh my God, Cal, I cried out. My hands clutched at the sheets. I was completely in his control, my body entirely his now. He swirled his tongue around me one final time, then slid it rigid against my slit, and my body jerked and convulsed as I called his name, and an earthquake shook me from inside to out. His licking and sucking slowed as I rode his tongue and waited to stop shaking. Then he was leaning over me, kissing me deeply, making me taste myself on his tongue. Do you see how fucking delicious you are? He whispered against my mouth. I can't get enough of you, Andy. It's never enough. I was trembling and unsteady as I returned his kiss, but I wanted more. I wanted his taste. Locking my eyes on his, I rose to a sitting position and reached down to capture his thick cock with my hand. I took my time with it, marveling at the size, the heat of it. My mouth watered as I leaned down and ran my tongue along the hot, pulsing shaft, tasting the velvety skin. A deep, low growl rumbled from Cal's chest, and his hips jerked toward my mouth. though I could tell he was holding back from the urge to thrust himself down my throat. My tongue ran over the thick head, licking the salty pre-cum that beaded on it. Cal hissed. "Fuck. Yes, Andy. Suck me." I slid the head of his cock into my mouth, sucking at it and reveling in the taste of his skin. "Holy shit, that feels good," he groaned. I pulled back and then forward, taking as much of him in my mouth as I could. I worshipped and sucked, wanting to taste him, feel him, as he lost control and exploded in my mouth. I moaned at the thought, the vibrations of my voice teasing him. "Oh, Jesus," he grunted, then pulled me off him before I knew what was happening. "You're killing me, Andy. God damn, it took every ounce of strength I had to stop you." "Why did you stop me?" I whined. "I want you. Like that." I blushed. "I want to make you come with my mouth." "Well then," he said. His eyes were dark with lust. "That guarantees another next time, doesn't it?" Before I could reply, he lifted me on top of him so I was straddling him as he knelt. "I need to be inside you, Andy," he muttered. "I need to be deep inside that hot little pussy of yours." The head of his cock moved against my swollen slit, teasing me. I closed my eyes and angled my hips toward him, sliding against his slickened head, and waited for him to enter me. "Shit," he rasped, suddenly pulling out. "I almost forgot the condom." "No," I panted. "I'm on the pill. Please, I want you like this. Bare." "You sure, Andy? I mean, I'm clean. I'm religious about condoms. But still." "Yes." I kissed him deeply and he groaned, his cock pulsing against my entrance. "Oh, God, Cal, please, just fuck me. Fill me up. It's what I want." His expression turned primal. Last chance to turn back. My eyes locked onto his. "Shut up and fuck me." Cal grabbed my hips in his large hands and lowered me onto him, entering me slowly, savoring the slow drag of our skins. "Oh, God, so soft, hot." He thrust his huge shaft deep inside me, pulling me toward him, then pulled out and thrust again, harder and deeper. A sharp cry ripped from my throat. I was still sore from the night before, but this was so good, such agonizing pleasure that the pain hardly mattered. My channel clamped around his length, my nub beginning to pulse as I arched my hips so that the top of his cock slid against it with each thrust. I was on the verge again, and seeing the wild look in Cal's eyes only hurtled me faster toward the edge. Andy, he rasped. "You're mine, all mine. Say it." "All yours," I panted. "Oh, God, Cal." "I'm gonna come," he warned me. "Come inside me," I urged him. "Fill me up." Cal roared, thrust harder, and exploded inside me. I fell forward against his chest and cried out as I came with him, my core pulsing around him, accepting each hot jet of his seed. I trembled and he held me to him, the two of us locked in an embrace as our bodies shuddered together. When my breathing started to slow, I realized that Cal was still holding me tightly against him. His hand was in my hair, caressing me, as his lips softly grazed my cheek, my neck, my shoulder. It was so tender, so soft. As I stayed there in his arms, I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt so safe, so protected, so loved. No, I wouldn't go there. I couldn't. Cal had just caught me at a weak moment. The fact that no man had ever held me like that, touching me so gently, didn't mean anything. I was just feeling vulnerable. I couldn't let myself believe that it meant anything. I'd only end up getting hurt. Besides, I reminded myself, Cal is your best friend's brother. A wave of guilt washed over me as I forced myself to remember this increasingly inconvenient truth. Oh, God, what was I doing? Somehow, the first time anything had happened between Cal and me, I'd told myself it was just a stupid mistake, a one-time thing that didn't mean anything as long as it never happened again. Then, last night, when we had sex for the first time, I convinced myself that it was okay because it was only sex and we were two consenting adults. But now that we'd had sex 4 times in 12 hours, now that Cal was kissing my neck and whispering softly to me that I was beautiful, and I was kissing him back, we had clearly crossed a line, a big, dark, unmistakable line, and I had no idea what to do about it.
13. Cal. That wasn't just sex. In fact, I didn't even really know what the hell it was. All I knew was that Andy Wagner was fucking beautiful and sexy, and I wanted to chain her to this bed and never let her leave. I couldn't figure out why it was that being with Andy was so different. Maybe it was because practically every other woman I'd ever fucked was basically throwing herself at me. I never really had to try very hard to get a female's undivided attention. Hell, Seton even told me that when we were kids I could charm the pants off every old lady that lived in our neighborhood with just a smile, even if I'd just trampled their prize hostas. Most of the time, women were just a fun distraction, like a bottomless toy box filled with all sorts of stuff to play with that would always be there waiting for you when you wanted it. But Andy, she was different. She had this effortless cool about her, and she was mouthy as hell, which was pretty damn funny. Whenever we'd sparred in the past, she always gave as good as she got. She had this aura about her, like she didn't need anyone or anything. She was tough and smart and hot, and definitely not the kind of girl to throw herself at anyone. In fact, even though there'd always been a pretty strong sexual flirtation between us, her flirtiness toward me was always laced with a joking tone that I could never really get a beat on. Like she wanted me to know there was nothing behind it. She'd always call me Romeo in this half-sarcastic, teasing tone, like she was making sure I knew she was just playing a part. So, it was a pretty huge rush when we were alone, just the two of us, and I got to see her completely lose control under my touch. It was like I'd won a prize or something, like I got to see a side of her that no one else ever did. I can't lie. I'd wondered more than once over the years what Andy would be like in bed, and holy hell, my imagination didn't even come close to the reality. Now that I knew what she was like with me, I wondered about the other guys she'd been with, and whether she'd ever let herself go like that with them. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't think so. Andy hadn't said anything about it, but I got the feeling that the explosion of chemistry that happened whenever we were together was something completely new to her. It sure as hell was for me. Then there was the fact that Andy had actually confided in me. She'd told me a secret, a terrible, traumatic secret, that I was sure she hadn't ever told anyone else before, not even Seton. It had become clear to me, watching her struggle painfully with the words she spoke, that she was trusting me with the darkest, most vulnerable part of her. It made me feel incredibly protective of her, and incredibly proud that she'd chosen me. Sure, I knew that part of it was just coincidence. I'd happened to be at the right place at the right time to piece together some stuff that she was trying her damnedest to hide. But still, I hoped, with a ferocity I could hardly believe, that a tiny part of why she'd chosen to tell me was because of me. Because she'd trusted me to be the one to keep her secret. That she'd chosen me above anyone else to keep her safe. To know something so terrible about her past, something she couldn't bear for anyone else to know, and to trust that I wouldn't judge her for it. And I didn't. At all. Hell, if anything, I shook my head. I had feelings for Andy, that was clear. I was already probably in too deep for my own good with her, but I couldn't let my mind go down the road it was headed right now. What we were doing was probably dumb as hell, considering that she was my sister's best friend and all. It wasn't going to make things any better if I started letting myself think about what it would be like if this wasn't just a temporary thing. If it was more than just friends with benefits. Because it couldn't really be more than that between us. Could it? Shit. The last 24 hours had really fucked with my head. And in a crazy way, they had also been maybe the best damn 24 hours of my life. As long as things between Andy were just casual, just sex, even if it was the most mind-blowing sex I'd ever had, then I told myself Seton didn't have to know about it. After all, we were two consenting adults. As long as we were careful, no one had to know. But the more I made Andy's body come under my touch, the more I couldn't imagine breaking this off when all this stalker shit was over. And if we didn't break it off, then I was fucking my sister's best friend behind her back, and eventually she'd find out about it, and she'd be pissed at both of us. Maybe really pissed. And it might even cost Andy Seton's friendship, which would suck so bad it made my heart hurt to think about it. After all, I was Seton's brother, and her man was the president of my club. Realistically, there was no way she could push me out of her life, even if she was furious with me. But Andy had no family to support her and love her, and it made me sick to think about her losing her best friend because of me. God damn it. All this shit could snowball so far out of control, so quickly, and the only thing I could do to stop it would be to stop seeing Andy right now. But I knew I wouldn't. I knew I couldn't. There was no way I would walk away from Andy Wagner unless she told me herself to get the hell out of her life. Andy and I had stayed in bed, kissing and talking, until I'd had to leave to get to the clubhouse for church. She had told me she was tending bar at Hammy's later that day, and I filed that information away for future reference, thinking I might stop by and say hello. I'd driven to the clubhouse in a ponderous mood, my mind a jumble between everything that was happening between me and Andy, and what the hell to do about figuring out whether her stepdad and her stalker were one and the same. When I walked through the door of the chapel, a few of the men were already there, sitting around the table in their customary places. Trigg and Gray were talking in low tones at the head of the table, and Trigg glanced over in my direction and gave me a chin lift as I took my seat next to Frankenstein. Other men started to file in after me, and soon all the chairs were filled. "Okay, let's call this meeting to order," Gray called. A few minutes into it, Trigg spoke up and said we needed to figure out a plan for getting to the bottom of whoever the hell was bringing heroin into Lupin. He told the club about the 15-year-old the cops had picked up for trying to sell over at the high school. According to Chief Atkins, the boy was swearing it was his first time dealing. The kid was scared as hell and talking his head off, but he hadn't been able to tell them anything useful. "They're going to let him go for now on the off chance that whoever provided the smack will contact him again. He's promised to tell the cops everything if they do," Trigg concluded. "But I'm not optimistic." "The cops ain't going to be able to do anything," Repo snorted. "They have their heads so far up their asses half the time. The only way they'd find them is if the suppliers were living in their colons." "Agreed," Moose nodded. "We got to do this ourselves." "I'm open to suggestions," Gray remarked. "I don't see any of us able to go undercover and pass ourselves off as high school kids, though." "I've got an idea," I said. "How about I take a ride over to the high school after class is let out and spend a little time having a little chat with the burnouts?" I was never a student at Lupin High. When I was that age, I was living out in Scottsdale with my ma and her then-boyfriend, an orange-tan dentist named Daryl. Daryl and ma are married now, and I guess she's pretty happy. We don't talk too often, and I think we're both mostly fine with that. I never took much to Scottsdale. Sure, the weather was nice, but there were way too many retirees and rich fuckers with sticks stuck up their asses. It was fucking oppressive. It's like I heard someone say once, Scottsdale is exactly like the Wild West, without the wild part. After I graduated from school, barely, I got the hell out of there and came back to Lupin, where I'd been born. I'd had good memories of the place, and Seton was here, so I figured, what the hell. Not long after I'd moved back, I'd started hanging around the Stone Kings, and the rest is history. So, I didn't know much about the Lupin High itself, except where it was located. But some things are more or less universal to all high schools, and that's what I was counting on now. I pulled up about half a block away from the front entrance of the school about 2:30 that afternoon, just as classes were getting out. I sat on the bike and had a smoke as I watched the students filing out, taking note of the various groups that formed according to the cliques they belonged to. I watched laughing young girls flipping their hair self-consciously as they walked down the sidewalk toward the parking lot or toward downtown. A group of them, dressed like they were probably part of the popular crowd, glanced over at me and gave me a once-over. I raised my hand in a half-wave and took shades off to wink at them. Their cheeks turned red, and a few of them began to giggle, picking up their pace nervously. I scared them, I could tell. Not nearly enough for their own good. However, my goal in coming here had nothing to do with corrupting young, impressionable jailbait. I scanned the crowd for the burners, the ones with self-consciously wild, unkempt hair and unshaven scruffs covering their cheeks. The ones who lit up a smoke as soon as they were out of the building. Finally, I spied a group of 3 of them, sauntering away from the front door with cigarettes dangling from their lips. They were talking too loud, enjoying the irritated looks of the students around them, and sometimes one would punch another one in the shoulder or feign clocking someone in the face. These were the kids I wanted, the ones who thought they were badasses. I knew that because I used to be one of them. I kept smoking as I watched them out of the corner of my eye, my gaze hidden by my shades. The 3 kids swaggered away from the school, across the street to a remote corner of the parking lot, and eventually came to a stop at the very last row, where a beat-up maroon Toyota Corolla with no hubcaps and one navy side panel sat next to a small, run-down outbuilding with peeling green paint. One of the kids straddled the long, low bench that sat in front of the building, and the other 2 leaned against it as they continued to smoke. This was clearly their kingdom. These were the kids I'd come to see. I tossed away my smoke, fired up the bike, and took it around the block the other way, then pulled up to them from the opposite direction I'd come, so my bike would be parked next to the building about 15 feet away from them. Cutting the engine, I took off my shades and called to them. "Hey, you fuckers got a smoke? I'm all out." If anyone ever told these kids about stranger danger, they had chosen to forget the lesson. The tallest one looked over at me, his eyes widening as he took me in. His eyes went from my leather cut to the Harley between my legs. My in with them. Kids like this love bikes and leather. The tall kid glanced over at one of his buddies, who raised his eyebrows. "Sure," tall kid said nonchalantly, ambling over to me like he talked to biker club guys every day of his life. He took a crumpled pack of Marlboros out of the pocket of his flannel shirt and shook one out for me. "Here." "Thanks." Using my own lighter, I fired up the smoke and took a long drag. "Appreciate it." The kid next to him, a shorter guy with dirty blonde hair, nodded toward the Harley. "Sweet bike." I lifted my chin. "You ride?" He reddened slightly. "No, but I'm saving up for one." I didn't question him about it. The more I let these guys think they were down with me, the more info they'd give me. "You go to school here?" I asked, my eyes lifting toward the building. The tall kid spat on the ground in disgust. "Yeah," he said with a sneer. By now, the 3rd kid had stood up from the bench and came over to us. "Hey," he said. "You're Stone King?" He wasn't as tall as Tall Kid, but he was skinny as fuck, so he almost looked taller. He had a prominent Adam's apple and a low forehead with thick, dark eyebrows. He kind of reminded me of my brother Frankenstein. "Yeah." "How do you get in the Kings, anyway?" he asked me. "It's a long process," I shrugged. "Usually someone recommends you, or you can just show up and hope they don't run you off. If you're lucky and you're not too much of an asshole, you can get hang-around status. That means you can hang around us, but you gotta keep your fucking mouth shut and know your place." He nodded. "Then what?" I didn't feel like spending my time telling this little shit about the ins and outs of joining an MC, but I figured if I told them something, they'd tell me something. "Then after that, you become a prospect. Someone needs to sponsor you for that. It's kind of like a hazing. You go through a period where you got to do any grunt work and anything that any of the patched members ask you, no matter how shitty or dangerous or illegal. You hesitate or you question what they ask you to do, and you're out." Skinny's eyes had grown wide. "Then if you succeed in showing your loyalty and respect to the club, they have a vote. If it's unanimous, you're in. If not, you're gone. The short blonde one nodded. It's cool, he said casually. I almost laughed, but kept it together. So, guys, I took another pull on my smoke. I could use some information. I'm guessing you might be just the people to help me out. Tall kid looked at Skinny, then back at me. Sure. What do you need to know? First, I need this to be confidential, between just the four of us. I don't need anyone knowing my club's business, you feel me? I couldn't be sure they'd keep it a secret. Probably not, in fact. But I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd manage to keep it between themselves. Skinny nodded so hard I thought his head might snap his neck. Sure, yeah, of course. Okay, listen. I leaned forward on the bike. You guys know anything about any kids dealing drugs at Lupin High? The hard stuff. Specifically heroin. There's that one kid, Tyler, who got caught a couple of weeks ago for it, blonde hair said. Yeah, I know about him. But I need to know whether you know any kids who haven't been caught. Anyone dealing that only kids know about. Anyone you've heard through the grapevine, whether you know for sure or not. Tall kid looked worried. Are they going to get in trouble if we talk? Kid, I smirked. Do I look like I'm going to go to the cops? He laughed weakly. No, I guess not. The reason ain't something I'm going to share with you, but no, the kids aren't going to get in trouble. This is a turf issue. Lupin is Stone King's turf. These drugs are coming from outside our territory without our permission. We don't want the kids. We want their bosses. I know someone, blonde hair said. The three of them ended up giving me the name of a kid in the grade ahead of them, and enough information about him that I could find out where he lived and the club could start to track his movements. I reassured them again that the kid would not get in trouble and made them promise they would not tell anyone about our conversation, figuring I had about a 50% chance that they'd keep their word. Then I rode back to the clubhouse to tell Gray and Trigg what I'd found out.
14. Andy. After Cal left to go to church at the clubhouse, I spent most of the day in a haze trying not to think about him, and then catching myself thinking about him and trying not to think about the fact that I was trying not to think about him. It was like my brain was shorting out. All the wires and signals felt crossed, frazzled when his face appeared in my mind's eye. Cal was by far the best sex I'd ever had. Like it wasn't even a contest. He'd made me feel things I had never felt before. Against any preconceived notions I'd had about what he would be like in bed, he had turned out to be an incredibly generous sexual partner, and holy shit did he know what he was doing. He'd found spots on me that I didn't even know about, and seemed to be able to read every shiver, moan, and movement of my body. The Cal I'd come to know as a lover was completely different from the shallow, selfish womanizer I had been flirting with for close to 5 years. The trouble was, though, that it wasn't just the way he was in bed that had been a surprise. Cal's kindness and generosity in helping me make my apartment safe had been pretty unexpected as well, and as suspicious as I had been that he was just doing it to get me in the sack, I had to admit that seemed not to have been the case. Plus, the way he had listened to me, how kind and non-judgmental he had been when I told him about my stepfather. Well, it was a side of Cal I would never have guessed existed in a million years. I thought back to how angry Cal had gotten that day when he installed the locks and alarms in my place, when I had asked him if nonstop partying ever got boring. His response showed me that I had touched a nerve that was unexpectedly raw. It sure seemed like, contrary to the image he projected of being a guy that lived only to ride, party, and screw, he felt there was something missing in his life. And he wasn't happy about admitting it, to himself or to me. It was very possible that Cal Greenlee was not exactly what I thought he was, and admitting that scared me. I would have much preferred that he was the shallow bad boy he made himself out to be. It would be easier to forget him that way. Because as nice as it had been to feel so protected, so cared for by him, it wasn't something I could allow myself to get used to. I didn't want last night to mean anything to me other than a temporary refuge, a port in the storm. Letting myself think otherwise was a recipe for heartbreak, and I had spent many years building up my defenses against heartbreak. If Cal was just a shallow player, it would be easier to tell myself that his opinion of me meant nothing, that it didn't matter if he thought of me as damaged goods after everything I told him. If Cal was just a guy who had gone the extra mile to get laid, then it would hurt like hell, but I'd just wall that piece of my heart off again. I'd done it before. But what if he wasn't? Then I was screwed. I was nervous as hell to see Cal again after the night and morning of unbridled mind-bending sex we'd had. But in the end, it wasn't as scary as all that. Maybe it was because he ended up coming into Hammy's that afternoon while I was working, so he was on turf that I was comfortable in with my working face on. As I was serving a beer to another customer, Cal came through the door and sat down at the bar for a beer. "Hey, doll," he grinned, giving me that infuriating and panty-melting wink I knew so well. "Hey, Romeo," I tossed back at him. This was a routine I was comfortable with, a well-worn scenario I could play out with my eyes closed. I walked over to where he was sitting. "What can I get you?" He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "How about a tall glass of sexy blonde rocker girl?" he drawled. I fought the blush I felt creeping up my cheeks and reminded myself that there was a bar safely separating us. "You come all the way over here just to bug me, Greenlee?" I smirked. "I did." He nodded soberly. "But I don't think you're all that bugged. I think you're happy to see me." "Think what you want," I tossed back. "You gonna order a drink, or you just planning to sit there and take up space?" "I'm just passing through," he said. "Just thought I'd come by and see how you're doing." My resolve to keep the flirtatious distance faltered a little, and I struggled to keep it up. "I'm doing just fine, thanks." I glanced over at a couple seated a few stools away, strangely self-conscious. "We gonna see each other later?" he asked, a corner of his mouth lifting sexily. "I don't know. Do you want to see me later?" Sheesh, Andy, way to play hard to get. Any resolve I had tried to build up so I wouldn't just come running if he called had apparently evaporated the second I saw him. "What time do you get off work, doll?" His voice lowered a couple more notes and took on just a hint of the thick growl he sometimes used just before he stuck his face between my thighs. I swallowed painfully, my panties moistening. "I'm here until 6, I said, fighting to keep my breathing normal. "I've got some club business to take care of until later tonight," he murmured throatily. "I'll text you when I'm done." It wasn't a question. I opened my mouth, then closed it. "Okay," I finally stammered. Cal stood up and leaned toward me until his mouth was mere inches from my ear. "See you later, doll. I'm gonna be counting the hours until I'm balls deep in that sweet little pussy." And with that, he turned and walked out of the bar as I watched his muscular form and hot-as-hell ass and tried not to pass out. A few minutes later, as I was absently washing glasses and trying as hard as I could not to think about Cal's tongue between my legs, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, trying to contain my excitement that maybe his club business got canceled. It was Seton. A rush of guilt flooded me as I read her text. "Hey girl, you've been avoiding me. Let's get together and talk about the shower." As Seton's best friend, I had offered to plan her baby shower on the condition that she tell me exactly what she did and didn't want. We'd worked out most of the details, but it was scheduled for next week, so we definitely needed to make sure everything was ready to go. Seton tended to be hyper-organized, and I knew that even though she was trying to be hands-off, she'd feel better if she knew everything was taken care of. "Sure," I texted back. "When are you free?" I waited for a few seconds. Then, "Can you have dinner tonight? I'm dying to get out and do something." I pulled in a deep breath and let it out. It wasn't that I didn't want to see Seton. In fact, she was right that we hadn't seen each other hardly at all in the past couple of weeks, and I missed her. But how was I going to manage to act like everything was completely normal and like the past week with Cal had never happened? Well, I told myself, you're just going to have to, because telling Seton about this thing with Cal is not an option. I started typing. I get off work at 6. Seton texted back. Is Thai food okay? Meet at Titanic at 6:15 or so? Sounds great. See you then. God, I'm already so ready for these babies to be out of me, Seton complained good-naturedly, rubbing her belly. I can't even imagine how much worse it's going to be 3 months from now. I'm sure it sucks, I said supportively to my friend. If it's any consolation, though, you look great. It was true. Somehow, Seton made maternity clothes look cute and fashionable. She was wearing her hair up in a perfect top knot today, and she had on a black cami and a black and tan striped maxi skirt that showed off her baby bump adorably. She was definitely one of those pregnant women you saw and hoped to God you would look like when the time came. If and when I ever got pregnant, I would probably gain like 100 pounds and be a big, flushed, sweaty ball of grossness in a stained XXL t-shirt and oversized maternity pants. Well, I don't feel great, she grumbled, but thanks. She grabbed her chopsticks and delicately picked a piece of chicken out of her pad thai. I had chosen a kind of curry soup with just enough spice to make the beer I was drinking taste heavenly going down. I dipped my spoon in the broth and took a mouthful, savoring the flavors. So I've heard back from most of the people on the invite list, I told her. Your mom RSVP'd yes, by the way. Seton rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'm pretty sure she'll back out at the last minute. I can't see her coming all the way from Scottsdale, and she hasn't called me at all to tell me anything about coming up. Okay, I said, making a note on the pad I'd brought. I didn't ask about Gray's mom. I knew she had died when he was really little. What about the women from the MC? She asked. It looks like they're all coming, I said, looking down the list. And Carly's coming down from Denver. Your boss Jillian said yes, too, and most of the women you invited from the restaurant except for Karen and Anne. Seton worked as a sous chef at a high-end restaurant in town called the Mockingbird. Oh, too bad they can't make it, she frowned. Here are the high school friends of yours who are coming. I pointed at the list, and she leaned over and scanned it. Wow, that's more than I expected, she said. Looks like we'll have almost 20 people. Gosh. We chatted about her baby registry and what kinds of food she wanted at the shower. Anything's fine, she said. But just please, no gross food things like a cake shaped like a baby coming out of a mom's cooch or that game where you have to smell the baby food and try to guess what flavor it is. Seton said, wrinkling her nose. I'm still really sensitive to food smells and images. It would be pretty embarrassing for me to hurl at my own baby shower. I laughed. Yeah, I guess that's probably frowned upon. Oh, hey, she said suddenly. I meant to ask you, since we've only really texted the last couple of weeks. Did you manage to get your lock changed out? I should have had Gray give you a call to see if you needed him to stop by. A tiny warning alarm sounded in my head. Yeah, I figured it out on my own. As it turned out, it wasn't all that hard to do. That's good, Seton said, taking a drink of her water. You know, actually, you probably could have asked Cal to do it for you when you ran into him at our place. He's really good at that kind of stuff. I'm sure he wouldn't have minded. Shit, what should I say? If I just let the remark go and didn't say anything, and then she found out later that Cal had come around, she'd wonder why I hadn't told her about it. Actually, Cal did offer to help me once he found out from you that I'd asked about it. There, maybe that would be enough. Oh, when was that? Did you run into him somewhere after I told him why you stopped by? Damn it. This wasn't going the way I wanted it to. Yeah, I said, my eyes flicking toward the window. He, stopped by the bar a couple days later to talk to Angus, I think. That seemed to satisfy her, and I heaved an inner sigh of relief, but it turned out she wasn't quite done. That was nice of him, she nodded. Did you take him up on his offer? Double shit. Well, it made no sense to lie about it. It was too risky. Yeah, actually, I admitted. He came by last week and checked out my doors and windows and made sure the new lock was on right." "Oh," she said, frowning slightly. "Huh. I ran into him a few days ago at the club. He never mentioned that." My brain was spinning crazily, trying to think of ways to change the subject, but I seemed to have lost my capacity to think clearly. "Oh," was all I could manage to choke out. I grabbed my beer and took a long drink of it to stall for time. "It's funny about Cal," Seton said, twirling her chopsticks and her noodles. "He's been kind of different the last few months. Less wild and unpredictable, I guess, and more serious. Even Gray's noticed it." "Oh?" I held my breath for a moment, not knowing whether to ask her to elaborate. On the one hand, I was actually dying to hear more about Cal from someone who knew him better than most people, especially if it would give me some insight as to why he had reacted so angrily when I joked with him about his fast and loose ways. I was even more interested in Cal and the mystery of what made him tick than I cared to admit, even to myself. On the other hand, if I let Seton keep talking about Cal, there was a possibility that the conversation would veer back into territory that I really, really didn't want to be going into with his sister. In the end, my curiosity won. "Huh," I said, feigning nonchalance. "What do you think is the reason?" "I don't know," Seton shook her head. "Then again, with Cal, sometimes he ends up reacting exactly the opposite way from what you'd think. When he first told me he was prospecting for the club, I was so upset, as you know. I was sure that being in an MC would make him into an even wilder and less responsible person than he already was. I was afraid he'd end up dead in some alley somewhere. But the weird thing was, the MC ended up changing him for the better." She looked at me with a perplexed expression. "Why do you think that is?" I prompted her. "Well," she thought for a moment. "The thing is, I realized later that prospecting with the club was the first time anyone had ever expected anything from him. All Cal's life, even when we were kids, people just assumed he was going to be this charming fuck-up. So that's what he was." She shrugged. "But the club sort of brought out this strong side of him that I think was maybe there all along. It's just no one ever gave him any real reason to pull his shit together and be someone who could be relied on. I think maybe Cal's just someone who needed someone to expect him to stand up and show the best side of him." Wow. I sat back and contemplated what Seton had just said. I knew from what she'd told me of her childhood that Cal, the youngest of the 3 Greenlee children, had been the golden boy of the family, and the only one that their mother had seemed to really love, or even like. I knew, too, that he'd always been a charmer. I could only imagine what a little heartbreaker little 5-year-old Cal must have been like, with that dimpled grin that said he already knew you were going to forgive him no matter what he'd done. But I'd never thought much about how he'd changed since joining the MC, or speculated as to why. Seton was right, though. Even I could see it. Since he'd become a Stone King, I knew he had been a better brother to her, more reliable and caring. Whereas Seton used to regularly complain about what a thoughtless jerk he was, I never heard her say that about him anymore. If anything, she would often mention little things he had done to help her and Gray out, like picking up groceries for her if she wasn't feeling well, or stopping by the house to unclog a sink if Gray was busy. What if, I suddenly wondered, Cal was helping me and treating me so well because I was the first woman who ever expected better of him? But I wasn't, I argued stubbornly with myself. I never expected anything from Cal. I never asked him to do any of the things he's done for me. I never told him I needed help. If anything, I've tried to refuse it. But maybe, just maybe, a tiny voice inside me insisted, it's because he wants you to think of him as a better man. Andy, is something wrong? I startled out of my thoughts to find Seton peering at me worriedly. Sorry, I stammered. I just got kind of lost in my thoughts there. No worries, she said. You okay, though? You seemed pretty out of it there for a minute. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I've just got a lot on my mind lately, I admitted. You want to talk about it? Shit. No, that's okay. I shrugged, trying to give her a reassuring smile. It's nothing, really. Just life stuff. And then, in a desperate attempt to change the subject, I started telling her about our upcoming show in Denver, and thankfully, Seton seemed to forget about my strange silence. But as I drove back home after dinner, wondering how long it would be until I got a text from Cal, another wave of guilt washed over me at how I was deceiving my best friend. Before tonight, it hadn't felt all that serious. I had mostly been able to convince myself that it was just a mostly harmless secret, a one-time fling that she didn't need to know about. But tonight, after sitting face-to-face across the table from her less than 12 hours after Cal and I had spent a crazed, passionate, frenzied night and morning together, when I was so sore from lovemaking that I could feel the memory of Cal's hard length between my thighs even now, when I knew that in just a few short hours Cal would be back in my bed, now I could no longer lie to myself. When this whole thing between us was all over, it was likely to blow up in all of our faces. I might lose my best friend as a result, and I would deserve it.
15. Cal. I started spending most of my nights at Andy's place. It wasn't something we talked about or decided, really. It just happened. The first night, I stayed over because she was scared and ended up in her bed. The second night, I texted her after I got done with some business for the club and arrived at her doorstep at 11:30. We didn't fall asleep until after 3, our bodies exhausted and spent. The third night, I just kind of showed up. I told myself it was because I wanted to protect her from whoever was trying to terrorize her. Of course I was, in part. It seemed like it might be working, too. Andy hadn't had any more calling cards since I'd been spending so much time with her. It was a pretty sure sign that whoever they were still watching us. I didn't say anything about my suspicions to Andy. I didn't want her to worry. But as much as I tried to tell myself that I was just trying to be a good guy and help someone who needed help, there was a deeper reason I kept showing up at Andy's at the end of every day. I just couldn't get enough of her. Andy Wagner had started to invade all my thoughts. When I wasn't with her, I sometimes still thought I could smell the fresh, citrusy scent of her shampoo lingering in the air. Sometimes I would turn around suddenly, thinking I could hear the husky, sensual sound of her laughter. I looked at other women, and instead of my eyes running over their curves, I'd find myself thinking about how their bodies were different from Andy's, how their legs weren't as long, or their hips weren't as sexy, or their tits weren't as good. It was all I could do to walk, talk, and dress myself when Andy wasn't around. My head was so full of her. At the end of every day, I would count down the hours, then the minutes, until I was going to see her again. So, yeah, I was staying with Andy because I wanted to protect her. Because the idea of anything happening to her made a sickening ball of dread start to form at the pit of my stomach. Because I knew that if she was ever hurt, or worse, and I hadn't been there to stop it, I'd never be able to forgive myself. Shit, more than once since she'd told me about being followed, I'd driven past the parking lot of Hammy's while she was working and stopped to check her car, just to make sure it was okay for her to drive. I didn't tell her that either. I didn't tell her a lot of things. I didn't want to put any pressure on her. But even more, I didn't want her to have any reason to think things were getting too serious between us and kick me out. I knew from Seton that Andy wasn't much for relationships, and after the things that Andy had told me about her childhood, I thought I had a pretty good idea why. But whatever the reason, I knew she felt safe with me now, and I didn't want to do anything to fuck that up. Even if it meant I had to push all the weird shit I was feeling for Andy down deep enough that she wouldn't be able to see it when she looked into my eyes. A few days later, the club was in church again. Gray and Trigg and a few other brothers were reporting on how the surveillance was going on the kid dealing smack at the high school. We were moving slow for now, wanting to make sure that whoever was supplying it to the kid, whose name was Dylan, didn't realize anyone was on their tail. If they got even a whiff that we were following the kid's moves, what we knew already about the organization told us they'd disappear without a trace, before we'd get anything actionable. So far, it looked like the boys I'd talked to hadn't spilled the beans about our conversation. The club had managed to locate where this Dylan kid lived, took down the make, model, and plate numbers of all the cars his family drove, and got a pretty solid beat on his movements throughout the day and where he tended to hang out. So far, he hadn't done anything or gone anywhere unusual. "So," Moose asked, frowning, "at this point we just wait, keep watching the kid, and be ready to act if and when we manage to grab someone at a drop?" We had decided to leave the kid completely alone for now. If we did this right, all he would ever know was that one day the people supplying him just stopped contacting him for good. The question was whether to nab the first person we saw meeting up with him. Once we had a member of the org in our hands, we had ways of making people talk that had worked pretty well for us in the past. But if that person didn't know anything, then we'd have tipped off the kingpin and we were screwed. "Yeah," Trig agreed. "If we go that route, this whole thing may end up coming down to whoever the brothers are that are watching at the time. It's going to be their judgment whether to nab the dealer supplying to the kid or try to follow them." "Realistically," I said, "if this org is big enough, we might have to settle with sending a message up the chain. Grab the dealer, make an example of him of what happens when people bring drugs into our territory. Make sure the message is clear enough that they won't want to bother with Lupin in the future." Gray nodded. "Agreed. We get close enough to whoever's meeting with that kid, we nab him, get as much information out of him as we can squeeze out of him, then send him out into the world as an example of what happens to people who come into our territory without our consent." Church ended a few minutes later, and I wandered out to the bar to shoot the shit with Trig. "Haven't seen that much of you around lately," he remarked to me, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, I've had some shit going on," I replied. "No big deal." "That's so." Trig pulled out a smoke and lit it. "By the way, I was out at Maisie's this morning having breakfast. She mentioned you'd been in a couple of weeks ago with a chick. Said the two of you seemed pretty cozy." "Oh, yeah?" I pretended to think. "Huh. Yeah, maybe I was." Trig grinned at me. "Don't give me that horse shit. You're a shit liar, at least with me." I shrugged. "What the fuck, Trig? Can't a guy have breakfast without it being a federal case?" "A guy? Sure. You, on the other hand," he snorted. "I'm not sure you even remembered a chick's name after you fucked her, much less taking her to goddamn breakfast. You're holding out on me, fucker." Shit. This was getting tricky. "It's nothing like that." I shook my head. "I'm just not sure she would want me talking about this." His eyes widened. "This is intriguing," he said with a leer. "Who you fucking, Greenlee? Come on now, tell Brother Trig." "Jesus Christ," I snapped. "What the hell is this, middle school? Leave it alone, brother." Okay. Fuck." He shook his head and frowned. "Forget I asked." I was relieved as hell when he finally dropped it. As far as the club was concerned, of course, there wasn't anything wrong with what was going on with me and Andy. But I didn't want Gray to find out about it, because I knew he'd feel obligated to tell Seaton. And I sure as shit didn't want Seaton finding something like that out from Gray. I resolved to be more careful about my comings and goings in the future. That didn't stop me from pulling out my phone and sending a text. "Hey, what's going on with you?"
"Nothing much. Coming over tonight?"
"I'm free right now."
"Come on over."
I got to Andy's place about 10 minutes later and fucked her like it was our last day on Earth. I woke up a couple hours later alone in Andy's bed to the soft sounds of an acoustic guitar. Pushing myself up off the mattress, I got up and wandered over to the open window where the sound was coming from.
"Hey,"
she said softly.
"I didn't mean to wake you."
Andy was sitting on a small ledge just outside the window. I grabbed my jeans from the chair where I'd thrown them and pulled them on, then climbed out to join her. "You didn't wake me," I replied. "Or maybe you did, but I don't mind." I nodded toward the guitar. "What's that song?"
"It's one of mine."
She strummed a few chords. "What's it about?"
"Saying goodbye,"
she said softly.
"Knowing you shouldn't look back, but doing it anyway."
Softly she began to sing. Why was Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt? She looked back to find a past that wasn't there. I can't find another way out, no way to turn back time, without my future disappearing into the air. Her fingers slowed, then stopped. Nice, I remarked. Sad.
You're the only person I've played it for. This one I keep for myself.
I drew her to me and kissed the top of her head. Thank you. I feel honored. She laughed softly.
You don't need to say that.
No, I mean it. And I did. I knew enough about Andy's life to know the deeper meaning of the lyrics she'd just sung to me. And it made me feel proud that she'd share it, knowing that I'd understand.
Our first gig at the Oasis is this weekend,
she murmured. Yeah? I pulled her closer. You mind if I come?
Do you really want to?
She asked, turning to gaze at me. Her eyes were questioning. I really do.
Then, yeah, cool. You can come.
Andy strummed a couple more chords on the guitar, then shivered.
Let's go in. I'm starting to get cold.
I climbed back through the window and took her guitar for her, then held out my hand to help her through. You know, I said with a smirk, if you're cold, I bet I can think of a few ways to warm you up. She frowned at me in mock judgment.
You're such a perv,
she tossed back, but her eyes were twinkling. You say that like it's a bad thing, I murmured, reaching for her. That Saturday, I rode up to Denver on the bike to see Andy and her band play their first regular concert at the Oasis. She and her bandmates had gone up earlier in the day with their equipment to set up and do a sound check, so I headed up by myself on the bike. Thankfully, Seaton wasn't feeling all that great and decided not to come up for the show. Andy had told her not to bother, that there'd be plenty of other opportunities. I was pretty relieved. It would have been pretty damn awkward to run into her and try to explain why I was there, but I didn't want to miss their big debut gig. The Oasis was a bigger bar than Hammy's, with an actual stage and a permanent sound booth up on the second floor overlooking where the band would be. It was a definite step up, and I was happy to see that the place was already filling up. They had a kid selling merch off to one side, t-shirts and hoodies and shit like that, and it looked like business was pretty good. I managed to score myself a seat at the bar and told the bartender to keep a beer in front of me until I told him to stop. I sat through a warm-up band that didn't do all that much for me, but that Andy had said were a local up-and-coming group. Then about 20 minutes after they were finished, the stage lights came back on and the Nopes took the stage. Andy looked like $1,000,000. She had on this form-fitting black sheath-type dress I'd never seen her wear before. Every move she made called attention to her gorgeous tits, her flat, taut waist, and the swell of her feminine hips. A pair of high-heeled black boots molded themselves against her calves and made me want to peel off the dress and fuck her senseless in them. Her makeup was dramatic, cherry-red lips that I could see glistening even from where I sat, and coal-smudged eyes and eyebrows that accentuated her deep baby blues. Jesus fuck. I was going to have to demand a private replay of this moment in her apartment, where I could actually touch her without being arrested for lewd conduct. Andy waved to the crowd and stepped up to the mic.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Oasis. We're the Nopes.
Then she glanced back at the drummer, raised the neck of her bass, and a wave of sound erupted forth. Since this wasn't my first time hearing the band, I was less surprised by their sound. I sat back and watched Andy work the room as she performed. She really was a natural. Her singing was sincere, unforced, and unmistakably her. As they had in Lupin, the crowd responded instantly to her, moving and nodding their heads to the beat. As I watched, an unfamiliar emotion began to build deep inside me. Eventually, I realized it for what it was. Pride. I was proud as fuck of Andy Wagner. Their first set lasted about 45 minutes, and during the break I was a little disappointed that Andy didn't come out and say hello. Not that she said she was going to, but I didn't realize I was hoping she would until the band came back on stage and the second set was about to start. Jesus, Greenlee, I muttered to myself. What are you, 12? Get a handle on yourself.
Hey, we're back,
Andy said.
I want to introduce the band members to you.
She went through and introduced the drummer, the keyboard player, the lead and rhythm guitars, and the guy who had been switching back and forth between a violin and a flute.
I want to thank all of you for coming out tonight and supporting live music. I especially want to thank a special friend in the audience tonight who drove all the way up here from Lupin just to see us.
She looked out into the crowd, her eyes searching, even though I knew she couldn't see me.
You know who you are,
she said simply. The second set was more raucous than the first, and even people who had been simply swaying and bobbing their heads earlier were now dancing and yelling out stuff to the band between songs. If tonight was any indication, Andy's band was in for a long, successful run at the Oasis. Many of the songs they were playing this set were familiar to me from the time I'd seen them play at Hammy's, so I found myself paying more attention to the crowd and enjoying how enthusiastic they were. Suddenly, something off in the corner of my peripheral vision caused a warning bell to go off in my brain. Keeping my movements to a minimum, I shifted my head slightly to the left and saw a familiar-looking dude with thin features and messy brown hair, staring expressionless at the stage. Holy shit. It was the same weird fucker I'd seen at their show in Lupin a few weeks back. I was almost sure of it. I reached into my pocket and pulled some bills out of my wallet to pay the bartender, then slid off the bar stool and walked around the back of the bar toward the other side, taking care not to attract any attention. The crowd was thick enough that it took me a couple minutes, since I didn't want to push aggressively through the crush and risk causing a scene. Finally, I managed to get through the mass of people and emerged on the other side of the bar. Slowly and carefully, I made my way forward, approaching from the rear toward where Andy's stalker had been. He was gone.
16. Andy. Of all the baby gifts Seton got during the shower, the biggest hits were the twin pacifiers emblazoned with the words, "Mute button." Seton laughed so hard that tears started streaming down her cheeks. "Oh my gosh, I don't know why that's so funny, but it is," she cried, wiping her eyes with a pink napkin. "That's right up there with the 'I only cry when ugly people hold me' onesies." I grinned. The onesies had been a gift from me. 18 women from the various parts of Seton's life had gathered at her house this afternoon to help her celebrate this upcoming life event. Just as Seton had predicted, her mom called at the last moment to back out. I didn't think Seton was that disappointed about it. In fact, she'd seemed sort of relieved. As she sat there opening presents and laughing, I realized I'd never seen her look so radiant and beautiful. In the 5 years I'd known Seton, I'd seen her push through a lot of tough changes and difficult decisions, and it was amazing to see her finally in a place where I knew she was truly happy. I took a sip of my wine as Carly spoke up. "So, Seton, spill the beans. Have you and Gray decided on names for the twins yet?" "Not completely," she said with a sweet little smile. "Gray says any of the boy names we have picked out would be fine with him, but for some reason he's really fixating on the girl's name. He says he thinks we need to wait until we meet her to decide, until we see what her personality is." She laughed. "I don't really think we're going to know much about her personality on day one, though." "You'd be surprised," Monica replied. "With Trenton, I knew right away he was going to be a hellion. He came out kicking and swinging. Hasn't stopped since. But Brady was calm as could be." A discussion started among the mothers in the group of how quickly they saw personalities developing in their newborns. The consensus among them seemed to be that babies showed their cards pretty quickly most of the time. I sat back and listened with detached curiosity. Having babies was something I'd always been kind of on the fence about. Being a mother seemed almost impossible for me to envision. Maybe because I couldn't imagine doing it alone. But being in a committed relationship wasn't something that seemed to be in my future either. I wonder what kind of father Cal would be. The thought came unbidden to me, and I pushed it away impatiently. Whatever was going on between Cal and me, it was ridiculous to even let myself think a thought like that. We were not a couple, by any stretch of the imagination, and Cal was sure as hell not daddy material. But even as I dismissed the idea of Cal as a father as ridiculous, one half of my brain began to argue with the other half. Sure, he could be kind of irresponsible, Most guys in their 20s were. Sure, he was wild and impulsive, too. For God's sake, he was a member of a motorcycle club. Still, in the past weeks, I'd seen a side of him I'd never imagined existed. That side was protective, strong, and loyal. He had surprised the hell out of me, but it was true. That Cal, the one I had seen lately, seemed like someone who could be a good father someday. The kind of father any child would be lucky to have. The kind of man any woman would be lucky to have. I shook my head once, hard, to force myself out of my reverie. I looked across the room to see Seton staring at me, a curious expression on her face. I gave her a quick flash of a smile, my cheeks flushing. "So, you were saying maybe Wyatt for the boy?" Julie was asking. "And the girl?" "Well, at this point, the name that I keep coming back to is Kendall," Seton said. "Gray wants to keep Madeline in the running as well. He likes the nickname Maddie." "I like Kendall Madeline," said Eva. She had recently gotten involved with Trigg, the VP of the Stone Kings. I didn't know her very well, but what I had seen so far I really liked. She was smart, engaging, witty, and tough enough to give Trigg a run for his money. She was also flat-out gorgeous, with long, thick blonde hair that cascaded down her shoulders with an effortless style. "Oh, I like that too," enthused Monica. "That's really pretty." As the other women weighed in on baby girl names, I stood up and started taking orders for cake, which, as the mom-to-be had requested, was just a simple sheet cake with buttercream frosting. Out in the kitchen, I was busying myself cutting up pieces and putting them on plates when Seton's voice startled me from behind. "Andy, are you okay?" she asked, her face concerned. "You seem kind of, I don't know, preoccupied." "Sure, I'm fine," I said brightly. "Just focused on the shower, I guess." "Yeah, but," she bit her lip, "you've been seeming kind of preoccupied for a while now. Are you sure there's nothing wrong?" "Why would anything be wrong?" "I don't know, but that's just the point. If anything was wrong, would you tell me?" Her eyes searched mine. "Of course," I shrugged. I hoped my voice didn't sound as fake as I thought it did. "Everything's fine, Seton. Don't worry." "Is this one of those don't worry the pregnant lady things?" she said crossly. "Man, I hate that. Gray's been treating me like I'm made of glass lately." She eyed me, cocking her head. "Is that what you're doing? Because you better not be." No, I protested. "It's... Damn it. Seton was too damn perceptive for her own good. She could tell something was up with me, and I wasn't going to be able to keep it from her forever. But there was no way I could tell her about the strange and frightening things that had been happening to me lately, without at some point admitting that Cal knew about it and that he'd been protecting me, which would lead to the larger discussion of just how that had started, and I didn't want to go down that road. I heaved a deep sigh and said the only thing I could think of that would put her off for a while. "Look, Seton, it really isn't anything," I said. I forced myself to make eye contact, figuring she'd be less likely to think I was lying. "It's just... I don't feel like getting into it now, especially during your shower, but I'll tell you about it sometime." She frowned, disapproval written clearly on her face. "You promise?" she retorted, crossing her arms. "I promise," I nodded. Because what else could I say? After the shower was over, I enlisted Eva and Carly for cleanup duty and made Seton swear to just sit on the couch and take it easy. She grudgingly did as she was told, even though I expected her to get up any minute and start helping us. When we had gotten everything put away and back to normal, I made sure to leave with the two of them so that Seton wouldn't have another chance to grill me about what was on my mind. We said our goodbyes, and I got into my car, checking it surreptitiously for any signs of tampering as I did so. On the way home, I quickly checked my phone to see if I'd had any texts from Cal, but there was nothing, and I tried to push down my disappointment. I was becoming far too reliant on seeing him every day, I realized. The day would come when I would have to let him step back and stop being my own personal bodyguard and protector, and when that day came, I'd have to face up to the reality that as much as I found myself becoming addicted to Cal's presence in my life, the plain fact of the matter was that the physical relationship was mostly just one of convenience. At least for him. Because as much as I hated to admit it, there was a tiny part of me that was starting to fall for Cal Greenlee. And one way or another, I knew I was setting myself up for a whole lot of hurt. The hours passed with no text from Cal, and even though I knew I could just as easily text him, something held me back. I didn't want to acknowledge to myself how much I was missing him, didn't want to break down and admit to myself that I didn't want to spend the night without him. I ate a simple dinner around 6 and spent some time on a new song I was working on. Just before 8, my phone buzzed, and I grabbed it, almost dizzy with relief. "Hey, babe," it read. "Got some things to take care of, but I can be over later. You good?" "Sure," I replied. "Take your time." And I meant it. Now that I knew he was planning on coming over eventually, the tension I'd been holding in my muscles released. Breathing a small sigh of relief, I leaned back on the couch and grabbed a paperback I'd recently started, hoping it would keep my attention for a while. Unfortunately, my mind wasn't really up to focusing on the plot of the book, which was about a woman with a drinking problem who had a habit of spying on people from the neighborhood where she used to live. Shaking my head, I set the book down and picked up my phone, figuring I could spend some time on social media. I opened up the Facebook app and went to look at my sister Alyssa's page. A few weeks had passed since I'd last looked at it, and there were a dozen or so posts, mostly selfies and shares from other people's pages. As I scrolled through, taking note of the faces of people I recognized as her friends, her most recent status post caught my eye. It was dated 3 days ago. Scared, don't know what to do. Have you ever felt like everything you thought you knew was a lie? A number of her friends had replied to it. "You okay, hun? Can I do anything? Text me." But Alyssa hadn't responded. Part of me tried to pass it off as just a teenager being dramatic. But I knew from watching her on social media that she wasn't really prone to these kinds of posts. I argued with myself as I stared at the screen. "Andy, you don't even really know her anymore. You left when she was 7. You have no idea what she's like now. Maybe she's just having her first breakup with a boyfriend." But the nagging feeling that something was wrong just wouldn't go away. What if Alyssa had finally started to put the pieces together about the kinds of things her father was involved in? After all, she was 14 years old now. She wasn't a little kid anymore. And she wasn't stupid. Eventually, she might have put 2 and 2 together, just like I did. The more I thought about Alyssa not knowing what was happening, the more worried I got and the more helpless I felt. I had no idea what to do, and no idea how to find anything out, especially if I was being watched by Anthony's people. As I sat there casting about for ideas, I realized this was something I couldn't figure out alone. I needed another perspective on this. I needed to talk to someone I trusted. I needed to talk to Cal.
17. Cal. I hadn't told Andy about the stalker guy who was at the Oasis that night, or that I was almost certain he was the same guy I'd seen at Hammy's a few weeks before. I wasn't sure it was the right decision, but I didn't want to scare her. And since I'd managed to lose the motherfucker before I could confront him both times, I was more or less flying blind, unable to do anything about what I'd seen. The only thing that reassured me was the near certainty that if Andy's stepfather was behind this, he seemed to be more invested in knowing her whereabouts than he was in hurting her. At least, so far. I myself was keeping closer tabs on Andy than she knew as well. I'd convinced her it was a good idea for us to download an app that let me see her phone's location 24/7, so I could make sure I knew exactly where she was at any given moment. But I doubt she suspected how often I checked it throughout the day. For example, today I knew she'd been at Seaton's baby shower for most of the afternoon, and that she'd gone straight home afterwards. That evening, as I went about my business, I periodically checked my phone to make sure that she was in for the night and hadn't gone anywhere. I'd even sent her a text every couple of hours to make sure everything was okay, and didn't notice anything unusual in her responses. which is why it was a little surprising to find her face so pinched and drawn when I showed up at her place that night. Hey, what's wrong? I asked in a soothing voice as I led her to the couch. Did something happen? Given my past experiences trying to get her to tell me things she was worried about, I thought I would have to work to drag whatever it was out of her. If it was one thing I was learning about Andy, it was that she didn't like to reveal her feelings much. Which is why I was so surprised when she sat down and immediately started talking.
Cal, I'm really worried about something,
she said. Her voice was high and thin.
I don't know. It might be nothing, but I need to talk to someone about it.
I nodded. Okay, tell me. I took both of her hands in mine, stroking them with my thumbs. Her laptop was sitting in front of us on the coffee table, and she pulled it onto her lap and woke up the screen. She seemed to hesitate.
I know this might seem like it's nothing,
she said softly,
but I have a bad feeling about it.
Andy angled the screen toward me and pointed.
That's my sister's most recent Facebook status,
she explained. I bent down to read it. Scared, don't know what to do. Have you ever felt like everything you thought you knew was a lie? I sat back up and stared at her. You think this has anything to do with your stepdad?
I don't know.
Her tone was preoccupied.
I mean, it may be nothing. I don't think she'd be in any immediate danger. After all, she's his daughter. But then again, what do I know?
She shook her head in frustration.
And if she's figured out any of the things that Anthony is involved in, after all these years of not knowing, I mean, if she really had no idea until now, she might be really upset. Like, upset enough to do something drastic. And I know Anthony well enough that he'll do whatever it takes to save his own skin. He's more than capable of locking her up if he thinks she's going to go to the police or something.
I looked at her. Do you really think she'd do something like that?
I have no idea.
She peered worriedly at the screen.
I haven't seen Alyssa since she was 7. She's 14 now, old enough to notice things.
She looked at me.
If she's finally put 2 and 2 together, she might have gone to her mom about it. And if I know my mom, she'll tell her to drop it,
she said bitterly.
Allie might be feeling really alone and confused.
Her voice dropped to a whisper.
I just wish I knew what was going on. I wish I knew how to help her.
I lifted my hand to Andy's cheek and raised her face to mine. We'll figure something out, I told her gently. It's going to be okay.
But what can we do?
She asked, her eyes pleading with me as she spoke. I thought for a moment. Then the seeds of an idea began to form in my head. There's an MC up in Denver, I said. It's called The Throttle. One of Gray's cousins, name of Riker Stone, is the VP of the club. I wouldn't be surprised if Gray'd be willing to ask them to do some recon for us. Do some surveillance on your sister and mom, keep an eye on their comings and goings for a few days. Maybe even get some idea of what kind of business your stepdad is up to. Might give us a better idea whether this is worth worrying about, I said, waving my hand at the laptop. Andy sat for a moment, considering, then frowned.
But won't it look funny if you go to Gray and ask him for a favor from me? I mean, I'm not connected to the club, after all. There's no reason for them to help me.
The club's a family, I said firmly. You're connected to me, and to Seton. I wasn't being 100% honest with her. It was true that Gray would be puzzled if I asked for this. He'd probably want to know why I wanted to get the club involved in Andy's business. But I couldn't think about that now. I'd worry about how to explain that when I talked to Gray. He was a good guy. I was pretty sure he'd come around. Andy was looking dubious.
But if you asked Gray to do this, won't Seton have to know?
About what? I asked. That you're worried about your sister?
Well, no,
Andy said, trailing off.
About this. About you staying here. And why?
I took a moment to consider what she was saying. Not necessarily, I said finally. The MC generally tries to keep club business away from old ladies. Now with Seton pregnant, Gray's been pretty damn protective of her. That alone might be enough for him to keep her out of the loop. We talked about it some more, with me trying my best to convince her it was the best path forward. Finally, she agreed. Andy sighed.
I wish we didn't have to do this.
I know, I nodded. But if you want answers about your sister, we may not have much choice. And it might end up giving you some idea what's been going on with whoever's been playing games with you. It wasn't easy having the conversation with Gray. Not that he even hesitated about enlisting his cousin's club to help figure out whether Andy's sister and mom were in some kind of danger. But he wasn't going to do it without answers, and I was short on the ones I wanted to give him. Andy's pretty concerned that there's something up with her sister in Denver, I was explaining. Her stepfather, Anthony Conley, is apparently involved in some shady shit up there, though Andy's not sure what. Drug running, maybe, or weapons. Andy left home as soon as she could, so she never figured out exactly what his game was. And she figured this out how? Gray asked skeptically. Facebook. Yeah, I know it sounds strange, I admitted. She saw a status from her sister that made her start to worry. So, why doesn't she just call her sister and ask what's wrong? I hesitated. Andy's not in contact with any of the family, for personal reasons involving the stepfather. I frowned, then continued carefully. And there's more. Andy's had some recent scares with a person or persons stalking her anonymously and leaving clear signs of their presence in places that she won't fail to notice. Even going as far as breaking into her apartment. She thinks, and I believe her, that it might be her stepfather, having someone keep track of her comings and goings and making sure she knows she's being watched. What the fuck? Gray exclaimed. Andy? Why the hell would anyone be following her? Like I said, I repeated. Her stepfather is apparently involved in some shady shit. And I stopped. There was almost no way I could go further without revealing things about Andy's past that I knew she wouldn't want anyone else to know. Look, let's just say that he's told her in the past that he was never going to let her disappear from his sight. Andy's pretty convinced that these calling cards he's been leaving her are messages to remind her he can still see her. She have any idea why he might be doing this? Gray asked, his voice tight. She's not sure, but whoever it is has been limiting himself to just scaring her so far. If he'd been trying to nab her, he could have done that right away. Like I said, he's been in her apartment. Jesus, Gray swore. And she's been dealing with this all alone, without any goddamn protection? I've been protecting her, I replied simply. He blinked once. You've been protecting her, he repeated. Since when? A few weeks. I've been staying at her apartment nights, keeping tabs on her during the day. For a few moments, Gray said nothing. The muscles in his jaw worked as a range of emotions I couldn't quite read passed across his face. Finally, he spoke. Why did you keep this from the club? His voice was low and cold. I haven't kept it from the club, Gray. I'm bringing it to you now. You don't think spending your spare time playing bodyguard is something I should have known about before now? His eyes challenged me. There wasn't any other choice, Gray. I looked him in the eye. Remember when she came over to your place to ask you for help changing out a lock? When Seton told me about it, I offered to help Andy check her doors and windows to make sure they were secure. She ended up confiding in me. There wasn't one particular point where this seemed like something that should be club business. Until now. She needs help. She sees friend and she's my friend too. So I'm asking. Fuck, he spat. Of course the club will help. That was never the question. But brothers don't keep business like this from each other, Cal. You get involved with something dangerous, you tell the MC. Simple as that. I nodded. I get you, Gray. But up until now, this was Andy's secret to keep. Straightening, I continued. In the future, I'll make sure to let you know about anything that might affect the club. But I won't apologize for keeping what she tells me in confidence. and I won't apologize for trying to keep her safe." Gray's expression changed then. He cocked his head as though he'd just figured something out. "There's something going on between the two of you?" he asked. "Maybe," I replied. "Not that it makes any difference to the issue at hand." "Does Seton know about any of this?" "No." My jaw tensed. "And I don't think she needs to. She'd flip her shit if she knew Andy was in any kind of danger." I was counting on him wanting to protect his pregnant wife from unneeded stress, and I wasn't disappointed. "Yeah," he grunted. "True." "I'll give Riker a call today. Fill him in on what's up," Gray replied. "You give me the address of the house and all the info you can on the stepdad, the mom, and the sister from Andy." "Will do," I agreed. "That it?" "Yeah, I think that's it for now. I'm going to call church for tomorrow to get the club informed. Let them know about this situation in case anything changes and we need to take action. Also, get an update on the heroin problem." "Okay, I'll stay in touch." I turned to go. "Cal?" he called after me. "Yeah." "You know Seton's going to be pretty damn pissed off at you if you hurt that girl and she finds out about it." I nodded. "I'm not planning on it," I said.
18. Andy. That night, after I'd shown Cal my sister's cryptic Facebook status and he'd gone to the clubhouse to talk to Gray about enlisting the Stone King's help, I did something that I was praying wouldn't turn out to be a huge mistake. I private messaged Alyssa. It was probably a long shot, I knew. Allie hadn't posted or responded to any activity on her wall since the worrying status, so I couldn't even tell if she'd been on the site since then. Not only that, I didn't have a Facebook profile in my own name, and even though I was almost certain that my stepfather knew where I was, I still didn't dare take the risk of making a profile and sending her a friend request. But sending her a message from a dummy account that she didn't recognize might end up being an exercise in futility. Depending on how she had her filters set, any message I sent her might never make its way into her inbox. In the end, waiting around without at least trying to communicate with her was driving me crazy. I had to at least try, or I'd never be able to stop thinking about it. The first thing I did was to change the name on my fake profile to Amelia Bedelia. It was the name of a children's book character that Allie had loved as a child. Since my mom wasn't really the type to spend her time reading to her children, I remembered reading Allie the books myself. I hoped that the name would ring enough of a bell to pique her curiosity, so that she'd decide to open a private message from a stranger. "Allie, this is your sister. Are you okay? I saw your last status and I'm worried about you. Message me, please. Andy." Then I hit send and hoped for the best. 2 days later, I checked my Facebook account for what must have been the 50th time, but Allie still hadn't responded, and there was no indication she'd ever seen my message. I wasn't sure how to interpret her silence. I'd ended up telling Cal about my attempt to contact her. He told me not to worry, that her lack of response probably didn't mean anything. I knew he was right, but it was still really hard to just let it go. Part of me was sorry that I'd ever even tried. So, in the absence of any other brilliant ideas, I just tried to go about my daily life like nothing was wrong. I went to work at Hammy's, I went to practice. I lived in a state of perpetual apprehension that whoever had been watching me would leave another sign. But absolutely nothing happened. I bounced back and forth between starting to relax back into my routine and suddenly becoming convinced that something absolutely terrible was about to happen. If I hadn't had Cal to talk to about it all, I might have lost my mind. Eventually, something did happen, but it was the last thing I would have expected. Driving home from band practice one day, my cell phone buzzed on the seat next to me. I picked it up and glanced at it to see that my Aunt Lori was calling. I don't love talking on the phone while I'm driving, so I pulled over and hit the answer button. "Hey, Lori, what's up?" I switched the phone to my left hand, then reached over and turned down the radio with my right. "Hi, honey." Her slightly tinny voice came through the speaker. "Am I catching you at a bad time?" "No, not at all. I just got out of band practice. How are you doing?" Oh, fine, she answered. Her voice was hesitant. I frowned. Are you sure? Is something wrong? There was a short silence. Andy, are you free right now to come over? Something's happened. My eyes widened. Yes, of course. I'm in my car right now. I'm about 10 minutes away from your place. But, Lori, what's wrong? You're freaking me out a little. After a moment, she answered me. It's your mother and your sister. They're here with me at the house. There was no strange car parked in front of Lori's house, only BJ's pickup truck. Lori's small SUV, which was usually kept in the garage, was sitting in the driveway. I was shaking as I walked up the sidewalk toward the front door. I hadn't seen my mother or my sister in 6 years. I had no idea what to expect. Worse, I had no idea how to feel. I had missed my sister Allie horribly, and lately I'd been so worried about her that I could barely wait to see her now, to make sure she was okay. The years I had missed of her growing up still hurt terribly and made me feel guilty as hell. I was scared she'd hate me, that she'd blame me for leaving, and that I wouldn't be able to explain why. As for my mother, it was almost impossible to put my feelings about her into words. I had loved my mother intensely as a little girl, and had accepted her weaknesses and lack of attention to me after her marriage to Anthony because I simply didn't know any better. But her refusal to take me seriously when I told her about my stepfather's inappropriate touching, her choosing her life of ease over protecting me, had opened up a chasm between us that would never completely close. And the fact that she hadn't even asked about me when she'd called Aunt Lori a couple of months ago seemed to just confirm that she didn't really care about me. I had to admit it to myself. A tiny part of me hated her for it. Now, after all this time, I'd be seeing the two of them again. I had so many questions, so many emotions, and I didn't know what to do with any of them. When I got to the door, BJ was there to answer it. Hey, she greeted me, pushing the screen door open to let me through. Her eyes were kind and sympathetic. They're in the living room with Lori. Thanks, I said as I walked into the entryway. Andy, she murmured, her tone concerned. You okay? I don't know, I answered honestly. I really don't. Inside, my mom and sister were sitting at opposite ends of Lori's long brown leather sofa. Lori sat across from them, perched at the edge of the tan loveseat. When I stepped into the living room, Lori immediately stood up and went to me. Andy, I'm so glad you could come right away. She took my arm and led me forward. Suddenly, it felt like I couldn't breathe. My mom got up first. Oh, my God, Andy, she said in a tremulous voice. I'd seen recent pictures of her on Allie's Facebook wall, but she seemed to have aged a lot since the last vacation pics my sister had posted. Her normally perfectly coiffed silver blonde hair looked straggly and unkempt in its loose ponytail. Her eyes were watery, and her mascara had run a bit. Just under her chin, some small, faint bruises were barely perceptible under her makeup. She walked toward me and enveloped me in a tight, bony hug. I couldn't make myself hug her back. Hi, Mom, I said. After a moment, she detached herself from me. You look so beautiful, she breathed. So grown up. Well, I am grown up, I replied dryly, a hint of bitterness in my voice. I'm 24. Of course, she said hastily, pulling back almost as though I'd slapped her. Of course I know that, darling. Out of all the emotions roiling through me right now, the one that was threatening to burst through my veneer of calm was rage. Rage at my mother for letting me go, for not doing everything she could to protect me. But right now, I couldn't let the rage win. I needed to know what was going on, why they were here, and most importantly, that my sister was okay. Allie, I said, looking over to the form still sitting on the couch. She was wearing a small white t-shirt and tiny jean shorts, and hugged her arms to her as though she was cold. Her slim, still coltish legs were folded under her, as if she was trying to take up the least amount of room possible. Allie looked up at me with wide brown eyes. Her features had always been similar to mine, but where I was fair, she was dark. "Hi," she whispered. At first, I was terrified that Anthony had done something to Allie, but that ended up not being the case. She was traumatized, but it wasn't her that my stepfather had hurt. It was my mom. BJ quietly went into the kitchen and got us all glasses of iced tea and lemonade, then sat down on the love seat beside Lori. I took a chair off to one side. Then my mother began the story of what had pushed her and Allie to flee their home in Denver and seek refuge with my aunt. My mom spoke in hushed, nervous tones, occasionally casting a quick, regretful glance over at Allie, as though it pained her to have my sister hear what she had to say. Apparently, the past couple of years with my stepfather had been hard. In the wake of what my mother could only assume was a string of business deals gone wrong, Anthony's moods and behavior had become increasingly erratic. Always a regular drinker, his boozing had become excessive, and his moods, when under the influence, more violent. My mother, usually able to avoid his anger, started to become the main target of his rage. When he was drunk, which was more and more frequent now, he would blame her for his money woes. He would call her disloyal, no better than a common whore. He would suggest that maybe she should go prostitute herself to start earning her keep, instead of sponging off of him like the gold digger she was. And then he started hitting her. When my mother got to this part of the story, a small wounded noise came from the corner of the couch. Allie had drawn her legs up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them, and stared fixedly at a point on the coffee table. My heart wrenched. I wanted to go to her, but I didn't know how. I still didn't know whether she hated me for leaving. If I tried to sit down next to her to hug her before she was ready, I might just make things worse. My mother cleared her throat as she struggled for words. I tried to leave, more than once, but Anthony told me he'd find me if I left and I'd be sorry. He told me I'd never see Alyssa again. She sniffled and cast a quick look toward my sister, who wouldn't meet her eyes. I was afraid he meant it. I knew he had the money for the best lawyers, and I was scared I'd be out on the street, not a cent to my name, all alone. She looked at us searchingly. I didn't know what to do. That's when I called you, Lori, the first time. I was trying to get up the courage to talk to you about it, to ask if maybe we could come and stay with you. But I just couldn't do it. Her voice broke and she hid her face in her hands. Lori spoke up. Karen, it's okay. You're here now. She continued gently. What finally made you decide to leave? My mom grabbed a Kleenex from the box on the table and blew her nose. It was Allie, actually. Her throat hitched again. She came to me one day asking me what it was exactly her father did for a living. I didn't know what to tell her. I tried to hide what I knew about his business stuff from her, from both you girls. She sighed, glancing toward me. I figured what you didn't know wouldn't hurt you. But I guess Allie had seen and heard some stuff and she had questions. And she wouldn't let me off the hook. So finally I told her what I knew. What do you know, Mom? I asked. A loud, shaky sigh escaped her. I know he's no good. I know he's done stuff. Illegal stuff. Selling drugs, things like that. He used to keep all of that far away from us. But lately, people come to the house. Angry people, demanding to see him. There are guards all over the place outside when he's there. So Allie, of course she could see all that. She could see her dad was up to no good. My mother blew her nose again. And then, one night, she saw her father choke me. One hand went involuntarily to her neck, and I realized what the bruises I'd noticed earlier were. Allie told me we had to leave, no matter what. I knew she was right, but I didn't know how to do it. Then Anthony left on a business trip. To where, I don't know. He never tells me anything. I told Allie to leave everything except what she could pack in a small bag, like if we were just going shopping or something. And we got out. My mother began to tremble. The whole time driving here, I was half afraid they'd be coming after us. I thought they'd nab us on the way and take us back home. I don't even know if Anthony knows we're gone yet. She looked at me with panic in her eyes. Lori put our car in the garage so they wouldn't see it, but I'm scared we made a big mistake. Your stepfather's powerful, Andy. He's got men with guns. What if they come for us? What if they hurt you, too? Don't worry about us, Lori cut in. Her loathing for Anthony Conley was etched clearly on her face. The important thing is that you're away from him now. I looked over at my sister, who still hadn't said a word. Silent tears were streaming down her face. I had no idea how many terrible things must have been going through her head, how traumatizing it must have been to be terrified of her own father. I can protect us, I said suddenly. I know a way. I stood quickly and grabbed the bag I'd placed on the floor next to me. Lori, BJ, lock yourselves in behind me. Sit tight and make sure you don't answer the door for anyone but me. I'll be back. Lori called after me, but I didn't have time to answer her. I needed to talk to Cal. On the way out the door, I sent him a text, then called him a few seconds later. The call went straight to voicemail. Frowning, I got in my car, locked the doors, and pulled the gun out of my bag, placing it on the passenger seat next to me. Then I started the engine and headed straight for the Stone King's clubhouse. I was so focused on finding Cal that I barely looked at the parking lot as I pulled up. If I had, I would have seen a familiar vehicle there and might have had more time to prepare myself. I stuffed the gun back inside my purse, got out of the car, and steeled myself to walk into the clubhouse. I'd never been there before, and had next to no idea what I would find inside. I pushed open the heavy oak door and waited for a moment as my eyes adjusted to the difference in the light. Before I could get a good look, a familiar voice greeted me. Andy? It was Seton. As I blinked and looked over toward the voice, I could see that she was standing with one arm on the bar. Seated next to her was Monica, who I'd met at Seton's baby shower. Andy, what are you doing here? She asked as she walked toward me. How did you know to find me here? Oh, of course she thought I was looking for her, I realized dimly. What else would she think? My mind raced for some sort of explanation, but nothing came. Actually, I began and stopped. What? She frowned in confusion. I'm, looking for Cal.
19. Cal. I got a text from Gray less than an hour ago telling me something big had happened and to get my ass down to the clubhouse ASAP. When I got there, the brothers were already filing into the chapel. I made my way over to Trigg and asked him what was going on, but all he said was he'd heard there'd been a break in the drug trafficking situation going on in Lupin. As the others were taking their seats, I approached Gray, who was standing near the window, a fierce look in his eye. Hey, what's so urgent? I asked him. I thought maybe this had something to do with Andy. It does. He nodded toward the table. Grab a seat. You're going to want to hear this. I took my place at the table and turned off my phone. The gavel banged. Gray wasted no time giving Pig, Tiny, and Moose the floor. The three of them had been spending a fair amount of time watching Dylan, the kid from Lupin High we'd been keeping an eye on. It had been over a week with no activity we could see, and they were starting to think his supplier had gotten wise and skipped town. Then one day after school, Dylan broke from his normal routine and pointed his car out of the parking lot, going in the opposite direction from his house. They followed the kid out to a trailer park on the edge of town. There, they'd managed to stay out of sight long enough to nab Dylan in the act of accepting high-purity crack cocaine and heroin from a dude in a scrawny beard and a brown hoodie. The brothers had put the fear of God into young Dylan, telling him that he was being watched and that if he ever tried to deal in the city limits again, his parents would be receiving pieces of him in the mail every day for a month. Then they hauled the dude in the hoodie into a van and took him out in the country to beat on him until he told them everything he knew. So what'd you get out of him? I asked. The guy's a petty goddamn thug, Moose spat. Out of Denver. Said he and another guy got sent out here a few months ago to set up shop in the area. Said he's been selling mainly to kids and some of the people in the trailer park. What the fuck? That seems pretty small time, Trigg remarked. Who's he working for? He said he didn't know, Pig said. Said he got approached by a dude that was supplying him with product up in Denver. Offered to pay him top dollar. Enough money he couldn't refuse. But here's the weird fucking thing. Apparently he was also sent out here to keep an eye on someone in town. A chick. Every once in a while he'd get an order to go to this chick's house, make it obvious somebody'd been there, to scare the shit out of her. What the fuck? When I cut my eyes to Gray, he was staring at me intently. Jesus Christ. This had something to do with Andy. Where is he now? I choked out. I suddenly couldn't think of anything other than riding out to wherever he was and choking the life out of the fucker. We're holding him in one of the outbuildings on the property of the safe house outside of Lowell, Tiny replied. How is he? Gray asked. Tiny smirked. A little bloody, but he'll live until we decide what to do with him. Tiny, Pig, and Moose had managed to beat the name and location of the other guy out of the one they'd caught, and Gray sent them out to round him up and bring him out to the same place outside Lowell. Then he banged the gavel again. We're done here for now, he barked at the rest of the men. But I want you all back here tonight. We got some other shit to discuss related to this. I'll explain later. As the others stood up and moved out of the room, I grabbed my phone from my pocket and turned it back on. I hated to have it off just in case Andy was trying to get hold of me. Sure enough, there was a text and a call, both from her. She hadn't left a voicemail. Gray called me over to him. Jesus fuck, Gray. I shook my head in disbelief. It's Andy's stepdad. Andy's fucking stepdad is the kingpin. Yeah, he agreed. Some pretty crazy odds. Makes me wonder what's the real reason he's trying to set up shop in Lupin. The drugs, or keeping an eye on her. I was guessing it was the latter. The only question was why. What do we do with these guys? I asked. We release them, they'll go to their boss and tell them we nabbed them. Yeah, but if we don't, he'll figure it's someone's on to him anyway when they don't come back. Gray thought for a moment. We'll keep them there for now. I'll have Frankenstein and a couple of the others look in on them, keep them alive for a couple days. Then we'll send them back to their boss with a message that they need to stay the fuck out of Lupin, or the next guy gets killed. They don't need to know we've put two and two together about Andy. I nodded. That might be the end of the drug problem, I said. But I don't think it's going to stop them from watching her. We can't assume Andy's stepdad won't eventually act, Gray agreed. We need more security on Andy, and more eyes on him. Riker and the Throttle are just setting up his men to start surveillance on the house in Denver. I'll call him and let him know he should beef it up. I agreed. Ideally, I'd like to see security on Andy 24/7, I told him. And ideally, I'd like it to be me. You can't watch her 24/7, Gray frowned. What about sleep? Like I said, I murmured. I've been staying at her place most nights. He stared hard at me for a moment. Okay, he said finally. But you'll need backup. We'll talk to Moose, have him coordinate with you. Understood. I thought a moment. We'll need to have a plan for watching her when she goes up to Denver to play gigs, too. Maybe a detail of a few of us to ride up and keep an eye on shit while she's there. My voice turned hard. I don't want her alone for a minute. As I walked out of the chapel, my head was down, my eyes on my phone. I was already pressing the callback button on Andy's voicemail to find out what was up. I placed the phone to my ear, but before it could ring on her end, I looked up to see her standing in the bar next to Seaton and Monica. Andy? She didn't move at all, though her eyes were locked on mine intently. Hazily, I took the phone from my ear and pressed the button to end the call. Next to her, Seaton was looking back and forth between us, a confused frown on her face. Andy, I went to her. Is everything okay? No, she admitted. Not really. Can I talk to you alone for a few minutes? Andy cast a quick, apologetic look at Seaton, who widened her eyes in surprise. Sure, come on. Without thinking, I took her hand and led her to a grouping of low couches in the corner of the room. We sat down and I waited for her to begin talking, scrutinizing her face for any sign of what had happened.
A couple of hours ago, I got a call from my Aunt Lori asking me to come over, she began. She told me, her eyes met mine. She told me my mom and sister were there at the house.
Here in Lupin? I asked. Andy nodded her head.
Yeah, I just came from there. Apparently my mom finally left Anthony, and my sister came with her. It was Allie who pushed her to do it, actually. Remember that Facebook status I talked to you about?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it had something to do with Allie finding out that her dad's involved in illegal shit. Or that she caught her dad beating up my mom. Or both.
Shit. I felt sorry for the kid.
Yeah,
she agreed. Her shoulders slumped.
So now they're at my Aunt Lori's hiding out, and they're afraid that Anthony's going to find them and that they might be in danger.
She looked at me.
So I came here to find you. You weren't answering your phone. I'm sorry if I did something wrong.
My phone was off because I was in a meeting. I was just calling you back when I saw you just now. And no, you didn't do anything wrong, I reassured her. I'm glad you came here.
Kel,
she said in a tiny voice.
Can you help us?
It's all taken care of, babe. I explained to Andy that the Stone Kings had settled on a plan to provide her protection. I'd be with her 24/7 from here on out, and a contingent of the brothers would be accompanying her to all her Denver shows. You may see them around, but if they're doing their jobs right, they should be mostly invisible. But know they're there.
Does that mean you'll be with me when I'm working at Hammy's and when I go to practice too? She asked. Would that be boring?
Yes, I'm not leaving your side, I said firmly. It's what I want to do, Andy. It won't be boring, especially when the alternative is I'm worried shitless because I'm not with you to make sure you're safe.
Kel.
Her voice softened, and I ached to take her in my arms, but I knew I couldn't, not with my sister staring at us from across the room. Andy seemed to sense my thoughts.
I didn't know she'd be here,
she said quietly.
It was pretty damn awkward trying to pretend like it wasn't weird as hell for me to show up looking for you.
We don't have the luxury of worrying about that now, I murmured. It'll be okay.
What about my mom and sister? She asked. And for that matter, my aunt and her girlfriend. I'm worried that Anthony's men will come looking for them.
We'll put full protection on them. Guard the house 24/7, I said firmly. We already had Gray's cousin's club getting ready to do that up in Denver. Now that we know your mom and sister got out, we'll communicate with them and have them change their op-to surveillance. She nodded.
You know, I think I might have figured out why Anthony's been stalking me.
What is it?
So, my mom says things between them have been going south for a while now, and I think Anthony's not doing so well. He's been drinking more, getting more violent when he does. Mom says people have come to the house looking for him. It sounds like he's gotten pretty paranoid. I get the feeling that he wanted me to know I was being watched, to make me scared to do anything against him. Or maybe to scare me in case my mom and sister showed up.
Well, you don't need to be scared anymore, I said firmly. Your mom and sister are out of the house. You can't touch them now. Things are going to be okay, Andy. But we need to talk to Gray about this. Let him know the full situation. Come on. I stood and held out my hand. I want him to be able to hear it from you, ask any questions he has directly to you. By the end of tonight, your aunt's house will be the safest fucking place in Colorado.
20. Andy. In just a few short hours, I'd gone from feeling terrified and overwhelmed to feeling safer than I had in months, maybe years. Having my mom and sister in Lupin away from Anthony was such a relief that it almost canceled out the fact that they were running for their lives. The three of us were together again. And even though I was struggling with whether I could ever forgive my mom for everything she'd done, or hadn't done, I was still relieved that she had gotten away from the man who'd beaten her. Cal had taken me to update Gray on the situation and to explain where my mom and sister were and what had happened. Gray had peppered me with all sorts of questions, listening in silence to my responses. In the end, he simply nodded once and turned to Cal. "Okay, let's call the men together and set this up." And that was it. Just like Cal had said, by the end of the evening, my aunt's house felt locked up practically tighter than Fort Knox. I'd hoped Seton might have left the clubhouse by the time I was done talking to Gray, but no such luck. I knew I couldn't avoid talking to her any longer, but I had absolutely no idea what I was going to say. How much should I reveal to her about the situation with my stepfather? In the past, I'd told her that he was a bad guy, and that I'd left home because I didn't feel comfortable around him, but I'd made him sound more like a run-of-the-mill creepy perv than the criminal he was. She knew that he'd tried things with me, but I'd never revealed that he'd actually molested me. I had hoped that by not talking about it to anyone, not even to my best friend, I'd eventually be able to put it behind me and move on. And then there was the whole Cal thing. What was I supposed to say about that? Would she possibly believe that I had come to find Cal only because he'd helped me install some window and door locks? It seemed kind of implausible, even to my ears. But then, what else could I reveal to her? And even if I decided to throw all caution to the wind and tell her the truth, what was the truth anyway? I suppose I could tell her that we'd slept together a couple of times. She might be mad, or she might not. I honestly had no idea. But was that all it was? It didn't feel like it, not anymore. At some point in the past few weeks, things had shifted between us, at least for me. Every night when he came to my bed, the sex was raw, passionate, honest, and sometimes surprisingly tender. Cal, who I never would have suspected of being anything but a cover and mattress hog, would wrap me in his arms with my head against his chest. I would fall asleep like that, and sleep better than I had in years. In the mornings, I'd find him wrapped around me from behind, his breath caressing my ear. Sometimes I'd lie there, pretending to still be asleep, so I could wait for him to stir. He would kiss my shoulder softly, then ease his arm out from under me, being careful not to wake me. Not ever in my whole life, even when I was a little girl and it was just my mom and me, could I ever remember feeling so taken care of. So I honestly didn't know what I would tell Seton, even if I could tell her the whole truth. Because the whole truth was, I didn't know what was happening between us at all. Now, with Seton staring at me suspiciously as I walked toward her, I steeled myself for her inevitable questions. I'd just wing it, I decided. I had no choice. Hey, Andy, she said, her voice oddly stilted. What's going on? Monica had apparently gone home, so it was just the two of us. It's kind of a long story, I began. I sat down carefully on the stool Monica had occupied and told Seton the bare bones of the situation. That my mom had left my stepfather, that she and my sister were staying at my aunt's house, and that I was a little afraid that my stepfather would do something violent to try to get them back. So, not knowing what else to do, I finished, I decided to come to the club and ask them if they could help protect them until my stepfather calms down. Seton was frowning. But why didn't you come to me about it, or Gray? What's going on with you and Cal? Nothing's going on, I replied hastily, then blushed at the lie I hadn't intended to tell. I mean, well, you know how he helped me secure my place a few weeks ago, so I guess I ended up telling him some stuff about my stepdad, and he seemed like the logical person to come talk to when this stuff with my mom and sister happened. Huh. I watched her process what I'd said, and braced myself for whatever was coming next. Okay. She nodded. Seton didn't look at all convinced by my response, but it looked like she wasn't going to push it. So how are you doing? This must be pretty stressful for you. I breathed an inner sigh of relief. I'm okay. It's weird seeing my mom and sis after all this time. They seem pretty messed up, especially my sister. She hasn't really talked to me since they got to my aunt's house, to anyone, really. Seaton's expression changed immediately to one of concern. Oh, honey, that has to be really hard. You must be really worried about her. Yeah, I admitted. I am. But at this point, I figure the best thing to do is to not push it. She might be really angry with me for leaving home back then. And frankly, she has a right to be. I'm just hoping that eventually we'll be able to move forward. For now, we just have to concentrate on making sure they're safe. Seaton put her hand on my arm. You'll let me know if there's anything I can do, right? And if you need to talk to someone, I'm here. I almost started crying. Seaton was truly a loyal friend. I hoped like hell I wasn't going to lose her over all this. See? I choked out. There is something I want to talk to you about, once things calm down a little. But I just can't right now. Okay? Her eyes locked on mine, sympathy overriding her curiosity. She patted my forearm. Of course. Any time, Andy. You know that. I'll be here. But please, call me if you need me, okay? I nodded. I will. Thank you so much, See. Shh, stop, she admonished. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, I said miserably. That's what friends are for. For the next few days, I was literally never out of Cal's sight. He came with me to practices. He spent my shifts at Hammy's nursing a beer at the end of the bar. We went grocery shopping together and argued about which kind of frozen pizza to buy. He, predictably, was a pepperoni guy, while I liked sausage better. He even insisted on taking showers with me, though I was pretty sure that didn't have anything to do with making sure I was safe. At night, I would fall asleep in his arms, almost forgetting that he was only there to protect me. I knew that when all this was over, we'd probably go back to exchanging dumb banter on the rare occasions we saw each other. It was hard to believe, though. How did you just go back to normal after you'd gotten used to sharing a bed every night? How did you pretend you hadn't started to develop feelings for a person after you'd grown to know every little quirk, every funny little habit, every twitch he made in his sleep? How did you just get over someone after he'd learned how to touch every inch of your skin? After he'd learned exactly how to make you cry out his name as you came, until you thought you'd die from the explosion of heat and fire that only he knew how to ignite in you? Because I wasn't going to get over Cal. Yes, we'd go back to acting normal after this was over, and I'd do my best to play my part of the girl who was always ready with a smart retort to his flirting. But I'd be hiding the heartbreak that I was already starting to feel. No, it wasn't heartbreak. It was deeper than that. The pain I could already feel at losing Cal went deep into my bones, into my marrow. Lying in bed next to him one night, listening to his deep, even breathing in the dark, it felt as though my entire body was going to break when he walked away, as though nothing would be left of me but a dried-out husk when he was gone. I knew I'd recover, somehow. I had to, especially now that I had my sister back. But I'd never, ever be the same.
21. Cal. Alyssa hadn't really talked to Andy at all since they'd shown up at Andy's Aunt Lori's house. Since I was pretty much glued to Andy's side these days, I'd accompanied her to Lori's a few times now, and had met her mom and her sister, as well as Lori and her girlfriend, BJ. If they were at all bothered by the presence of a biker in their midst, they didn't let it openly show. Then again, I supposed the fact that the Stone Kings were watching their house and protecting them from Andy's stepfather and his thugs went a long way to making them feel charitable toward the club. When Andy went to visit her mom and sister, most of the time I just stationed myself in a corner and made myself invisible. After all, I was there to protect Andy, not to sit around and chat over tea and cookies. I didn't manage to avoid all conversation, though. One day I was getting myself a glass of water when Andy's aunt came into the kitchen, with a look that told me she'd come in there specifically to talk to me alone. I suppressed a groan and waited to see what was on her mind. "So," she began,
You're in a motorcycle gang.
Club, I corrected her. But yeah.
I've seen you guys around town, she said, frowning. Looking like you're up to no good.
This certainly wouldn't be the first time some middle-aged lady had looked at me like I was personally responsible for drowning her puppy or something. The leather cut I wore tended to arouse a lot of suspicions and preconceived ideas of who I was. Some of them weren't that far off, but I'd always been pretty good at diffusing women's defenses. A talent that had served me well over the years, especially when I wanted to get one of them in the sack. I wasn't sure if it would work with Andy's aunt, but it was worth a try. Looks can be deceiving, you know, I said with a wink. Give me a shot. Maybe I'm really a knight on shining chrome. Andy's aunt snorted.
Don't bother with the charm offensive, Romeo. Put your dick away.
I had taken a drink of water as she said this, and I choked on it, then burst into loud laughter. Laurie frowned.
Oh, come on, don't patronize me. It wasn't that funny.
Oh, no, I sputtered, still coughing. It's just that Andy calls me Romeo when she wants to take me down a peg. Shit, I think now I know where she gets her sass. Laurie stared at me levelly.
She does she? I get the feeling you need taking down a peg a fair amount.
Undoubtedly, I grinned. Don't worry, she doesn't let me get away with a damn thing. Laurie walked to the cupboard and got herself a glass, and held it under the faucet to fill it.
So, how do you know Andy anyway?
She's a good friend of my sister's, I replied.
Is that right?
She remarked.
That all?
Shit, she was perceptive. I'd give her that. Not quite, but you asked how I know her, and that's how I know her.
Uh-huh.
She sat down at the center island.
And so now you're protecting her from her piece of shit stepdad.
Like I said, I'm a knight on shining chrome. I spread my hands wide. Laurie snorted again, but this time it came out more like a laugh.
Why do I get the feeling you wouldn't do this for just anyone?
Probably because I wouldn't. No use sugarcoating it, I guessed.
You know, she's suffered a lot in her life, Andy has.
Her eyes fixed on mine.
Especially as a little girl. She tell you any of that?
A wave of white-hot fury coursed through me, like it always did when I thought about everything Andy had been through. I locked eyes with Andy's aunt. Yeah, she told me. Laurie scrutinized me for a long minute, saying nothing. In the end, she just nodded once, as if coming to a decision.
Okay,
she said simply. Later on that afternoon, I was settled in my usual chair in a corner of the room, looking out the window for any signs of activity. Andy and her mom were sitting on the couch talking quietly. Alyssa had taken the love seat for herself. Andy's little sister still wasn't really talking much, and the other women seemed to think it was better to just let her be and not push her to communicate. I knew that Andy was struggling with a range of different feelings about her mom. She told me as much one night as we lay in bed, exhausted after more sex than two people should be able to physically endure. Andy was angry that her mother hadn't tried harder to protect her, and I didn't blame her. A good part of me wanted to confront her mom myself, to ask her what the hell she'd been thinking all those years ago, not taking the words of a frightened little girl seriously. But I knew I needed to back off and let Andy deal with this herself. Alyssa had fallen asleep on the love seat under a pink afghan, and I had been kind of zoning out myself until suddenly I noticed that the conversation between Andy and her mom seemed to have shifted. Her mother's tone had become quieter, more urgent. I realized they were talking about Andy's stepfather.
Anthony's been like this for a while now,
Andy's mom was saying.
He's angry and stressed all the time. It used to just be when he was drinking, but now he's drinking almost constantly.
She picked up a corner of her skirt and started nervously fingering the fabric.
I told him once that if he couldn't calm down, I wanted a divorce.
Her voice dropped to a whisper.
He told me he'd kill me first.
Andy's mom cleared her throat, then continued.
After that, I knew enough not to say it again, but he kept bringing it up. Like he'd started an argument, and then pretty soon he was yelling, Oh, what? Now you're going to try to divorce me? Good fucking luck with that. Then he'd...
Andy's mom glanced nervously at Alyssa's sleeping form.
He'd take hold of my throat and back me up against the wall. Karen, don't you even think of leaving me, he'd say. I will fucking end you, you hear me? Mom,
Andy interrupted her quietly.
I haven't told you something that you probably should know.
Andy started to tell her mother about the strange calling cards someone had been leaving in her apartment, in her car, and other places.
Cal and I, think it's Anthony, or more likely one of his men,
she continued, glancing toward me. Our eyes met, and she flashed me just the briefest of smiles. I winked back at her, corner of my mouth turning up slightly. She turned back to her mom.
It started a few months ago. I always suspected it was probably Anthony, but at first I couldn't figure out why he was stalking me after all this time. But the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that he was trying to scare me, in case you tried to contact me. Maybe he was trying to make sure that we were both too scared to try to get you out of there. Oh, Andy,
her mom's voice quavered.
I'm so sorry, honey. I had no idea.
She reached into her sleeve for a Kleenex and dabbed at her eyes.
Here I am, putting you in danger again. Mom, stop,
Andy interrupted her.
I'm glad you came here. Really. I'm just glad you and Allie are out of there. Me too, baby,
her mom whispered.
I know I stayed with Anthony for too long. For way too long.
The two of them sat for a few minutes without talking, the silence broken only by her mother's occasional sniffling.
Mom,
Andy murmured finally.
I want to ask you something. What is it, baby? Aunt Lori told me you called her a couple of months ago, out of the blue. Yeah.
Karen blew her nose.
I guess I just wanted to make sure she was still here. I was trying to figure out how to get me and Alyssa out. Lori was the only person I could think of to go to. That's what I figured,
Andy replied.
Once you showed up here. But Mom,
Andy paused.
Lori said you didn't even ask about me when you called. And then, when I left home, all those years ago, you didn't try to find me at all.
I heard the hitch in Andy's voice and longed to go comfort her, but I stayed put.
Andy,
her mom began. She reached for her daughter's hand, but Andy pulled it away and Karen didn't press it.
Baby, when you left, I realized for the first time, that maybe what you tried to tell me about Anthony wasn't just something you'd made up. I didn't make it up, Mom.
Andy's voice was hard, angry.
I believe you,
Karen sighed.
And when I realized you felt so strongly that you needed to leave, well, I know Anthony. I knew even then that if he wanted to find someone, he probably could. But I didn't want to know where you were.
Her voice broke.
Because I didn't want to be the one he found it out from.
She shook her head slowly.
I'm so sorry, Andy,
she whispered.
God, I'm so sorry. I failed you so much. The only thing I could do for you was to let you leave. You were 18. It was your choice. Oh, God, I've been so blind.
Karen began to sob, muffling the sound with her hands. Andy placed a gentle hand on her back as she cried, but her own eyes were dry.
I forgive you, Mom,
she said quietly.
But I don't know if I can forget.
The two of them sat in silence, broken only by the sound of muffled sobs. Eventually, Andy's mom stopped crying and said in an exhausted voice that she was going upstairs to take a nap. Andy watched her go wordlessly, then sat on the couch by herself. A minute or so later, the pink form on the love seat sat up. Alyssa brushed her hair out of her face and looked silently at her sister, her eyes wide. It was clear she'd heard the whole thing. After a moment, Allie stood up and wordlessly came over and sat down on the couch next to Andy, enveloping her big sister in a hug.
I saw the Facebook message,
she said simply. Then she stood and followed her mother upstairs. Andy sat frozen on the couch, her body rigid. Not knowing what else to do, I came up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. She raised hers and laced her fingers through mine, then sank back into the couch, resting her cheek against my arm. We stayed like that for a couple of minutes, until finally she detached her hand and looked up at me.
"Thank you,"
she said. I nodded and brushed her cheek softly with my thumb. "Anything for you, Andy," I replied. "Anything."
22. Andy. God, what would I have done without Cal during those days? That night when we were alone in my apartment, I talked to Cal about what my mom had said as he held me in the dark. I cried, and he let me. I cried for all the years I missed seeing my little sister grow up. I cried for the little girl I had been. I cried for my mother, too, for how her own weakness and need for security had cost her so much. And all the time, Cal just held me. Afterward, he made love to me, slowly, gently. It was a side of Cal I'd never seen before. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before with a man. I'd had more than my share of sexual partners, but sex to me was always a means to an end. Emotions didn't enter into it. I didn't let them. And at the beginning, I'd made sure it was that way with Cal as well. But that night, he held me tight against him as I shuddered through my climax, and I knew something had changed. I'd opened myself up to Cal in a way I never had with anyone else. And as he thrust into me one final time and called my name like it was a prayer, I was pretty sure something had changed for him, too. It wasn't just sex for me anymore. I loved him. I was in love with Cal Greenlee. As I felt myself drifting off to sleep in his arms, I let go of all the fear and worry that threatened to overwhelm me. I had no idea where this was going. I had no idea how any of it could turn out okay. The most likely scenario was that it would all blow up in my face. But for that moment, for that night, I just wanted to hold on to it all, because I wasn't sure how long it would be before I lost it. The next day, I got myself ready for our regular Saturday gig up in Denver. Cal was completely against my going up, given the situation, but I didn't want to let the band down. The gig at the Oasis was an important step for us, and I knew we'd lose it if we weren't reliable. In the end, Cal relented, but only on the condition that I would agree to a big security contingent of the Stone Kings and some guys from Gray's cousin's club, The Throttle, keeping an eye on the club. Since Cal took his role as my bodyguard seriously, the two of us drove up together in my Kia. It was kind of cute watching him try to be comfortable in such a small car. At first I drove, and he kept shifting around and checking the lever under the seat to make sure it wouldn't go back any further. In the end, I suggested he take over driving just to give him something to do. Besides, being a passenger had its advantages, one of which was being able to look uninterrupted at Cal's handsome face as he drove. That night, our first set went really well. The place was even more packed than it had been in previous weeks, and it seemed like word was getting around about us. Even sales of our T-shirts and other stuff were steadily increasing, according to our merch guy. The last song of the set was a solo piece by me, the one I had only played for Cal so far. I was more nervous about singing it in public than I thought I would be. The song had more of my bare soul in it than anything else I'd written. But I'd recently written a new ending to it, and I'd asked the band if I could sing it tonight because somehow it felt like a way to put some closure on my past life. And with my sister and mom and me having a new beginning, it seemed like the time to play it, even if they weren't there to hear. The lights went down until there was only a spotlight on me, and I sang. The crowd hushed, almost silent except for the occasional murmur or clink of a beer bottle. It was as though an energy was vibrating in the room. That was what I loved most about performing, the moments of connection that joined everyone together like little invisible threads. I knew that everyone watching me had their own life, their own worries and pasts, but somehow the words I was singing were connecting them to each other and to me. Toward the end, I happened to glance over to my left, just off stage. Cal was there, watching me, his eyes shining. I nodded at him and sang, my eyes locked on his. Why was Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt? She looked back to find a past that wasn't there. I can't find another way out, no way to turn back time without my future disappearing into the air. You take my hand and lead me out of the dark. Take my heart and lead me out toward the day. It's not the way I remembered it here, but you don't let me look back, so I stay. As I strummed the final chords, Cal rewarded me with a lopsided grin that made my heart constrict. It was scary how much the slightest look from him could make every cell in my body ache for him to touch me. I wasn't even sure if Cal had even been listening to the words I'd sung, and I would deny to my last breath that they had anything to do with him. But somehow it felt good to sing them with him there, even if I was the only one who knew what they meant. As the crowd began to clap and cheer, I saw one of the MC guys come up behind Cal and tap him on the shoulder. He glanced briefly back toward me and followed the man. I turned my gaze back toward the audience. "Thank you," I murmured into the mic. "Thank you. We'll be back for a second set in a few minutes." Backstage, Emmy, Kai, Ash, and the others congratulated me on the song. I looked around, but Cal had disappeared, so I decided to slip out the back for a quick cigarette. I had stopped smoking a couple of years ago, but all the stress of the last month or so had led me to buy a pack for an occasional indulgence. I told Kai and Emmy to let Cal know where I was when he came back. Then I grabbed my bag from the mound of equipment and instrument cases we'd piled in a corner, slung it over my shoulder, and pushed the fire door open to the cool night outside. I wasn't particularly worried about being out here alone. No one ever came out back, and I knew there were Stone Kings and Throttle guys all over the place. I lit my cigarette and leaned against the outer wall of the club. Inhaling deeply and closing my eyes, I felt the rush of nicotine and guilty pleasure that I always did when I smoked now that it was such a rare thing for me. It's almost worth quitting just for it to feel this good when I do smoke, I thought to myself. "Hey, you good out here?" a deep voice said, startling me. "Wanted to check up on you." I quickly opened my eyes and looked up to see a tall, burly man in a black t-shirt staring at me. I didn't recognize him, but I assumed he was one of the MC guys prowling around. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, trying to slow down my hammering heart. "You scared me, though." He took a step forward and smirked. "That ain't even the beginning, you bitch." And before I could react, he had one arm clamped around my waist and arms, the other covering my mouth. I tried to scream, but I could barely breathe. Somehow, I hadn't dropped my cigarette, and I desperately jammed it backwards where it connected with his leg. The man swore loudly and wrenched my head back, twisting my neck painfully. Reflexively, I dropped the cigarette. Another man had appeared, equally tall and dark. He grabbed my hands and secured them in front of me with a zip tie. Then, before I knew what was happening, I was being loaded into a dark limousine. I knew instinctively who would be waiting for me inside. "I told you I would always know where you were, Andy," he said.
23. Cal. I had men stationed at various places around the club so I could keep my eye on Andy from the side of the stage. It looked like all that protection might have been overkill, but I didn't give a shit. I needed to know she was protected, even if we had twice as many men as we needed. Right at the end of the first set, just as Andy was finishing that ballad I'd heard her playing in her apartment one night, Trig tapped me on the shoulder. "Hey, I got something I want you to see. It's probably nothing, but better safe than sorry." I followed him as he led me around the far edge of the crowd. "You said to keep an eye out for that tall, Weasley-looking guy, right?" He called to me over the din. "Repo and Frankenstein got a guy who looks to be the one." From the far side of the room, I scanned the crowd toward the spot he had indicated with a slight nod of his head. Over on the other side, I could see Repo, and about 20 feet away, Frankenstein. About 15 feet in front of them, the guy I'd noticed at Andy's past shows was standing, hands in his pockets, leaning against a railing. "That's him," I murmured at Trig. "Grab him, take him outside and shake him down, then come tell me what you got." Trig nodded briefly at Repo, and I watched them start to move in. I knew they could handle it, so I didn't stick around. I wanted to get back to Andy. When I got backstage again, she wasn't talking to her bandmates, and I looked around in confusion. Then one of them, a woman named Emmy, came up to me.
"Hey, Andy said to tell you she's out back having a smoke."
She pointed toward a fire door at the back. Damn it. I hated to have her out of my sight for even a second. Striding over to the door, I pushed it open and walked out into a small, empty loading area. I could smell the remnants of cigarette smoke, but Andy was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, I took a few steps outside and looked around. Nothing. No sign of her anywhere. I was about to turn around and go back inside when a small orange light caught my attention. I bent to look at it and swore loudly. A half-smoked cigarette lay on the ground, its ember still burning bright. "Where is she?" I roared. A contingent from the throttle was guarding the entrance to the dead-end alley where I stood over the weasel-faced man Trig and the brothers had brought to me. As Pig and Repo held him, I pulled back my fist and slammed it into his face for the second time. A sharp crack told me I'd broken his nose. Blood poured from his nostrils down into his mouth. "You fucking tell me where she is or you will die right here, right now," I snarled. "You hear me?" I'd never been so goddamn furious in my life. The only thing that kept me from killing him from pure rage was the off chance he could tell me where Andy was. "I don't know," he mumbled through the blood. I punched him again, an uppercut this time that sounded like it broke at least a couple of his teeth. A strangled scream of pain died in his throat. "You better pray you do know something, because it's all that's keeping you alive right now." Trig and Repo hauled him up, and I landed a punch to his kidneys. The man bent over and retched. "Stop," he wheezed. He retched again. "The boss was coming for her." "Where the fuck are they?" I yelled. I was completely out of control, but I didn't care. "Don't know," he heaved. If he took her..." He took several ragged breaths. "Black limo. There'll be black limo." "God damn it!" I punched the fucker in the gut one more time just because I wanted to, and whirled toward Trig, who was standing behind me. "We've got to find her. Now." "Where do you think he's taking her?" He frowned at me. "Could be anywhere." "No fucking idea," I began, but then remembered something. "Holy shit," I exclaimed, and pulled my phone out of my pocket. I scrambled to turn it on, almost dropping it, and found the app I was looking for. A screen came up with a small blue dot indicating Andy's phone. It was moving. "Oh, thank Christ," I muttered. "Trig, if Andy still has her phone, this is where she is," I said, pointing. "I need one of your bikes." I'd ridden up to Denver with Andy, and the keys to her car were with her. "You got it," he nodded. "But we're coming with you. Repo, Pig, you're coming with us," he called. We found Tiny, who gave me the keys to his Harley, and headed out to the bikes. "Where are they going?" Trig asked as we ran toward them. "It looks like they're headed out of town to the north," I said. "Maybe he's stupid enough to take her back to his compound." "If he is, that's going to be a shootout," Trig growled. "Half the throttle is up there." He punched a number and spoke into the phone. "They're on the lookout," he nodded to me when he was done. I called Gray down in Lupin and told him to have his men keep a sharp eye on Aunt Laurie's house. I attached my phone to the GPS mount on Tiny's bike, and as we flew out into the night in search of Andy, I hoped to God we wouldn't be too late.
24. Andy. I was sitting across from the man who had terrorized me as a child. We were in the back of his limo as it drove through the streets northward. I didn't bother watching where we were going. Somehow I knew he was taking me back to the house. I tried not to think about what would happen when we got there. I didn't really have to. The way he looked at me, barely concealed anger mixed with lust, told me everything I needed to know. My stepfather. He had aged far more than the 6 years since I'd last seen him. He had turned puffy and exhausted-looking. Gin blossoms dotted his cheeks. Whereas once he had been barrel-chested, powerful, his body had gone to fat. Though he was such a large man, I was sure his strength still dwarfed mine. It would almost have been possible to feel sorry for the depleted-looking figure in front of me if I hadn't known him so well, and if my hands hadn't been zip-tied in front of me. Then he began to speak, and all of my initial terror came flooding back. "Did you seriously think you could stay hidden from me?" My stepfather sneered at me. "Did you seriously think you would ever outwit me? I told you, Andy, I will always know where you are." No, I didn't think I could always stay hidden, Anthony. I fought like hell to keep my voice calm. The only advantage I could possibly have over him would be to not let him see how afraid I truly was. "I knew you could find me any time you wanted. You notice I never changed my name. I never tried to hide. I didn't care if you knew where I was." He ignored me. "I assume your mother and your sister are at your aunt's house," he said calmly. "My guards stupidly let them leave while I was away and didn't follow them. But since Laurie's house is being so heavily guarded, it's not too hard to figure out that's where they are." I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. He already knew the answer. "Does your mother think she's going to be able to get away from me?" he sneered. "That stupid bitch. They can't stay in there forever. For Christ's sake, my men could go in there right now and take them all out. But I don't need the aggravation of having one of that stupid dyke's neighbors calling the police." Anthony reached over to the wet bar where an empty glass filled with melting ice sat waiting. He pulled out a bottle of expensive-looking scotch and poured it into the glass, filling it to the halfway mark, then raised it to his lips and took a long gulp, grimacing a little as it went down. I glanced out the window and saw with a sinking feeling that we were leaving the city limits of Denver on the highway that led toward Anthony's isolated mountain compound. Once we were there, I'd have no chance of escaping Anthony and whatever he planned to do to me. An involuntary shiver went up my spine. I had to fight back. I had to figure out a way to get away from him. As I watched my stepfather suck down his drink, I kept my expression neutral and tried to think. I had no way of knowing whether he was armed, but I had to assume he was. Miraculously, the thugs that had shoved me into the car with him hadn't thought to look through the small, mostly empty messenger bag that was still slung over my shoulder. If they had, it would have taken them all of 2 seconds to find the Browning handgun I was still carrying with me. I guessed I had my gender and my relatively small stature to thank for the fact that they apparently hadn't seen me as threatening enough to frisk. Which was all well and good, but it didn't change the fact that I was still sitting in an enclosed compartment with my hands tied, across from a man who weighed at least twice as much as me. Even drunk, Anthony would likely be able to overpower me before I could manage to get the gun out and aimed it at him. But all the same, I subtly shifted in my seat and moved the opening of the bag toward my lap, just a little closer to where my hands were. Up to now, I had been trying not to speak to my stepfather. But now it occurred to me that maybe if I got him to talk more, he'd be distracted from paying as much attention to me. "Mom didn't want to leave you, Anthony," I lied as I moved ever so slightly in my seat again. "She just wanted you to be nicer to her." "Nicer to her?" he spat. He snorted loudly and poured himself another drink. "I gave that bitch everything. She didn't have a goddamn pot to piss in when I met her. She was damn lucky I didn't just treat her like the whore she was. She wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for me. You hear me?" He waved his drink toward my face. "Nothing." As he grew more agitated, I realized I'd chosen the wrong topic of conversation. "I know she appreciates it, Anthony," I said hastily. "She just wants you to be happy." Anthony sneered. "The fuck she does," he muttered. "All she ever does is bitch and complain, bitch and complain. I don't even know why I bother with her. I should just throw her out on the fucking street." "Then why don't you just let her go?" I asked. "She's more trouble than she's worth to you, so let her leave." "Because no one takes what's mine, you hear me?" he thundered. Anthony looked me in the eye and pointed an angry finger at me. "No one. That whore is my wife, mine. She obeys me. Love, honor, obey. She needs to learn her fucking lesson. His eyes darkened. Just like you do. In spite of myself, anger swelled in me. You can't force her to love you, Anthony. I can do whatever the fuck I want, he said, his lips drawing into an ugly leer. You're gonna find that out soon, little girl. I take what's mine. I always get what's mine, and no one stops me. He leaned forward and reached for me, the hand that wasn't holding his drink slipping between my thighs. I pulled back in horror, shivering in disgust at his touch. But there was nowhere to go. His hand slid higher, underneath the messenger bag, and I reached down and pulled it toward me, afraid he'd feel the hard metal of the gun and take the bag from me to look inside. Anthony's mouth twisted in anger. He didn't like that I was trying to resist him. Roughly, he reached for the tie that bound my wrists with the hand that held his drink. As he tried to pull me toward him, he opened his mouth to speak. But just then, the limo swerved sharply to the right, the tires shrieking against the pavement. Anthony and I were flung against the doors hard, and he lost his grip on me as he fought to keep hold of his glass. With no time to think, I could only react and hope for the best. I lifted my right foot and kicked up toward him as hard as I could. The heel of my boot connected with the glass in his hand and drove it upward toward his face, smashing it against the bones in his cheeks and nose. Anthony screamed as the glass broke, shards of it cutting ribbons into his skin. The limo slowed and swerved again in the opposite direction, throwing me off balance and across the seat to the other side. I plunged my shaking hands inside my bag and felt for the gun. Wildly, I grabbed hold of the safety, slid it down, then put both hands around the grip and fired toward Anthony through the bag. The sound was deafening in the small compartment. I saw, rather than heard, Anthony's hands leave his face to clutch at his groin, his mouth contorted in agony. Without stopping, I raised the gun and fired it again, higher this time. A red rose of blood bloomed across his chest as a flash of pain shot through my wrist. I could feel the cry as it left my throat, but there was no sound that I could hear. Across from me, Anthony was writhing, covered in blood. Somehow the car had stopped, and I reached for the handle and pawed at it dumbly, ignoring the pain in my right wrist that was already becoming a dull ache. Amazingly, I got the handle to work and pushed the door open weakly. I started to stumble out when I was lifted off my feet and out of the car by a pair of strong arms. As the arms pulled me hard against a wide, muscular chest, I knew instantly who it was, even though I couldn't see or hear him. Cal was there. Cal had come for me. It was okay. It was over. And then, as the muffled nothingness in my ears turned to a high-pitched ringing, I sank against him and lost consciousness.
25. Cal. The driver of the limo emerged from the car, gun drawn to protect his boss, but he wasn't fast enough. He was on the ground with a bullet to the head before he ever knew what hit him. When the back door of the car opened and Andy stepped out, covered in blood, I thought for sure she'd been shot. My heart leapt into my throat, and I took her in my arms just as she stumbled out and lost consciousness. I carried her to the side of the road, half crazy with grief, certain I was going to lose her. By the time I'd felt all over for a gunshot wound and realized the blood wasn't hers but her stepdad's, it took everything I had in me not to burst into hot tears of relief. I couldn't remember the last time I'd come so close to crying. And that was when I realized it. I was in love with Andy, body and soul. I was supposed to be protecting her, and I'd come frighteningly, dangerously close to losing her. But I hadn't lost her, even though I'd let her down by leaving her alone. Andy had saved herself. My gorgeous, fierce, sexy as hell Andy had saved herself. And one thing was for sure, I'd learned my lesson. I was never letting Andy go, no matter what. After that night, she'd be lucky if I ever let her out of my sight again. Anthony Conley bled out in the backseat of the limo on that isolated stretch of highway, while I was still trying to make sure Andy wasn't hurt. Given who he was and the number of enemies he had, we didn't figure the police would go looking too hard for his killer once they had identified him. So we left him and his driver by the side of the road, to be found later by the next poor fuckers unfortunate enough to pass through. Andy regained consciousness while I was still checking her out for wounds. Even though I tried every way I could think of to talk her out of it, she insisted on going back to the bar to make sure her bandmates didn't think she'd skipped out on them. One of the brothers back at the club had given her band a doctored explanation for her disappearance and convinced them to take the stage without her to play the second set. The bar owner was pissed at first, but when Andy showed up later, spattered in blood and telling him that she'd gotten caught up helping a car accident victim outside the club, he let it go. Since her wrists had been tied when she fired the gun at her stepfather, the awkward angle she'd had to hold it meant that the recoil had sprained her right wrist. But it wasn't a bad sprain, and by the following week she'd healed up enough that it hardly bothered her anymore. She played her gig at the Oasis the following Saturday just like nothing had happened, and I was in the crowd, cheering her on. The night Andy shot her stepfather, I loaded her in the passenger side of the blue Kia and drove her back to her place in Lupin. I had called Gray and asked him to go to Aunt Laurie's house to break the news to them all about Anthony Connolly's death. In the version Gray told them, Anthony was killed in a shootout by a stray bullet. I'd leave it to Andy to decide how much or little to tell them about what had really gone down that night. On the way home, Andy was surprisingly calm, despite the ordeal of the previous hours. At first, it seemed like she was taking it all in stride, but she grew quieter and quieter as we drove, and I knew the reality of everything that had happened that evening was just beginning to sink in. When we got back to her apartment, I didn't ask her whether she wanted me to stay. I just helped her out of the car, walked her up the steps with my arm around her, and let us in with her key. Andy still had some spatters of blood on her arms and clothes, so I led her to the little bathroom and ran a hot bath for her. I undressed her, then myself, and got in the tub with her to bathe her. Andy started to cry as I washed her hair, silent sobs that racked her body. I held her close until she stopped, saying nothing, because somehow I knew that was what she wanted. That night in bed, I told her I loved her as she clung to me, her hips rising to meet mine in desperate need. She called my name as she came, buried her face in my neck, and told me she loved me too.
26. Andy. Has there ever been something in your life, some landmark you pass by every day, or a picture, or even a crack in the wall of your room, that you've never really taken the time to look at up close? And then one day, for some reason, something about it catches your attention, and all at once, it's like you're seeing it for the first time. While you're looking at it, gazing in astonishment, some detail you see turns that thing you've never really seen before into a completely unique and irreplaceable treasure. And in that moment, you realize that no one else sees it in exactly the same way as you. It is forever changed. To you, it's unique, perfect, priceless. That's how Cal became the most important person in the world to me. And to think, I almost didn't even really notice he was there. Cal had been willing to stand next to me at the scariest time in my life. He hadn't hesitated to help me, to put his life on the line for me, for no other reason than that I'd needed him to. Somewhere along the line, I'd fallen in love with him, and I knew more surely and deeply than I'd ever known anything that he would keep standing beside me for the rest of our lives. Mom inherited the bulk of Anthony's estate, though some of the shadier shit he had his hands in got tied up in a criminal investigation. She had to talk to the cops a few times, and even the feds once, but eventually they concluded she didn't know enough about his dealings to be considered an accomplice to any of his crimes. Mom sold the compound north of Denver and bought herself a nice place on the other side of the city. Little by little, we started trying to repair our relationship. It went slowly at first, but I was hoping that in time I could manage to move past my anger, even though I knew some part of me would never be able to forget that she'd looked the other way all those years ago, instead of protecting her daughter from abuse. Alyssa took Anthony's death hard, even though she was the one who had convinced Mom to leave. He was, after all, her father, and she had loved him in spite of everything. At my insistence, my mom got Allie into therapy. She seems to be doing well, though I know it will take her a while to heal. Allie and I had to rebuild our relationship as sisters from the ground up. I didn't tell her much about why I had left home in the first place, and thankfully she didn't ask. I wasn't sure how much she suspected, but I wasn't about to put the additional burden on her of having to know what her father had done to me, on top of everything else she'd had to live through. She moved back to Denver with my mom after everything was all over, and eventually started high school there. I try to see them at least a couple times a month when I'm up in the city for gigs. The scariest part of the aftermath wasn't trying to figure out what to tell my mom and sister about that horrible night. It wasn't admitting to Cal that I was in love with him. It wasn't even the daunting prospect of going back to my normal life like I hadn't killed a man in cold blood. It was realizing that we had to tell Seton about Cal and me. We talked about whether the two of us should go to her together, or whether it would be easier for her if one or the other of us talked to her alone. In the end, I decided I needed to be the one to do it, because ultimately it was our friendship that was on the line. I needed to let her say whatever she needed to say to me, however harsh or angry it was. And I knew that I would deserve it all. I wouldn't argue with her. I would just tell her the truth and hope for the best. We met at one of our old hangouts, a dive bar called, appropriately, The Hole in the Wall. I got there early and ordered a margarita right away to calm my nerves. I told myself that there was a very real possibility that I was about to lose my very best friend in the world, and I would have to live with it if I did. When Seton got there, I stood up and gave her a hug, wondering if it would be the last time. We sat down and she ordered an iced tea, which earned her a strange look from the angry-looking guy who took our order. "I guess pregnancy isn't a good enough reason not to drink here," she joked. "He's just pissed because iced tea is cheap," I remarked. "He's thinking about his tip." "Well, if it's the tip he's worried about, maybe he should try not scowling at his customers." She rolled her eyes. Once Seton's iced tea arrived, the two of us lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. Eventually, I realized there was no way to go but forward. "See, do you remember during your baby shower how I told you I had something to talk to you about, but that I didn't want to do it right then?" She smirked and crossed her arms. "Did you think I'd forget that? You promised you'd tell me. I wasn't about to let you get away with weaseling out of it." "Yeah, I figured." I took a deep breath and let it out. "Well, there are actually two things, and I don't know which one to start with." "Start with the one that's harder," she suggested, ever the practical one. "Then you'll be done with it first." My eyes met hers. It was now or never. "Okay, here goes." So I told her. I told her about how something had happened that I'd never seen coming, and how even though I knew it was the best thing that had ever happened to me, I was afraid of losing my best friend in the process. I told her I'd been keeping secrets from her because I was trying to run away from my past and thought that not talking about it was the best way to do that. I told her that Cal had happened to be around at one of my most vulnerable moments and that he stepped up to the plate and showed me he was there for me no matter what. I told her I'd fallen head over heels in love with her brother and that he felt the same way about me. In the end, Seton surprised me. When I told her that if she hated me for what I'd done, I'd understand, she actually started laughing. "Are you kidding me?" she cried. "This is great!" "What?" My eyes widened in confusion. "Andy!" She shook her head in disbelief. "How could you think I wouldn't be happy about this? My best friend and my brother? How perfect is that?" "Wait," I interrupted. "Why wouldn't you think it was terrible? I mean, why aren't you saying, I don't know, like, Andy, he's a slut, he's not the type to commit, or how dare you sleep with my brother behind my back? Something like that." C laughed even harder. "Why are you trying to talk me into being mad about this?" "Well, why aren't you mad?" I argued, feeling slightly insane. Seton grabbed a napkin on the table and dabbed at her eyes. "Andy, honestly, I always kind of hoped against hope that the two of you would get together. I gaped at her. It's true. You always just kind of had this spark between you. And for years, I'd notice him looking at you with this strange expression he never had around any other girl. I think you're the only one who could pin him down and make him get his act together. I was staring at her in amazement. Are you serious? Yes, of course I am. She nodded emphatically. I think you two are good for each other. You'll kick his ass when necessary. And Cal, despite what he seems like on the outside, is actually a really kind, caring guy. He just needs someone to live up to. Someone that will make him want to be the best possible version of himself. Her eyes shone. I think you're that person. Holy hell, I murmured. This is completely not how I expected this to go. Plus, she enthused, how awesome will it be that you'll practically be my sister-in-law? Not to make this all about me, of course. And you can even be my little Wyatt and Kendall's godparents. Whoa, I said, putting up my hands. Slow down, see? You're freaking me out a little. She grinned at me. You'll come around to that. I was going to ask you to be their godmother anyway. You just need some time to think about it. I could barely focus on what Seton was saying as she continued to talk. In a daze, it occurred to me that suddenly, after years of having almost no one but myself to rely on, I actually had a family. My mom and my sister on one side, and now Cal, and by extension Seton and Gray, and soon their kids. It was something that I had never even considered, in all my worrying about how C would take the news. It felt weird, but also kind of good. Seton asked me what my second secret was, but I begged off, saying I'd tell her another day. Today, I wanted to be happy and optimistic about the future. Sharing the ugly story of my past could wait. Eventually, we asked for the bill and stood up to leave. Seton was tired and wanted to go home and rest, and I wanted to get back to Cal and tell him how our conversation had gone. She hugged me tight as we said our goodbyes and told me with a wink to say hello to her brother. I laughed and said I would. That night, Cal and I sat on my tiny couch in my tiny apartment, with his arms wrapped around me and my legs straddling his. So we're good then, he murmured against my neck. She's not mad. Far from it. I stifled a moan as his mouth traveled lower, softly teasing my nipple through my shirt. She got really excited and said we were going to be the twins' godparents. He chuckled. She never would have asked me to be the godfather unless I was with you. She must trust you to compensate for my complete ignorance and irresponsibility where kids are concerned. Well, I think she overestimates my abilities, I replied. Except for Allie when she was little, I've really never been around children much. I never even babysat growing up. I bet you'll be a natural, he said softly. You think? I know. There's just something about you. You're going to be a great godmother, and someday a great mom. Cal's hands drifted to my ass as he pulled me to him. The hardness of his erection pressed deliciously between my legs. His voice turned husky. One of these days, I'm going to put a baby in you, Andy. I can't fucking wait. A little shiver ran through me at his words. I'd never really thought about whether I'd want to have kids someday, but as soon as Cal had said it, I knew it would happen. I knew I wanted Cal's babies, and the idea of him filling me with his seed, swelling me with his child, drove me wild. I knew it was too soon, way too soon, to be thinking of things like that. And besides, I was still on the pill. But as I rocked my soaking core against the hard steel of his cock, suddenly I needed to feel him empty himself deep inside me. Cal, I gasped. Oh, God, I need you to fuck me now. Then I was off the couch and he was carrying me to the bed, my soaking core still pressed against him as he held me against him. Our clothes were off in an instant, and he was on top of me, burying his face between my thighs before I even knew what was happening. A loud, desperate moan ripped from my throat. Oh, God, Cal, I need you. Want Want to taste you." He gripped my hips and flipped me, moving me on top of his body. He moved my head toward his pulsing cock, straddling his head between my legs. He found my slickened clit again, and I groaned and ran my tongue deliriously along his hot flesh. His growl vibrated between my legs as I took him in my mouth, sliding my fingers around the base. It was the most exquisite torture as his tongue laid assault to my quivering pussy, and I took him into my mouth and began to worship the huge, hard heat of him. It was impossible to hold myself back. Cal gripped my hips, suckling and swirling as I swallowed his cock, and before I could realize what was happening, my orgasm ripped violently through me. I cried out, the sound muted by his thick flesh in my mouth. But he wasn't through with me. Holding me more tightly, his tongue forced another climax from me, then another, until I was trembling and helpless, my lips still engulfing his pulsing shaft. He pulled me off of him, forced me onto the bed, and spread my legs wide, settling between them. His face was a mask of pure lust as he slid the head of his cock between my puffy folds. "This is what I want," he growled. "This is what I need. You're mine, Andy." It was primal, raw. He meant it literally. "You're mine, forever. Say it." "I'm yours," I panted. "Oh, God, Cal, I'm all yours." His thick head pushed inside me, and Cal wasted no time. His fingers digging into my thighs, he pushed my legs back and impaled me until he was inside up to the hilt. He pulled out, and with a deep grunt he slammed into me again, sheathing himself inside me. I arched toward him, begging him silently for more. He thrust again, harder, and amazingly, I felt myself on the verge of coming again, and he knew it, changing the angle of his thrust slightly so the top of his shaft would slide against my sensitive lips as he drove into me. It was all I needed. I came once more, bucking helplessly as he fell over onto me, holding me tight as he continued to crash harder and harder against me. "You're mine," he whispered one more time, and then roared his release as the first jet of heat erupted inside me. I felt my channel milk him as he jetted again and again, claiming me, showing me I was his, all his. Later, as the sun dipped under the horizon and the room began growing dark, I lay in his arms, too lazy to think about moving. "It's funny," I yawned. "This is the first time you're staying over not to protect me." "I'll always be protecting you, Andy," he murmured, kissing my shoulder. "It's my job." I smiled to myself. Before all this had happened, if any guy had tried to say that to me, I would have laughed in his face. I'd practically made a religion out of not depending on anyone, least of all a man. But Cal had earned the right to say it. It wasn't that he didn't think I could take care of myself, I knew. Cal had taught me that he could know everything there was to know about me, even the things I was most afraid of him knowing, and still think of me as strong and beautiful and lovable. I didn't have to pretend to be anything around him that I wasn't. Far from feeling weak for letting him inside my heart, Cal's love made me feel stronger. He made me a better person, and I was pretty sure he felt the same about me. "So, Romeo," I said, my tone flirtatious, "what do you want to do tomorrow?" A laugh rumbled up from deep in his throat. "You mean other than more of this?" He shifted his weight and grabbed me by the hips, moving me until I was on top of him. He was already hardening underneath me. "I think our schedule's full, doll." As I lowered myself onto him and heard his groan of satisfaction, I realized how happy I was to just be, and that for the first time in my memory, I couldn't think of a single thing I wanted out of life other than what I had right there in front of me. After all these years, finally, I was home.
Epilogue. Cal. "Babe," I called down the stairs. "Which room do you want to be the music room again?" Andy's voice came drifting up toward me.
"Green room, end of the hall."
I hauled the instrument cases I was carrying down the hallway and through the doorway of the room she'd claimed as her studio space, and set them down as gently as I could in a corner. I came back downstairs to find Andy lugging a large, heavy-looking box in the front door. "Whoa, I'm impressed." I whistled. "That looks pretty damn heavy."
"I may be small, but I'm wiry,"
she retorted, flashing me a smile. "No doubt," I agreed. I watched her retreat into the kitchen, taking a moment to admire her fine, tight little ass.
"I know you're staring at my butt,"
she called to me. I chuckled. "There's not a court in the land that would convict me," I called back. Then I headed back outside to the moving van to grab some more boxes of stuff. Andy and I were moving into an old farmhouse we'd just purchased on a couple-acre lot, just a few miles outside of Lupin, north of town. We'd chosen the location in part because it was just a little shorter to Denver, which would shorten Andy's commute when she went up there for gigs or to visit her mom and sister. A farmhouse was the last thing I would have ever imagined Andy wanting to move into, but she absolutely fell in love with this place when we first saw it and insisted it was the perfect place for us.
"It's the exact opposite of the house I grew up in," she said. "Old, cozy, simple and rustic. No McMansions for me. I just want a place that feels like a home."
And when the love of your life tells you what she wants, you'd move heaven and earth to give it for her. Luckily, giving Andy this house hadn't required more than telling the real estate agent to make an offer for us and wait 6 weeks to sign the final papers. The house wasn't huge, but it did have the advantage of having 5 bedrooms upstairs and a floor plan downstairs that was just begging for me to knock down some walls and turn it into a big open space. Not to mention a couple outbuildings that would be good for me to set up a shop to work on our vehicles, and maybe even start building some furniture for the house. Rather than wait to move in until after the work was done, Andy was dying to start our life in the new house.
"We'll do the renovations together," she told me. "I love the idea of living like we're camping for a while. Then when it's all finished, we'll appreciate it even more."
Even with the crazy number of bedrooms we had, I knew they wouldn't be empty for long. Andy was claiming one for her music room, and we'd take the largest one for our master bedroom. For now, the other 3 would be for guests, and eventually, kids. We were holding off on having kids of our own for a little while, but I knew the time would come, and probably pretty soon. In the meantime, we were setting up one of the extra bedrooms for Gray and Seaton's twins, our godchildren. Even though Andy had worried that she wouldn't be great as a godmother, as soon as Wyatt and Kendall were born, they fell in love with their Auntie Andy. And who could blame them? Every time I saw Andy holding them or playing with them, I could glimpse just a hint of longing in her eyes. And to be honest, I couldn't wait for her to one day look up at me and ask me if we could start a family of our own. I knew it would be at least a little while, though. Andy's band was exploding in popularity, and they were in negotiations for a recording contract with a couple of different studios. The Nopes even had some interest from a studio out in California. Andy was committed to staying based out of Denver, to be close to her mom and sister, but also to keep close to the life we were building together here. That night, when we finally got all our stuff into the house and had returned the moving van, Andy and I were sitting out on the front porch watching the sunset, on a sort of love seat thing she'd fallen in love with and insisted on buying.
"See, this, right here, is why we had to have this house," Andy enthused. "I've always wanted a porch. I love the idea of sitting out here every night with you, watching the sun go down."
"I love the idea of fucking you on this porch as the sun goes down," I growled, pulling her onto my lap.
"Seriously, Cal, I'm a gross, sweaty mess," she protested, brushing her hair out of her eyes.
"You're gonna end up that way anyway when I'm done with you," I said against her ear. "This way you only have to shower once." Before she could answer, I reached down and dipped a finger inside the waistband of her shorts, chuckling in satisfaction as I found her wet and ready for me. "See," I said, "your body agrees with me."
"No fair,"
she said huskily as she arched to meet my touch.
"You and my body are ganging up on me."
In the end, Andy's body and I won, and soon I had slipped her shorts off and pushed myself inside her to break in Andy's new love seat. She rocked against me as I whispered her name, the two of us climbing higher and higher until she bucked against me, and I let loose and came inside her, the sounds of the night around us. It was a scene I hoped to repeat many times in the future. This concludes Stand by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Anastasia Watley. Copyright 2016 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.